Hello, I'm Dawna Friesen. Welcome to our coverage. We start by acknowledging the many families and communities in mourning today. A 30-year-old suspect is in custody, a man Vancouver police say they've had many interactions with over mental health issues. He's been charged with multiple counts of murder, accused of driving a vehicle into the crowd at a festival in Vancouver celebrating Filipino culture.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound.
Mark Carney, who has remained Prime Minister throughout this campaign, cancelled a Liberal rally in Vancouver on Sunday, instead paying his respects at an evening vigil where the tragedy happened, along with BC's Premier, the Mayor of Vancouver, and people from the community. It was a somber way to end this federal election campaign. All the federal party leaders took time to acknowledge the terrible loss of life and pay respects to the dead and injured. Well, you've heard all of the opinion polling, you've heard all the promises from the leaders, you've watched the campaign unfold. Now it's all down to you and how you voted. We'll know within a matter of hours whether the Liberal government will get a fourth consecutive term or whether the Conservatives will get another chance at running the country, and whether the NDP or the Bloc Québécois will end up in third place, and possibly, depending on how conclusive a result we get tonight, will hold the balance of power. We are here to guide you through the high drama and what has been called the most consequential election in our lifetimes. And of course, there's only one man responsible for that. The American president is not on the ballot, but he has cast a shadow over this campaign and over the country. Donald Trump has declined when asked to predict who will win this election, but he has not backed off his threats to Canada, imposing tariffs, claiming Canada is ripping off the U.S., and even today posting on social media saying we would be better off as the 51st state. Well, there are lots of storylines to explore tonight as the results come in. We have a team here to help take us through it. With me in the studio is Eric Sorensen. Hi there, Eric, our senior national affairs correspondent, and David Akin. Hey, David, our chief political correspondent, ready with his touchscreen, as always, to pour over all the results in the individual ridings as they come in. And over in another studio, our Ottawa bureau chief, Mercedes Stevenson. Hi there, Mercedes. She has political guests with her, a political panel. Gilles Duceppe, former leader of the Bloc Québécois. Lisa Raitt, Miss O'Regan, former Liberal MP and cabinet minister from Newfoundland and Labrador. They have the country covered. They have years of experience either in politics, and they will give us the lowdown on what's unfolding tonight, help us understand the political strategies at play today. Plus, Independent Senator Pamela Wallin from Saskatchewan will join Mercedes throughout the night. Hi there, Pamela. As well, we have reporters on location. Mackenzie Gray is at Liberal headquarters in Ottawa. Taria Isri is at Conservative headquarters in Ottawa. Neethu Garcha is at the NDP in Burnaby, BC. Mike Armstrong is with the Bloc Québécois in Montreal. So here's how we are tracking the results tonight. On the right of your screen are results from individual ridings. We will always be scrolling through those. The colored boxes along the bottom of your screen show each of the parties and how many ridings they are leading or elected in. Leading or elected, not definitely elected, certainly not at this stage. A key number to watch for in all of this is 172. A party needs 172 seats to form a majority government. And since the last federal election, there have been a lot of changes to most of the ridings across the country because of population growth. In 2021, there are 338 ridings across the country. Now there are 343. So throughout the night, those numbers will constantly be updating as the ballots are counted and the results come in. A record number of Canadians already voted in the advance polls that were held over the Easter weekend. 7.3 million people voted in those advance polls. That's a 25% increase from the last federal election in 2021, when 5.8 million people voted early. And because of those millions of advance ballots, the returning officers in some ridings have requested counting start early. And Elections Canada is allowing that. Counting of advance ballots can start up to 2 hours before the polls close. Now, a special exception has been made in the Ontario riding of Carleton. That's where Conservative Leader Pierre Poilievre is running. They started counting the advanced ballots 6 hours before the polls closed because the ballot there is so crazy long. There are 91 candidates on the ballot there. A protest group advocating for electoral reform flooded that riding with candidates to try to make a point. They say they were going to do it in the Liberal leaders riding too, but Mark Carney announced so late where he was going to run, so they couldn't get organized. Anyway, watch for Carleton and those results to come in. Now, Mark Carney has never held elected office. He's only been the Liberal leader and Prime Minister since March 9th. A change at the top has helped the Liberals hold on to power before. Eric Sorensen takes a look at whether history is set to repeat itself tonight.
Dawna, Canada's 24th Prime Minister has been in office just 45 days. But Mark Carney leads a party that has governed this country for 69 of the last 100 years. Under a new leader, Canadians have often granted the Liberals a second act. 77 years ago, William Lyon Mackenzie King handed off to Louis Saint Laurent. 20 years later, Lester Pearson to Pierre Trudeau. Then Jean Chrétien to Paul Martin. And now, in 2025, has Justin Trudeau successfully passed the torch one more time? Or do Canadians want to change the leader and the party? 6 months ago, it looked like Prime Minister Trudeau would run for re-election, even as his popularity hit rock bottom after 9 years in office. Polls suggested Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives would win in a landslide. The Bloc Québécois' Yves-Francois Blanchet and the NDP's Jagmeet Singh also looked to make gains at the Liberals' expense.
I cannot be the one to carry the Liberal standard into the next election.
But then Canada's political landscape was turned on its head. Under pressure from his own party, Justin Trudeau quit.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
In the U.S., Donald Trump took power, threatening Canada's economy and its very sovereignty.
The next Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney.
And the Liberals chose a new leader, Mark Carney, who called a snap election, putting this question in the hands of voters. Who should form Canada's next government in these extraordinary times? And tonight, the Liberals try to hold on to power, the Conservatives try to take it away, and the other parties try to remain relevant in Parliament. But as always, on election night, we begin with a blank slate, scoreless game, as they say in hockey, and we will be filling 343 seats in the House of Commons. And Dawna, this is what is remarkable about a democracy like Canada. We are able to do this every few years. In 158 years of our history, this is only the 45th time we've had an election day, and good luck to us all.
Yeah, and I'm glad you're here to help walk us through it, Eric. Thank you. David Akin also here, watching all the results come in. David, polls have now closed in Newfoundland and Labrador, as anyone who lives there knows. What are you seeing so far?
Well, we have 7 ridings in Newfoundland and Labrador, and great to be with you, Dawna and Eric. These are always exciting. I love these nights. We have one result to report, so let's get to that. You've seen it in the bottom of your screen. Leading or elected Conservatives won, and that is the riding right here. Central Newfoundland, aptly named. And that's where Clifford Small, the Conservative, is the incumbent. He was elected for the first time 4 years ago, beating Scott Sims, the popular Liberal. Right now, with all of one poll reporting, Clifford Small has 108 votes, and Lynette Powell, a doctor, she has 30 votes. So very early, we'll see how it goes, but that's it for all the results we have right now. At the bottom of the hour, as we say, 7:30 Eastern, so do the calculation wherever you are. That's when polls in the rest of Atlantic Canada will close. But right now, they're counting the ballots in Newfoundland and Labrador.
Okay, and we're looking for results there because it'll be a bit of a sign of what's to come potentially across the country. Polls, as we said, are open for 12 hours across the country on this election day. Voting hours are staggered across the multiple time zones. It's shortly after 7 Eastern now, 8:30 in Newfoundland and Labrador. That's why the polls are now closed there. In half an hour, as David said, they'll be closed in Atlantic Canada. Then at 9:30 p.m. Eastern, the majority of polls in the country close, all the way from Quebec to Alberta. And at 10 p.m. Eastern, it's BC and Yukon. Everything's done. The numbers will all be added up shortly after that. Let's go back to David. David, I know you have a new tool this 45th election to help make some potential outcomes.
Yeah, pretty much, Dawna. What we want to use this tool to sort of explore is, I think, really 3 potential storylines we'll be watching tonight. And these storylines are shaped by a lot of the polling that's been done over the last month. One is the Bloc Québécois, a little softer in Quebec. How will that impact things? Certainly there's going to be lots of ridings which is straight up Conservative versus Liberal. But I think one of the narratives tonight, and I want to explore this right now, is the collapse of the NDP vote right across the country. A lot of people who voted New Democrats, I spoke to many of them over the last 4 weeks, and really they said, who do I want facing Donald Trump? Do I want it to be Jagmeet Singh or someone else? Most often the answer was Mark Carney, but sometimes Pierre Poilievre. So this tool, right now, this is the map as we start the night. This isn't results. This is as we start the night. And I just want to make sure we zero it out right there. 154 seats for the Liberals, 128 for the Conservatives, 35 Bloc, NDP 24. Remember, we've got a new riding map. Everybody's got new riding boundaries pretty much, 343 seats. So that's where we start. Okay, so now what we can do with this tool is we can start to flip some ridings, and let's just explore this, how it would work if the NDP, in fact, if their support is crumbling to the Liberals and Conservatives. Nunavut probably goes to the Liberals. Northern Manitoba to the Liberals. Northern Ontario to the Liberals. But again, the Conservatives might pick something up. Maybe Northwestern BC goes that way. Now the count, 157 to 129. Let's go to the Lower Mainland in BC. The New Democrat caucus is 24 people, 12 from BC. And so that is sort of the homeland for the NDP right now. Now, as I mentioned, seats that the NDP lose could go to the Conservatives. Pierre Poilievre spent a lot of time over the last year on Vancouver Island trying to get seats here, and that will likely pay off, or that could pay off. People are still voting there. Prove us wrong. But the Conservatives put a lot of effort into Vancouver Island. 133, 157. But the Liberals have also put significant support into Vancouver Island. I was there with Mark Carney himself visiting Victoria. He was there again last week. Victoria, Esquimalt, could go Liberal. And then we start talking about these seats right here, these NDP seats here in Vancouver, including the leader seat, Jagmeet Singh. Other longtime New Democrats, 164, 133. That is just with the NDP holding on to 9 seats. We haven't gone through Ontario or Manitoba. But that's just an exercise to show that even before we start talking about Liberal picking up Bloc seats or straight-on Conservative Liberal fights, you need 172 for a majority. And you can see the difficult challenge the Conservatives will have, given that they will benefit a little bit from the NDP collapse, but really the Liberals benefit more from the NDP collapse. And that is just to sort of to get our heads around one of the things we're looking for tonight. Now, of course, British Columbia doesn't close until 10 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock local time in BC. We will see some other NDP seats in Ontario, Winnipeg, Alberta, a little later on tonight, and we'll try to get a sense of whether the NDP support is holding or, in fact, collapsing to the benefit of one of the two other parties. Dawna.
And we'll also find out, David, I guess, how much BC matters this time around.
BC's going to matter. Believe me, BC's going to matter. I bet my bottom dollar.
There, up for grabs. So we'll see if how much tonight the Bloc and the NDP get squeezed out, and who benefits from that most, whether it's the Liberals or the Conservatives. David, thanks. We're going to come back to you repeatedly. I just want to point out on the bottom of your screen, you're starting to see some numbers populate there. Those are leading or elected numbers, 2 for the Conservatives, 1 for the Liberals, but it's very, very early on at this point, so that's just a bit of a snapshot. It's I wouldn't. Oh, that's my alarm going off.
The one that is red for the Liberals, that's Labrador. That would be the least surprising outcome. The Conservatives have won Labrador twice since Confederation. Confederation being 1949 for Newfoundland and Labrador.
And the other result, guys, just to let you know, is Terra Nova, the Peninsulas. That is a Liberal Party incumbency, but right now with one poll in, the Conservatives, that would be a steal should that hold. But there's just one poll in, Terra Nova, the Peninsulas.
Great. Thanks, guys. As we wait for more results to come in, let's go to Mercedes Stephenson and the political panel. Mercedes, what are you keeping an eye on early in the evening?
Thanks, Dawna. Well, obviously lots of excitement, as you said, the election of a lifetime, and we have a blue ribbon panel here of superstars who have a ton of political experience to break it all down for us. Seamus, I want to start with you. There's a projected potential Liberal victory if we believe the polls are correct tonight. How do you think this is going to play out?
We'll see. And I think it is, I agree with David. I think it's going to go all the way to British Columbia. And I know we usually say that in election broadcasts, but for real, it is going to go right to British Columbia. And I think that will determine what sort of government we're looking at. I'm very, very happy to report that as the token Newfoundlander and Labradorian here on this panel, and all the action seems to be happening right now in my province because at the time, I think that you'll see the Liberals hold 6 seats. It may be 7. We'll wait and see. Right now, Cliff Small holds the seat in central Newfoundland. He is the sole Conservative. I think that is going to be a very tight race. I was up there campaigning for Dr. Lynette Powell, who's the Liberal candidate there. She is an absolutely outstanding candidate. We will see.
What was the reaction like at the doors there?
She was known, first of all, so as a new candidate, you're always delighted when you knock on a door and they know who the candidate is. She's a doctor. People in rural communities know who their doctors are, and she's a champion for rural medicine generally, and for what more and more people need in rural areas in this country. In fact, if I could extrapolate a little, I think that what you're going to see in this country is, in the results tonight, is a division, I think, between rural and urban Canada. We've seen that. It's only become exacerbated in the years ahead. I think whoever forms the government, that is going to be a big responsibility on them right now.
Well, when you talk about that division, Lisa, one of the other ones we're hearing about the storylines of this campaign is the boomers versus the millennials, and that there are a lot of voters who are younger who were saying they were going to vote Conservative, but they turn up sometimes less consistently or reliably than older voters who were looking to Mark Carney. How do you think tonight is going to roll out? Do you agree with Seamus's analysis? Is this going to be a Liberal government, or do you think the Conservatives could still take it?
I'm not conceding yet, Mercedes. My gosh. I will tell you, though, that all four of us have put our little numbers down on a piece of paper to see who comes closest. So
when do we get to see those numbers?
We'll unveil that when you guys declare what's happening.
Look forward to it.
We'll see who's correct. So what am I expecting? I think we'll get a good signal as to what's happening when we see the rest of the Maritimes come in after Newfoundland and Labrador. And if the Conservatives have 10 or more, then it's a different ballgame. Because if they're staying around their 8 or 7, it looks like we could be heading to a Liberal government. But if they have picked up seats in Atlantic Canada, that will continue across the country. And it's a shame. It's great that you have a good candidate, but you're taking away a doctor in Newfoundland.
I wonder about that.
Shame on you.
How committed are you to public health?
We've done this with the Premier, as you know, and he's still committed to surgeries once a month.
And healthcare, a big issue, but one that didn't really mount in this election, Nathan, and a big thing for the NDP. You guys made a lot of changes, a lot of promises. There's a question about whether that's going to actually pay off for Jagmeet Singh, though, tonight, that this could be the end of his political career if people bleed those votes to the Liberals. How do you think the NDP is going to show up tonight?
Well, the issue of healthcare is always, almost always, a central issue in Canada. I would say particularly now, a lot of provinces struggling with the delivery of healthcare. Every Canadian's got a story or someone they know. The NDP did go all in on it, and especially having given their success in being able to work with the Liberals and get dental care forward, 9 million Canadians, as well as the pharmacare program. So in terms of effort and legacy and results, I think that's positive. Did it get trumped? Did it, and that's the last time, I'll make the Trump joke.
No, it's not.
Okay, you're probably right. It may well have. I mean, your introduction said it well, that there was a looming shadow, a massive, huge shadow over the election, and that contextualized things a lot. And politics is always a representation of timing and what's going on in the culture, and that's going on in our culture right now.
And that same shadow, Gilles, over Quebec. A lot of folks were expecting the BQ could form pre-Trump unofficial opposition, and we're in a very different position tonight.
But it is a very curious election. I mean, a short election, and the main actor is not a Canadian, neither a Québécois, it's Trump. So just imagine having an election in a country when the main actor is the president of another country. So there's been a lot of discussion about who's going to negotiate, represent Canada against Trump. But the other questions was not really debated during that campaign. It's not only to decide who will negotiate, but what will be negotiated.
What's on the table.
What's on the table? I negotiated a lot of years before being in politics, and it's always like that. You decide what's on the table and what is not on the table. And we didn't see much discussion about that.
That's true.
So, and the Bloc played on that. It'd be tough for them tonight, tougher than if Trump didn't intervene. Yeah. But we'll see. I think that they will have a respectful number of members, not much as they expected before Trump, but enough to have their word to say.
It's not an exaggeration, Mercedes. This is one of the most consequential elections in Canadian history. And I don't think that Donald Trump had a shadow over this election. I think he was physically within this election.
Absolutely.
Whether online or in
and we will have a lot more on that to come. We've got to throw it back to the desk. As you can see, Dawna, our panel is primed and ready to go.
All right. Thanks, you guys. We will love to hear from you. I'd love to see those little pieces of paper unfold at some point in the evening. Thanks for that tip, Lisa. Let's go to Mackenzie Gray, who is at Liberal headquarters in Ottawa. Mackenzie, what's it very early in the night there? You look like you're alone in the room.
Wow, there's a few people just below us here, Dawna, on the riser, but we're not expecting folks to actually be coming into the venue until about 9 o'clock. Organizers that we have talked to said they're expecting there to be about 750 people here at TD Place, which is a hockey rink where the Ottawa 67s and the OHL play, and the PWHL, the Ottawa Charge, play here, and the Ottawa Senators, when they first came in, started playing in this rink too. But there's also been lots of political history in this rink. Brian Mulroney, Pierre Trudeau, and Lester Pearson, all the way back in the 50s, all became the leader of their parties in this rink. Mark Carney is hoping to have a similar exciting night here. Hockey metaphors have been cast all over his campaign, using that, trying to say that he is the best person to take on Donald Trump. That, like in hockey, we will beat the Americans, referencing the Four Nations face-off. And that kind of excited, positive attitude has been with Carney in the last week of the campaign. I've been traveling with the Liberals during that period of time. And it's not just with Mr. Carney, it's also with his staff. They're feeling fairly confident tonight. Most of them don't want to put a projection on the table. One senior Liberal I did speak with thinks that they are in the 180 seat range. But others caution me, saying, look, there are really tight races in the Greater Toronto area. There are tight races in British Columbia that I know David Akin was talking about before. If those move even 1 or 2 points, that could change the calculus from not actually forming government to being in a minority to being in a majority situation. And Mr. Carney said only once in the campaign that he needed a majority government. He's really referenced the idea that he needs a strong mandate. If it gets a majority tonight, that's the code that he has been trying to put out to Canadians. We'll see if that'll be possible as the results start to roll in.
Hey, Mac, I think he is the only hockey goalie who's running as leader, right? Former hockey goalie.
I think so. I don't know what Pierre Poilievre played when he played. I know he played hockey. Jagmeet Singh likes MMA, so those are the sports that those two guys like. And I'm not sure what Monsieur Blanchette did back in the day. We'll have to ask him next time, but I know he is a big Habs fan. So hockey has played a role for all the different parties.
It sure has, and I don't think I saw anyone wearing a Winnipeg Jets jersey. Just saying. I mean, I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
No,
about that.
Dawna, Mr. Carney actually had one when he was in Vancouver. The president of the Liberal Party, Sacha Mara, who we'll talk to a little bit later, they both held one up too. So we can talk about the Carney curse when it comes to playoffs a little later, but we'll pass things along now. We got a lot of time tonight.
Yeah, we do. Thanks, Mac. Appreciate that. All right, let's go to Turia Isri, who is at Conservative headquarters in Ottawa.
People have just started trickling in here. There's very high expectations. You know, the Conservatives have really been hammering home that message to bring change, to not let there be a fourth Liberal victory. Ultimately, it'll be up to the voters to decide. But let's bring in Ben Mulroney, the host of the Ben Mulroney Show on Chorus Radio. Hi. So you spoke to Mr. Poilievre today. What did he have to say?
Well, I asked him what his takeaway from the campaign was, and he said that people want change. The only question tonight is, will that change be in the form of a Conservative government, or have Canadians seen enough of Mark Carney to say that's the change that they want to see in the Liberal Party? We'll have to wait and see.
I mean, I was following the Conservatives this last week. It was a jam-packed schedule. I mean, what was Mr. Poilievre's energy like?
Well, he's tired. I know we've been discussing that this is a short campaign, but when they go on a campaign, they will jam as much as they can into a day, whether it be a 35-day campaign or a 45-day campaign. So he, as I'm sure every candidate is exhausted right now. But he expressed that those people who want him to win actually feel like they need him to win, and there's pressure, I think, on someone like Pierre Poilievre to deliver for those people.
Yeah, I mean, the polls don't seem to be in his favor. Did you get a sense of that at all when you were speaking to him?
No, we talked about the people showing up at his rallies, the enthusiasm, and that disconnect that some people are feeling between what they see on the ground and what's being reflected in the polls. Tonight is the true test, though. The polls are an extrapolation of public will. Tonight is the demonstration of public will.
What do you think of the campaign that he ran? I mean, there had been some criticism that perhaps there wasn't enough pivoting to focus on the trade war, but I mean, what's your assessment of how he did?
Well, I tell you, my assessment will change depending on who wins tonight. If the Liberals win, there's going to be a lot of soul searching on the Tory side of the fence. If they win, I mean, winning solves a lot of problems. That's one thing I learned from my dad. You win, and a lot of the people who were not on your side all of a sudden fall in line. So, the political epitaph hasn't been written yet.
Well, we'll leave it there. We'll see what is written at the end of the night, but I'll send it back to you, Dawna.
All right. Thanks so much. That's Turia Isri at Conservative Party headquarters. We just bring you up to speed on what you're looking at on your screen. Polls will close across Atlantic Canada in 2 minutes and 20 seconds, a countdown clock up there. But right now it's Newfoundland and Labrador that has closed. So those numbers that you're seeing, Liberals leading or elected in 3 and Conservatives leading or elected in 2 ridings. Still very early on, though. In the meantime, let's head right across the country to Burnaby, British Columbia. That's where Neetu Garcha is at NDP headquarters tonight. Neetu.
Hi, Dawna. Yeah, that's right. We're at NDP headquarters here in Burnaby, BC, at a hotel where Jagmeet Singh is watching the results come down, I'm told, with his mother, his father, his wife Gurkiran, and their 2 daughters in what is the 3rd consecutive election for Jagmeet Singh as NDP leader. But this campaign really hasn't gone the NDP's way. Despite a strong ground game and a renewed push here in BC, it seems that the NDP is fighting for its political life. Singh denies that the party and his own seat in the newly drawn riding of Burnaby Centre are in danger, but political experts say that this is an existential moment for the party, saying it seems that there has been a collapse of NDP support right across the country, to the point where even reliable NDP ridings have become vulnerable. The U.S. president's threats to Canada have not only defined much of this election, but they also seem to have divided the electorate, with some traditional progressive voters moving to the Liberal camp in order to prevent a Conservative win. Now, the NDP campaign tells us tonight in the latter part of the campaign, when Liberal leader Mark Carney started to gain some momentum in the polls, they heard that voters said they did feel more safe to vote for the NDP. And that's why in the final days of his campaign, Jagmeet Singh really focused his message on this because of you message, putting the power back in the voters' hands, saying that it is because of them that the NDP was able to fight for things like pharmacare and dental care and hold the Liberals to account this last term, and reinforcing that they have the ability to do that again. But Dawna, if that polling does pan out and the NDP fails to elect 12 MPs, the minimum required to form official party status in this country, well, then this may very well be the final election for Jagmeet Singh as party leader. Dawna?
Yeah, that's certainly one of the storylines we're going to watch unfold tonight. Neetu, I wanted to ask you, you covered the terrible situation, the tragedy that happened there when on Saturday night at that Filipino cultural event when a man in a van drove straight into the crowd. Such an unbelievable tragedy for that community. And I know that Jagmeet Singh had been campaigning there just 5 minutes before.
That's right. I was one of the accredited media members covering that campaign stop with Jagmeet Singh's team. He had been in a crowd of hundreds of people, families, a lot of young people in the field of John Oliver Secondary School in Vancouver, dancing. It was a music festival-like lively atmosphere. Jagmeet Singh got on the stage, made some remarks right at the tail end of the event before he and other media members got on their bus to head to the next campaign stop. That was around 8:10 p.m. Police later told us that this horrific incident where somebody drove a black SUV into a crowd of people on the street right beside that field. It was lined with food trucks and people. Happened just about 5 minutes or less after the campaign bus drove away. And on a personal note, my vehicle was parked right in that intersection where that happened. So it's stunning to think of what transpired just about 4 minutes after we left. And as you highlighted off the top of the show, that really changed the mood and the schedule for a lot of the candidates, including Jagmeet Singh, in this election in the moments that followed that.
It certainly did on the last day of the campaign. Neetu Garcha, thank you. We will come back to you throughout the evening. I appreciate that. All right, let's go to Quebec now. Mike Armstrong is at the headquarters of the Bloc Québécois in Montreal.
Hi, Dawna. Yeah, we're in a theater sort of east end of Montreal, a very small venue, actually, only about 4 meters between the media riser and the stage. Could that be a sign of that this is going to be a small party tonight? It could be. The Bloc Québécois went into this election with 33 seats. They won 32 in the last election. They also won one in a by-election last year. But from day one of this campaign, there were predictions that things could be tough in this election, possibly even devastating. Some of the early projections had them going as far as low as 4 seats. That doesn't appear to be the case. They might lose some, but certainly not the red wave that was predicted early on. That did happen, by the way, in 2011. They went down to 4 seats. That was a painful election. The party had to be really rebuilt after that. The problem really hasn't been the campaign that was run. Things actually have been strong. It was really those external dynamics and Donald Trump and the shadow that he cast on this campaign. The ballot question kind of left Yves-Francois Blanchet, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, off the ballot in a way. The battle between the other parties was who could make the best prime minister to go up against Donald Trump, to defend people against Donald Trump. Well, because Blanchet was never going to be the prime minister, he was left out of that. And that's really been the problem he had getting traction in this campaign. Dawna?
Right, we're just looking at some pictures there. I believe those are pictures of Yves-Francois tonight watching the results come in. So he will find out his and his party's future in not too long from now. All right.
He's watching with interest, even though it's not his province.
Yes.
Or his MPs.
True. Well, polls have now closed all across Atlantic Canada, though. Quebec still to come, and the rest of the country, of course, still to come. But you can see some results on your screen there. On the bottom of the screen, the Conservatives leading or elected in 3 ridings, the Liberals leading or elected in 2. Still lots of ballots to count. So we'll keep watching it. We're back with live coverage in a moment. Okay, welcome back to Decision Canada. I'm Dawna Friesen. This is Eric Sorensen. We're going to take a look as we watch the ballots be counted, the numbers come in, at how things have changed through the course of the last 6 months, really how support has shifted. The Conservatives started high and sank, and the Liberals did the opposite. I think we've got a board we're going to look at. Bit of a timeline here from September of 2024 to April of 2025. The red line is the Liberals, the blue line is the Conservatives, the orange, the NDP.
And it is, I think, one of the most remarkable lines we've seen in a pre-election period, at least in our lifetimes. The Liberals were 20 points down. They were out of it. Then the Donald Trump message came in, and everything changed for the Liberals. The Conservatives came down. But it's also important to look at the very end there. In late April, the Conservatives were closing the gap on the Liberals, and the question is, how does that play out all the way to Election Day?
Yeah, now those red and blue lines are almost meeting there. Okay, David Akin is looking at some results now that polls have closed across Atlantic Canada. David.
Yeah, and what we want to do is maybe focus a little more in on some of the more results we have now from Newfoundland and Labrador, where polls have been closed for a little bit longer. Here's the map of Atlantic Canada right now. Red is Liberal, blue is Conservative. There's no New Democrats in Atlantic Canada, just this is blue on red. And, you know, I listened to that comment that Lisa Raitt made with Mercedes Stephenson about, you know, if the Conservatives can come out of Atlantic Canada, you know, 10 or more, then watch out. Maybe something's up. And right now, even though it's early, I want to highlight a couple of things. Long Range Mountains. This was a Liberal incumbent riding. Goody Hutchins was the Liberal incumbent, but she's not running. In fact, of the 7 ridings in Newfoundland and Labrador, all but one of the incumbents is out. Seamus O'Regan was one of those who decided to move on. Right now, Carol Anstey, running for the second time in this riding, has 834 votes to Don Bradshaw, former NTV broadcaster, at 497. That is 15 polls reporting. That's starting to take some shape here in Long Range Mountains. It's been a long time since a Conservative won in Western Newfoundland. We'll keep an eye on that. Then, new riding boundaries for Terra Nova, the Peninsula's. Churence Rogers was the incumbent, but he too, the Liberal, decided to retire. Jonathan Rowe right now has 691 votes for the Conservatives. Anthony Germain, the CBC broadcaster, we have an NTV broadcaster and a former CBC broadcaster, 626 votes. That's only a 65 vote lead, but I'm just saying we have, in this case, 10 polls in. So we'll keep an eye on potential change. Conservative pickups in Newfoundland and Labrador? Maybe. Again, it's early, but that's several hundred votes. Elsewhere, in PEI, there's 4 seats. They're all Liberal. Right now, there's only one reporting there, and that is Cape Breton as well. So that's what the Atlantic Canada map looks like right now. But we're keeping an eye on something developing, perhaps, on both coasts of the island of Newfoundland. Guys.
Okay, David, thanks for that. Eric, we've talked a lot about what happens in Atlantic Canada. We begin to see shades of what might happen across the country.
Yeah.
You're looking at popular vote there.
Well, we want to look at the popular vote for Newfoundland and Labrador right off the bat, because that's the part of the country where some votes have been counting now for better part of the last half hour. And I think it's kind of interesting to see what we have here with the Liberals and the Conservatives, because normally in Newfoundland and Labrador, the Liberals would have a 15-point lead. Now, this is still very early on, but we've got about 6,000 votes counted already. And, you know, that map that David was showing with blue across 3 different ridings in Newfoundland, you wouldn't expect to see that. Again, it's early, but the fact that the popular vote right now favors the Conservatives by about 6 points, Dawna, that's not what you would expect to see, because normally in Newfoundland and Labrador, the Liberals hold court. They have won, as I said, every election in Newfoundland and Labrador federally, all but 3 since 1949. So that would tell us a lot if suddenly Conservatives were winning more than, say, 1 riding in Newfoundland.
Okay, we'll continue to watch that. Right now, we have the Liberals leading or elected in 6, and the Conservatives leading or elected in 3. With me now is Peter MacKay, former Conservative MP and Cabinet Minister from Nova Scotia, who served under Stephen Harper. Thank you so much for taking time with us. Appreciate it.
My pleasure, Donna. Nice to be with you and Eric.
You appeared at a Pierre Poilievre campaign event along with your father. I saw pictures of that. Do you think the Conservatives can win enough seats tonight to make Pierre Poilievre Prime Minister?
Well, it's the same. As Eric just pointed out, we're seeing some early signs of things that weren't necessarily picked up in the polls. The other thing that you mentioned in your analysis, but it's playing out on the ground, is the collapse of the NDP. And so this is going to have consequences right across the country. But here in Atlantic Canada, what I can tell you, having talked to a lot of voters on the doorsteps and at various gatherings, including the rally, is that Conservatives have worked very hard. They've tried to keep the focus on the affordability crisis, the issues around criminality, the issues around how Canada rebuilds its military. There's no doubt that the Trump factor has been huge, as was the departure of Mr. Trudeau. But this campaign is really a ground game, and the Conservatives have mobilized their support. We saw a lot of people turn out for the advance polls, and of course a very concerted effort by Mr. Carney and the Liberal Party to shed their record, that is to back away from the last 10 years and from Mr. Trudeau himself, kind of like a cat on a linoleum floor. They're very much scrambling to get away from that.
Peter, can I just interrupt you for a sec? For people who aren't intimately connected to the political machines, what do you mean by ground game?
So what I mean by ground game, Donna, is that they've been able to get a lot of their volunteers out, and volunteers are sometimes hard to motivate these days, not just for politics, but for all kinds of organizations, minor hockey associations and others. But we have seen a very strong ground game here in Atlantic Canada. I've been in ridings in 3 of the 4 Atlantic provinces. And I was impressed by the turnout of young people, of party stalwarts, but people out knocking on doors, doing the type of things that motivates people to go out and cast that ballot.
Get out and cast that ballot.
It would be a factor.
Okay. There's been some criticism, from a number of people, including the guy who ran Ontario Premier Doug Ford's campaign, that when Mark Carney took over from Justin Trudeau after the U.S. president started those threats and imposed tariffs, that the Conservative campaign failed to pivot, that Pierre Poilievre wasn't really listening, that the party was still running against Justin Trudeau. Do you share that criticism?
I actually think that Pierre Poilievre has kept the focus on the issues that matter to Canadians. There's no denying that that Mr. Trump has inserted himself even today. But what I've heard is people concerned about the ability to buy a home, certainly the cost of everything that has gone up, safety concerns in their communities as well as nationally. And so those are the issues, I believe, that are tantamount to the change that people are looking for. I know everyone wants to keep shifting back to Mr. Trump, but Mr. Trump didn't create the economic problems that Canada is facing right now. The 10 years of Liberal government are what they have to answer for. So to me, those are the issues that I think are front and center in this campaign.
Something curious happened during this campaign in that Pierre Poilievre did not get endorsed by the 2, you could argue, most successful provincial Conservatives in the country, Tim Houston in Nova Scotia and Doug Ford in Ontario. Does that suggest
let me put that rumor to rest. Okay. That's not actually true. I was out campaigning yesterday with Tim Houston's wife and our local candidate, Bryson Jenkins. So that is a myth. There are members of the provincial party from Nova Scotia working on the national team. I've spoken to Premier Houston. He is voting Conservative, let there be no doubt. I can't speak for Mr. Ford, but what I can tell you is that the parties here work closely together. We have a member of the Houston government running as a candidate in Cape Breton, and that is Alan McMaster. So I think there's been a little bit of spin around that issue. It's not true.
I guess he wasn't out front and center, and Tim Houston put his own ad out that looked like a lot of people are thinking maybe he wants to replace Pierre Poilievre if Poilievre doesn't do so well tonight.
Well, again, that's spin. What he put an ad out was promoting Nova Scotia in the face of tariffs.
Okay.
And what he has been really focused on, I can tell you, is building up Nova Scotia's immunity, if there is such a thing, for what may come. And so that rift story is always a good one. It's always one that circulates at election time. But the Conservative Party is very united. I am concerned about the unity of our country in what may happen after this election, and particularly the anger that exists in Alberta over pipelines. That's an issue that has not received the amount of attention that it should. I think Mr. Carney's been quite elusive on that subject. But building a national energy corridor, getting liquefied natural gas into a world market is really one of the lifelines that we need in this country right now.
All right. Peter MacKay, thanks for taking time with us. We'll see what unfolds in Atlantic Canada. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Donna. Always a pleasure. And hello to Eric again. Great to see him there tonight.
Peter, it's good to see you. Say that from across the studio.
All right, thanks. Eric, you have another interesting tool that will help us understand results as they come in. It's a swing meter, which parties are gaining and which are losing.
Yeah, that's what we want to talk about here. Donna, the main seat totals on the bottom of the screen tells us who's ahead and who's behind. They do not tell us who's doing better or worse. For example, right now it is, if I look over the scoreboard, it's the Liberals 11 and the Conservatives 3. But the question is, who's gaining from whom and who's losing to whom, and what is needed to win, which is the big question. Voila, the swing meters. But first, we start with the previous results transposing all the votes cast in 2021 and in every by-election since over all the new ridings in the country. And here are the transposed estimates from 338 to what we have now, 343 seats. The Liberals 154, the Conservatives 128, the BQ 35, the NDP 24, the Green 2. It's not that different from the numbers at dissolution in the old ridings. The Conservatives are up just a bit from by-elections and boundary changes, but the numbers otherwise are about the same. The Liberals at 154, you can do the math, they are 26 ahead of the Conservatives. So the Conservatives need a net gain of 27 to overtake the Liberals. That's Conservative gains coupled with Liberal losses to total 27. That's their magic number. Remember, Darrell Sittler, 27, and potentially form government. So how are they doing so far? Well, let's check the swing meter. And what we're seeing right now is that the Conservatives are gaining 2. They're losing in 1 and gaining 2. So they have a total. They're up 1 for the moment. And you'll see it here. They will go up the swing meter here and down the swing meter depending on the gains and losses. But they are gaining 1 for the moment to try to get to government at 27. That would be what their number is. Now, when it comes to the Liberals, we're asking this question at the outset. What is their magic number to get to a majority? From 154, the new majority threshold is 172, and so they need a net gain then of 18 pickups, Dawna. And tonight, as we kind of look at the swing meter for them, they're gaining nothing so far. They've lost 2. Their total is at -2. That's not getting them to the plus 18 that they need. For the moment, they just want to make sure that minus and the Conservatives' plus numbers don't add up to 27 for the Conservatives, because if that happens, it means the Conservatives are challenging to form government, and the Liberals, if that's the case, will not be challenging to form a majority government.
Okay.
Boom.
Boom. Bang. Let's go to Mercedes Stephenson, who is with Independent Senator Pamela Wallin. Mercedes.
Thanks so much, Dawna. I'm sitting here, as you just mentioned, with Senator Pamela Wallin, of course, a broadcaster for many years in this country, covered many elections in your own right, now a senator. As you look at tonight, what are the storylines that you expect to see standing out to you and how this goes?
Well, I think the fault lines are always an important story: gender, geography, and of course this time quite dramatically generational. We're seeing the age differences, and I may also put in that category new Canadians and old Canadians as well. So there are an awful lot of fault lines that aren't, the traditional, typical ones. Suburban, we have to add into the mix of urban and rural, because that's now such a powerful force. So I think we're going to see some different outcomes than even the pollsters might have predicted because of that. Obviously, we have two worldviews, one that believes that government can, to quote Mr. Carney, catalyze the activity we need, and the Mr. Poilievre, who wants to see less government standing in the way of business doing its work. So that's kind of another worldview fault line too. And of course the big issue is your panel, and everybody has mentioned tonight Mr. Provocateur, the President of the United States, which in turn has provoked some very heated rhetoric here from Mr. Carney. They want to break us and own us, and that has struck fear into the heart of the boomers, less so for the millennials, because they're worried about those affordability issues. So you see how he's played into the domestic issues that are here. And I think we have to remember about the United States, and this casts our mind back to 9/11, where the ambassador from the U.S. of the day said, security always trumps trade. And we have focused a lot of the discussion, and President Trump's interventions have been on the trade issue. But he also held up a mirror to us about what we need to do for our own sake. And that does revolve around the border and security issues.
Well, when you say that, I think it's interesting, because I personally expected there to be a lot more about the border and national defense in the election.
Yeah.
And there hasn't been. And in fact, the Conservatives want to spend $1 billion less than the Liberals.
Yeah.
No clear plans. No one's trying to accelerate defense spending to before 2030. Why do you think that is, when it was such a big deal going into the election, and then Trump stayed, but all those issues evaporated.
Well, and it is a key issue. It will be a key issue. I mean, I think it's easier for people to focus on the trade issue because he talks about it every day, because the tariff issue is there. But implicit in what he said at the beginning and what he says repeatedly, it's about security, folks. So it's about your contributions to NATO. It's about what you're doing on the border and whether you're, keeping the bad guys out or letting them run across borders. So these things are going to emerge. It's a little bit, as we heard from Peter MacKay and others, that the energy issue, the climate issue, which is very core to Mr. Carney's view of the world, has not really been discussed in this campaign. So there are a lot of issues there that we are going to have to wrestle with when the votes are counted tonight.
How do you evaluate Pierre Poilievre's performance in this election compared to Mark Carney's?
Well, I think that they have both had a little bit of on offer the hope and fear that former premier in my province, Brad Wall, talks about. I think that, those issues, they've each taken a different take on that. Carney has improved over the course of the campaign in terms of his ability to campaign. He was a novice to this, but certainly not a novice to the world of public interaction and being on an international stage. And I think Mr. Poilievre, did suffer from having to change on a dime the strategy when the person you thought for 2 years you were going to fight against disappears. But I think they were both in an important way true to who they were. There were a lot of accusations against Mr. Poilievre for, not being able to change enough. He is who he is, and I think he tried to stay true to that. And I think Mr. Carney has learned a lot in the process of this campaign.
Senator Pamela Wallin will be back for more of your analysis later tonight. Thank you for joining us.
It's great to be here. Gotta love election night.
Absolutely, Dawna. Everyone excited. We'll see what the outcome is.
All right. Thanks, you two. Appreciate it. You can see at the bottom of your screen there some leading or elected numbers. They've ticked up for the Liberals. Liberals leading or elected in 13 now, the Conservatives in 3. These are results from Atlantic Canada. David Akin is taking a closer look at what's happening there. David.
Yeah, and I want to follow through on Eric Sorensen's really cool new tool, that swingometer. I love that thing. That 13-3 might seem impressive if you're a Liberal, but it isn't. Taking a look behind me, you've got a lot of red here. That red is Liberal ridings that were Liberal at the beginning of the day, and right now Liberals are leading in those ridings. We got a funny little color right here. Why? I'll tell you why. It's a tie game. It's 11 votes to 11 votes. You don't really get that. Not a lot of votes in. Rick Perkins is the incumbent in South Shore St. Margaret's, and Jessica Fancy Landry is a Liberal, and there's one vote for an independent. So we have that. So Liberal up there, Liberal in northern New Brunswick, Liberal on PEI, Liberal in Central Nova, and going up to Cape Breton. That is, nothing's changed. I come back again. I want to check in again on those 2 Newfoundland and Labrador ridings that were Liberal to start the night, but right now Conservatives are leading, and we have a significant amount of polls in. Let's check in on Long Range Mountains one more time. Long Range Mountains, Carol Anstey has 54% of the vote. She's got more than 2,700 votes. Looking up here, I've got 51 polls reporting out of 253. So there's quite a few votes in already, and right now the Conservatives have a significant lead over the Liberals in Long Range Mountains. Western Newfoundland, that's Corner Brook. Now, coming over to the other side, Terra Nova, the Peninsulas, Jonathan Rowe, the Conservative, is leading in a riding that the Liberals did hold when the night started over Anthony Germain, the broadcaster. 70 polls reporting of 270. So there's a lot of votes on the board already, and we'll see how this goes. But right now, the Conservatives, I think, and now we've got 4 for the Conservatives. That's just coming in what we used to call New Brunswick Southwest, now St. John, St. Croix, which is John Williamson is the incumbent. Karen Ludwig did win in 2015 for the Liberals and beat John Williamson. She's back for a rematch. But right now, 52-17, St. John, St. Croix. That wouldn't be a change. That would be Conservatives holding. 14-4 is the score at the bottom. By and large, not a lot of change except in Newfoundland, Labrador. And again, coming back to Lisa Rait's comments, if the Conservatives can steal 2 in Newfoundland and Labrador, that would be a big, that would give them a lift as we start to get into some very competitive races in Quebec, Ontario, and so on. So back to you guys.
Even when Stephen Harper won his majority, the Conservatives won only one riding in Newfoundland and Labrador. I mean, to win 3 would be really remarkable. So we'll see how that goes.
Okay, we'll keep watching that. For now, with me is David Frum, a Canadian-American political commentator and a staff writer at The Atlantic. David, you have a foot in both countries, so you have two perspectives. Mark Carney has called this the most consequential election in our lifetimes because of the threat from Donald Trump. Do you think that's accurate or hyperbole?
I'd put it as the most consequential since 1988, but maybe my lifetime has been longer than other people's. 1988 was the election where Canadians voted on the U.S.-Canada Free Trade Agreement, which bound Canada more closely to the United States. The Americans, and that was a decision that went in favor of close relations and redounded well to Canada's benefit. It's made Canada richer and more dynamic. The Americans have now torn up that agreement, broken faith on the U.S.-Canada agreement, the NAFTA agreement that followed it, the U.S.-Canada and Mexico agreement that followed that. And so Canadians trying to hold on to this vision of North American free trade are now challenged by a United States that has turned its back on its own idea.
So do you think that, as Mark Carney says, the U.S. is no longer a reliable partner to Canada?
It's no longer a reliable partner to anyone. It's not just a Canadian problem. But the decision that Canadians have to make, and the danger of some of the decisions that are being faced this night, is that because the Americans have lost faith in the idea of free trade, free markets, private enterprise, that doesn't make it right, and that doesn't encourage Canadians to do the same. And Canada has to find a way to hold on to things that are true, that private enterprise works, that markets work, that trade works, and not make it an issue so much about the U.S.-Canada bilateral relationship, but make it about the inherent power of these ideas. Canada will need to trade in freedom with whoever will trade in freedom with Canada.
Does it actually, this is maybe a stupid question, does it matter who the Prime Minister is in Canada when you're dealing with someone like Donald Trump? If he's after our resources, if he's after the Arctic, is a new Prime Minister going to make any difference to his mission?
Why would you disparage your question? That's a very powerful question. And personalities matter a lot in history, but they often matter in surprising ways. And Donald Trump has behaved in surprising ways. That we had an interview with him just today in The Atlantic, where he made clear he knew he was hurting the Conservatives. And you might think he's more pro-conservative than pro-liberal, or maybe, but you might think that. But he knows he's done terrible damage to the Conservative Party candidate.
In Canada.
And he seems to take pleasure in it.
Like he's talking about.
He seems to take pleasure. He said today, the Canadians dislike me so much, and they cost the Conservatives 25 points. And he took pleasure in that. And it's kind of hard to figure out why would that make him happy, but it seems to make him happy.
Is that a sort of implied endorsement of Mark Carney?
I think look, he likes pain, he likes trouble, he likes mischief. He doesn't like any other human being on this planet other than himself. He doesn't like his wife. He doesn't like his children. I can't believe he likes Mark Carney or Pierre Poilievre either. But he seems to like the chaos he's capable of breeding and the damage he's capable of doing to a fellow democracy that is a neighbor and was a close friend.
So as you watch the campaign unfold, who do you think is best suited to take Canada through the uncertainty of the next 4 years and build these new relationships beyond the U.S.?
I don't think it's a question of personalities. I think it's a question of policies. That Canada needs to not let the United States push it into doing things that are harmful. Don't pile up barriers to trade for yourself just because your neighbor is doing that stupid thing. Don't turn your back on the world. Don't let the government direct where capital goes. Don't tell savers they must spend more of their savings inside Canada, which is only 2% of world capital markets, and turn their back on the rest of the world. Whatever the Americans do, Canada must be bound to free trade, free markets with the rest of the world.
All right. David Frum, thank you so much for taking time with us.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
He's so right about Donald Trump, and he likes to stir things up. Mm-hmm. And if he's seeing that he's having some kind of impact on the campaign here, that'll just tickle him.
He knew that he was having an impact.
Yeah.
And he takes, according to David, took pleasure in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we're back with live coverage of Decision Canada in a moment. right, welcome back to our Decision Canada coverage. I'm Dawna Friesen.
I'm Eric Sorensen.
Good to have you here. We're going to take a look at some results you can see on the bottom of your screen there. These are from Atlantic Canada. Oh, we've got a popular vote, and at the bottom, Liberals leading or elected in 16, Conservatives in 7. And Eric, look at that popular vote, almost tied.
More telling, both in the, I think in the popular vote first, which is that the Liberals and Conservatives are very close. Normally at this time of night on an election in Atlantic Canada, you would expect the Liberals to have a bigger lead. That 16-7 is a little misleading because right now the Conservatives are having a pretty good night.
And I want to draw your attention, guys, to the NDP vote. Even though it says popular vote Canada, it's really popular vote Atlantic Canada right now because that's all we have. The NDP in the last election in Atlantic Canada got 9%, and their popular vote right now 4.6, right? One of the storylines, collapse of the NDP, but not benefiting the Liberals here. Maybe the Conservatives benefiting from it.
Well, and another sort of point of reference here is all the pre-election polls showed that Atlantic Canada in the overall had the Liberals in front by about 20 points.
Yeah, absolutely.
They should be running away with some of these ridings, not just the ones they would win. Right now, it's not happening. You know, as you're pointing out in the map, David, these are all ridings that the Conservatives won in 2021, so they're holding those. They're for the moment. They're even picking up 2 in Newfoundland and Labrador, and that is remarkable. That is the most remarkable thing we're seeing so far.
Still some ridings not reporting. For instance, we don't have, St. John has not reported. Nothing from Fredericton. So, I mean, there's still a lot. The numbers are going to definitely change. And we do have one riding which was Conservative at the beginning of the night, which is now where the Liberal is leading, and not by much. I'll just pop that up. That's Acadie Annapolis. Chris D'Entremont is behind by 3 votes to the Liberal Ronnie Lamont. But again, that's just very early, 4 polls in, and we have to put it into the Liberal column right now. But yes, elsewhere, things are sort of unfolding. Now we have broken that tie in South Shore St. Margaret's, and Rick Perkins now has a 2-vote lead. Where's my hand so you can see it there? 2-vote lead on the Liberal. So it really kind of feels a bit slow, the results coming in. I don't know, maybe I'm just used to, I'm so eager to get more on the board. We still have nothing from Halifax. As I mentioned, nothing from Fredericton, nothing from St. John. We do have something from Central Nova. Central Nova, that's where Sean Fraser was one of those Trudeau cabinet ministers who quit and then said, I'm not running again. And then some guy, say Mark Carney, came along, and Sean Fraser went, oh, maybe I will run for that guy, Mark Carney. So he's up in Central Nova again, and he's got a 24-vote lead over Bryson Jenkins. I think we heard Peter MacKay talk. This is Peter MacKay's old riding, and I think we heard Peter talk about campaigning for Bryson Jenkins. So that's what's going on in Central Nova. But essentially everywhere else in Atlantic Canada, I'll just try and pull that up to get the overall picture. Again, blue in Western Newfoundland. That might be a pickup that just popped up in Tobique-Mataquac. Well, 8 votes to 7 votes. I don't think we're going to talk pickup yet, but that's a Conservative riding. Richard Bragdon is the incumbent there. But otherwise, Atlantic Canada, by and large, except for Newfoundland Labrador, things are unfolding pretty much as they should, but still some major centres not reporting, and that certainly will affect the popular vote and overall vote.
That Sean Fraser coming back, that might be just enough to make a difference in that riding of Central Nova.
The numbers now just changing a little bit on the bottom of your screen there. Liberals leading or elected in 16, Conservatives leading or elected in 8. Our Heidi Petrachik is in Pictou, Nova Scotia, in the riding of Central Nova. Heidi.
Well, Dawna, it's interesting to hear you talk about Central Nova and to hear David kind of drill down into the results here. Sean Fraser, who is the Liberal incumbent here, who came back after that call from Mark Carney, is watching results at home, and I'm told he will come here once those results, are more solidified. And I do know that there is a bagpiper on standby here in true Nova Scotia, New Glasgow fashion, perhaps to pipe Sean Fraser in, maybe depending on whatever that result is. This is an interesting riding because Sean Fraser has held it for the Liberals for quite some time, since 2015. The thing is, though, this is historic Tory country, progressive Conservative country, dating back to Brian Mulroney. This is the riding he ran in. Also, Elmer MacKay. You spoke to Peter MacKay. Well, Peter MacKay's father ran here and held the seat for years, as did Peter MacKay. So you have an interesting dynamic here. And I think when Pierre Poilievre came to this area, he came to Trenton, Nova Scotia, and held a big rally last week. It was really to try to draw from the progressive Conservative vote. And Peter MacKay, as you had mentioned in your interview with him, made an appearance at that rally. Now, PC Premier Tim Houston did not. As Peter MacKay mentioned, his wife has been on the campaign trail with the Conservative candidate here, Bryson Jenkins, who's a new political face, hasn't been in politics before. He's a real estate agent around these parts, but he's also worked in the Alberta oil patch. He's well known around here. And on Friday, Tim Houston did say that he cast his ballot for Bryson. So Tim Houston's support does go that far along party lines in that regard at the very least, despite that video coming out in the end. So they're decorated for a party here at the watch party. Things haven't really, pumped up in terms of excitement yet. We are waiting to see more numbers come in as we do. But Central Nova, it's interesting, things are actually closer than perhaps polls would have suggested at this point. And what happens now is we just wait for those ballot counts to continue and see what happens when Mr. Fraser makes an appearance here at the Glasgow Theatre. So it will be interesting to see, a very interesting riding, and it will be interesting to see if Pierre Poilievre's appearance here really managed to pull out more votes for Bryson Jenkins, Dawna.
Yeah. All right, Heidi Petracek, thanks. Watching that riding closely, the Liberals
49 to 48 for Sean Fraser, that they cannot breathe easily right now. He was talking about, she was talking about Peter MacKay. His dad, this riding was so conservative that Peter's dad, Elmer, could give up the riding temporarily so that Brian Mulroney would have a safe Conservative riding to get into Parliament. This would be 42 years ago. That's how conservative this part of Nova Scotia was back in those days.
And it was Sean Fraser who flipped it to the Liberals, I think, in 2015.
And has been holding it pretty steadily. Yeah. It's looking a little more precarious tonight.
Yeah, we'll find out if they cue the bagpipes over there. All right, let's go to Mackenzie Gray at the Liberal headquarters in Ottawa. Mackenzie.
Hi, Dawna. We're here with Sachin Mehra, the president of the Liberal Party. Sachin, thanks for joining us. What do you make of the early results tonight in Atlantic Canada?
First of all, Mackenzie, it's great to be here. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. The polls are early. They're still coming in right now. We know that we've got candidates and teams working hard to make sure they get out the vote. They've been going from very early on this morning. And just for a moment on that, a huge thank you to all our volunteers from coast to coast to coast, our candidates that have been working so very, very hard, and our leader, who's been amazing, coast to coast to coast, talking to Canadians and really listening with them and their messages.
It's early tonight with these results, but we saw in advance voting that there were over 7 million Canadians who voted. When you match up the names of the people who voted there with what you guys have internally, how do you feel how the advance voting period went?
Well, first of all, no election is won or lost till that last vote is counted, and I think that's very, very important. We're seeing the numbers coming in right now, but we're going to see as they come in throughout the country. It was important and good to see a huge number in an advance vote, and I think that really speaks to the moment where our leader has really risen up to and the concern that Canadians have. We've heard it at the door. We are seeing it with the long lines to polls today. It's going to be good to see across the country as the numbers come out.
Obviously, for the Liberal Party, it's been a very busy few months. You had the leadership race, Mr. Trudeau resigning. From your perspective, what do you think some of the key differences are between Mr. Trudeau and Mr. Carney?
So I think every leader creates his or her own space. And in the case of our leader this time, he's really risen to the moment where the democracy of Canada, the freedoms that we want to have in this country are really up for question. And he's worked hard at that, listening to Canadians, traveling across the country, and really delivering a message that is about unity and working together and making sure that we get to the other side stronger than ever.
Care to make a prediction on how it's going to go tonight?
No predictions, just working hard and getting to the other side with all of Canada. Canada strong.
Sasha, appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, Mackenzie.
Back to you, Dawna.
Nice try there, Mackenzie. Thanks very much. All right, let's take a look at some of the results. These are some of the first elected MPs in Newfoundland and Labrador. Let's have a look at... There we are in central Newfoundland.
Wow.
That's the incumbent.
I mean, that's the incumbent winning it, and you'd say, well, why wouldn't you expect that? But look at the spread.
One
and
by
remember,
one.
this is Newfoundland, and the polling was suggesting that the Liberals should be doing well here. At the moment, the Conservatives and Liberals, with about 55,000 votes cast across the province, are running even. Liberals would normally win by 15 points or more across the province.
This is Labrador. The Liberals, a healthy lead there.
Philip Earle, that would be no surprise. So they are holding Labrador. It's a smaller number of voters in that jurisdiction, and it's not very often that the Conservatives win there twice in the history of Labrador.
We projected that will go to the Liberals. Do we have anyone else we're looking at in Cape Spear?
Ah.
Liberal
So this is a hold for the Liberals with the new MP, Tom Osborne, who came into the race in March, as well as some of the other candidates who came in for the Liberals late, an MHA for about 28 years. For the moment, he is going to win, it looks like, as you've said. Still a couple of question marks for the Liberals in Newfoundland and Labrador. And look at the scoreboard. It's 13-13. And as Lisa Raitt was saying earlier, if the Conservatives can get up to even 10, because they're normally getting around 8 in Atlantic Canada, they often lose by 3-1 in the total seat numbers in Atlantic Canada. Right now, it's 13-13. This is a real developing story right now.
All right. I want to find out what our political panel thinks about it, particularly the man from Newfoundland and Labrador. Mercedes, over to you.
Absolutely. Well, I want to start with Lisa, because Lisa, we're watching these results come in.
Yeah.
This is better than we expected for the Conservatives. You're also from Atlantic Canada originally.
Yeah.
Do you think that we're going to see more blue there, or do you think this is just early on?
I think it's early on. I want to know what's in the advance poll. I think that this whole thing could flip very easily when those big numbers come in, all in one polling station. And we'll have to wait to see what happens. But I'm pretty happy. You know, I wish I actually had a real bet with Seamus on this tonight, but it's okay so far. Oh, no, numbers are in.
And Seamus, you know, we just saw your old riding pop up there. It's swinging Liberal, where you were door knocking, swinging Conservative.
What are you inferring?
I'm sure you had the one that was your riding. Clearly, you made a good impression. Maybe not the door knocking so much, but
and Tom Osborne, stands on his own. I'm very happy for Tom. Those numbers look very, very good for him. Not surprising. He's an excellent candidate. I think Lisa's absolutely right. I think, for instance, Joanne Thompson, who's running in St. John's East, I know for a fact that over half of her ID'd votes, so people that she knows are going to support her, who have identified as Liberals, they're all in the advance polls.
Yeah.
So looks like a clear lead there now. I expect that she will take the seat.
early, but not stay that way.
Exactly. Advance polls will make a big difference.
Go ahead, Nathan.
This is going to be a story all night.
I think.
Like with this many Canadians having gone out and voted early, we're going to see this sequence of voting that happens tonight.
Yeah.
And then as Lisa and Seamus are saying, then we get this big rush of votes that came in a week ago. And in some of those ridings, that number is not going to eclipse what happens in voting today, but it's going to really level it out, if not change the results and maybe a flip. So it is interesting, because the Conservatives look like they're outperforming right now expectations, but we're just too early, and we don't have that big chunk of votes yet to come.
Gilles, you were looking at these numbers and saying Conservatives looked higher than you thought. Do you think that this is just?
I think it's surprising.
Right
I didn't think it'd be as close as it is now. But it remembers me Yogi Berra when he said, I don't make any prediction, especially those concerning the future.
It's wise, especially tonight when it's so tight. Seamus, I remember 2015 when you were elected, and it was just this red wave coming across in Atlantic Canada and a Liberal majority. So certainly better than perhaps what we're seeing right now. The Liberals were expecting going into this, but nowhere near what they would have traditionally liked to see in Atlantic Canada. What do you think that says about support for the Liberal Party?
Well, I think 2015 was really quite something. I mean, not only that, but you had 4 Liberal Atlantic premiers, 4 provincial governments as well. I think what you're seeing now is, something that I brought up earlier. I think there is a very real divide in this country between rural and urban, and I think that that's something we got to watch for. I know a lot of the issues that you're seeing in ridings, not only in Newfoundland and Labrador, but also throughout Atlantic Canada, are also related to the fisheries. That is a big issue for a lot of people in rural parts of Atlantic Canada. Obviously, it's an overriding priority, and I think it's somewhere that we have a lot of work to do.
And I wonder, maybe not in we're downtown Toronto here, but in a lot of parts of the country and cities, what's going on with natural resources, be it fisheries, be it softwood lumber, be it oil and gas, be it the green economy people are looking for in the natural resource side. Rural Canada has been frustrated at times both ways. Those looking for a greener economy, others who are looking to expand oil and gas, been equally frustrated by our inability to get things done. I think for whoever's Prime Minister at the end of tonight, that is going to be an interesting question, given the results that are coming through in some parts of our more rural populations that deal with these issues on a day-to-day basis.
So on these numbers, though, what's interesting is, remember, Atlantic Canada, the Liberals were up like 50% in terms of polling numbers. And look what we have here right now. So extrapolating that in Ontario, where it's a more 4-point lead, do we
lots
have
of close ridings here?
Do we have a shy Conservative voter out there?
Shy
Did they show
Conservative that
up?
didn't say this at the polls when polled,
Yeah.
but then quietly went out and voted.
Or you couldn't get them on the phone because they don't answer phones because they're all
I've never
under
known Conservatives to be
25.
shy, though, Lisa. In my experience,
But they
maybe
were, but they were in both the polling for the provincial election and for the U.S. election. The numbers did not sustain the kind of landslide victories the Conservatives would have. Jill, do you think that's a possibility here?
The polls in Quebec, I would say, are different since, let's say that Nanos is polling 1,200 people. It would mean 300 people in Quebec, all in all. 150 of them will be in the city of Montreal. So that's quite different. Montreal is quite different than the rest of Quebec. Quebec is a big city also, but it is not different as the rural areas around in Quebec. It could be Tory, it could be Liberal, it could be Bloc, just like the other ridings. But Montreal is quite different, so it gives another image of the situation in Quebec. When we have a poll of 3,000 people, then it speaks. And the last one, Léger made, among the French people, is 33 for the Liberal, 32 for the Bloc. So even if you win Westmount with 95%, it's one riding.
I think wise words from Yogi Berra, quoted by Gilles Duceppe tonight, Dawna, as we continue to wait and see what direction this is all going to go in.
All right, love it. Thanks, you guys. We're looking at our screens now, and the bottom numbers keep changing. Right now, it's Liberals leading or elected in 19, and the Conservatives leading or elected in 12. This does keep changing. At one point, it was tied, as we showed you, because as the ballots get counted and more ridings report, the numbers keep populating. That's not a final number down there. Eric, tell us what you're looking at on your swing meter.
Well, you know, as the wise Yogi Berra once said also, it ain't over till it's over. And right now, the story that's developing for the moment is the Conservatives, and let's look at the swing meter for them. Remember, their magic number to get to government would be a swing of 27, plus seats for them, negative seats for the Liberals. For the moment, they are gaining 5. They've lost 1 for a total of +4. So they're at +4. But you add to that the Liberal numbers, which are at -4, because the Liberals right now have only gained 1 seat or only gaining 1 seat, but they're losing in 5 others. They're at -4. You put those two numbers together, -4 and +4, you have for the Conservatives +8. That is starting to climb towards 27. And this is just Atlantic Canada. So, you know, for example, the Liberals are looking to get to the majority of 18. They're sitting down at -4 right now. They're heading in the wrong direction to head for a majority. So at this stage of the evening, some really interesting numbers that are foreshadowing, if it carries on like this, that the Conservatives are starting to make a move that could be very much threatening to get to their number, Dawna, to form government. Way too early to say that. But I don't think anybody saw these numbers coming up for us, that the Conservatives would be pulling ahead and up to like 10 ridings in Atlantic Canada already. That's a good evening for them in Atlantic Canada, I have to tell you.
You know, what our political panel raised the issue of the advance votes, and there were 7.3 million Canadians who voted in the advance polls. That's a record number. All those people made up their minds before where we are today, April 28th. And the thinking is, based again on polling, is that a lot of those were Liberals.
Well, and you think about where the polling was a week or 2 weeks ago, the polls showed the Liberals further ahead, and that the Conservatives maybe in the last number of days were closing the gap as the message about the economy and time for a change may begin to resonate again. There was a little less Donald Trump in the front of people's minds, more about the cost of living, cost of housing, all of that. If that started to kind of turn into something, there may be people showing up at the polls that weren't registered in the polls in those last days because it was like on election day they made a decision. And in Atlantic Canada right now, it seems like many of them went in there and said, I'm going Conservative.
All right, we're back with live coverage of Decision Canada in a moment. Welcome back to our Decision Canada coverage. I'm Dawna Friesen. This is Eric Sorensen, and we're going to get right to some boards, showing some results in Atlantic Canada. These are ridings where the Conservatives are leading in what were Liberal ridings. That's Long Range Mountains. We've been watching that one closely, Eric.
Yeah, Don Bradshaw came into the race, as did Anthony Germain in another Newfoundland riding. Both of them broadcasters. Both of them came into the race in March when the Liberals looked like they were now building up a head of steam, and both of them are in some trouble.
Okay, what else do we have here? Terra Nova, the Peninsulas. The Conservatives not leading by as much as the other one, but still.
Has to be a concern for the Liberals. Anthony Germain is very well known, at least in the journalistic community. I worked with him many, many years ago, and he's well known in Newfoundland and Labrador. But this seems to suggest, that there has been voters just got to the polls and in more numbers than expected.
And this is one we're watching very closely. We talked about this, Central Nova, where Sean Fraser had flipped this to Liberal back in 2015. He's back in the game now. But he is just a smidgen behind at this stage.
It's early with 30 polls reporting, but this would be one. I mean, he's a cabinet minister. The Liberals would think they could put that one in the bank.
Okay, the Conservatives in the last election had 8 seats in Atlantic Canada. On our board now, they're leading or elected in 10. Let's go to David Akin. What are you looking at, David?
Yeah, I'm looking at these results. You asked Peter MacKay about ground game. I can tell you because it's my job to track where Pierre Poilievre goes. He had been working Newfoundland Labrador hard for the last year. Lots of visits into central Newfoundland, into Gander, into Corner Brook, trying to get those seats and might be paying off. You mentioned this is the map of Atlantic Canada right now. Every riding except for Charlottetown. We have no results for Charlottetown, but we have results everywhere else. So right now the Conservatives would be one pickup. Things are moving around kind of quickly. This is a potential pickup, maybe a surprising result. This is northeastern New Brunswick, French-speaking New Brunswick, right on the border with Quebec, Madawaska-Restigouche. There is no Liberal incumbent here. René Arsenault was the MP. He's decided to retire. Michel Morin, the Conservative, with a slim lead, 76 votes over the Liberal. That is northeastern New Brunswick, Madawaska-Restigouche. So that would be a potential pickup for the Conservatives. But then the Conservatives are losing in South Shore St. Margaret's right now. Rick Perkins, the incumbent, is behind by 31 votes. A lot of very tight races here. We're going to, I think, be watching some of these for a little while. And then again, you mentioned, I always want to go to central Newfoundland as well, where we've already projected Clifford Small the winner. Right now, he's leading by 3,700 votes. We've projected him winning. I'm going to go back to 2021 when Clifford Small beat Scott Sims by 281 votes, 46-9 to 46-0. So that is a big improvement in Clifford Small's numbers. Cliff Small has been leading a lot of work in Newfoundland. Now we have a change. We're talking about Western Newfoundland Long Range. Oh, sorry, that of course. Let's get on 2025. That was Long Range Mountains, as we said. Carol Anstey. This is her second time on the ballot, a real estate broker from Deer Lake. She's been working hard. So there's some interesting results here. Conservatives now leading or elected in 9. That would be a gain of +1, but they're losing. So down in South Shore St. Margaret's, so they're really taking away 2 seats, and one of those just might be Sean Fraser in Central Nova. This is turning out to be very interesting, Donna. It's why they play the game and why we don't take all pollsters exactly at their word. We want to see how the votes are actually counted. And some very interesting stuff. A very good night right now for the Conservatives.
Yeah, absolutely. David, thank you. Eric, you are checking in again on the popular vote in Atlantic Canada.
You're thinking, well, maybe these numbers just aren't real yet. Maybe we're going to see something else. But look at that. This is, let me run around the numbers here and be able to look at them with you. Like the Liberals, for the moment, they're at 49 and the Conservatives at 44. But the Conservatives are up about 12 points from what they would normally be. The Liberals are up only a few points. The NDP vote has collapsed down to 4% in Atlantic Canada. They were roughly 16, 17%, so their numbers have collapsed, but they haven't all gone over to the Liberals. In fact, more, it would seem, have been going over to the Conservatives, and the Liberals are just kind of hanging on ahead of them. It's remarkable numbers that we're seeing right there, Donna, but it does suggest that the numbers we're seeing on the boards, 21 to 10, that's very real, that the Conservatives are not accustomed to winning more than just a few ridings. I guess you'd have to go back to Stephen Harper's majority when he won, I think, 12 ridings in Atlantic Canada. This is so far shaping up like not a bad night, because that was a majority government for Harper. So this is maybe not going to reach that. But this is better than they would have expected and not as good as the Liberals would have expected.
A lot of close races, though, and a lot of those ridings, there's no winner declared at this point. This is leading or elected, right? Yeah. So they can flip
That's right.
back and forth.
And as Lisa Raitt said, there may be some big numbers from advanced polls, and as you were saying, if those come in and they haven't been counted yet and all of a sudden they flood in, you could actually see numbers bounce around a little bit.
All right. Let's go to Taria Isri at Conservative Party headquarters in Ottawa. Taria, the Conservatives must like what they're seeing so far.
Yeah, we've heard cheers erupt several times here. There's definitely a lot of excitement building because the Conservatives are outperforming expectations in Atlantic Canada. Let's bring Ben Mulroney back in. Ben, your father represented Central Nova. You know Nova Scotia quite well. What do you make? I mean, it's still quite early, but what do you make of what we're seeing?
Well, I think you said it right. There's a lot of excitement, but I think it's a little too early for people to count their chickens just yet. As we saw, the numbers were very different just a few short minutes ago. I have no idea what they're going to look like, but the people who are gathering in this room here at the Conservative Party headquarters are paying very, very close attention. And I think Lisa Raitt said it best, that number that the Tories want coming out of Atlantic Canada to be around 9 or 10, and they're sitting at that magic number right now. So it's going to be a long night, but if they come out of Atlantic Canada with having overperformed, then whatever narrative we've been told to expect, we should throw out the window because it's anybody's game.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, it's leading or elected. Yeah. We don't know, but what do you think? What do you think worked for the Conservatives in Atlantic Canada? Was it really focusing in on the carbon tax? I mean, that was scrapped, but there was a lot of anger around that.
Well, that was the beginning of the end for the Trudeau edition of the Liberals when they had that special carve out for the carbon tax and they were. I think the Conservatives successfully tarred them with, or rather painted them with the brush of being opportunistic. And that was really the end for them. For some reason, Mark Carney avoided that opportunistic title when he dropped the carbon tax down to 0. But who knows, maybe in Atlantic Canada there are people who believe that it's Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives who are responsible for getting rid of the carbon tax.
I mean, Pierre Poilievre made a point to travel to Nova Scotia in the last week. He held a large rally in Trenton. What do you think his ground game was like in Atlantic Canada?
Well, he was able to pull in massive numbers, and not just in the big cities. He was in Trenton. He had an event in PEI where it felt like the entire island came out for him. I mean, so it's not just big urban centers where he was able to bring a lot of people together. So I think the enthusiasm, even in small towns and even in Atlantic Canada, has been there for him. It's just about harnessing those who will vote for him and mobilizing them and getting them to come out and vote.
Well, we'll leave it there. Yeah, he had those large crowds. Let's see if it translates into votes. I'll send it back to you, Dawna.
Okay, terrific. Thanks, you two. Appreciate it. All right, look at the bottom of your screen there. These numbers keep changing, as we keep saying. They're leading and elected right now in Atlantic Canada. The Liberals at 21, the Conservatives at 11. In the last election, the Conservatives had 8 seats in Atlantic Canada. So at this stage, they're certainly picking up steam.
If they can pick up 3 in Atlantic Canada, I think more than the number is what it suggests could happen across the rest of the country. If it doesn't happen across the rest of the country, then this will just be kind of an interesting quirk. But for the moment, I think Conservatives have to be feeling a little optimistic, seeing that they're catching up. And that's how things can be, it's not easy to tell what the numbers really mean unless you sort of know who's gaining and who's losing. And at the moment, Conservatives are gaining and the Liberals are losing.
Okay, Eric, thanks. Let's go to Mercedes Stephenson, who is with Senator Pamela Wallin.
Thanks, Dawna. We have been watching the results pour in here, and Senator Wallin, we were just talking about is this indicative of that shy Conservative vote? Should Conservatives be getting excited, or should they still be perhaps not counting their chickens before they hatch? What's your interpretation?
Well, I think we've seen this in the campaign. What the phrase that everybody uses is voter efficiency, right? Which is And this happens in my home province in Saskatchewan. People win ridings by 15,000 votes or 20,000 votes. You don't need that many to win. But what it does do is it's reflected in popular vote. So we've seen that happen in places like Saskatchewan. We've actually seen it in downtown Toronto this time, where the Liberals are overrepresented in these ridings because they've sucked up all of the NDP votes as well. So it kind of distorts those popular vote figures that we've been operating on, because it's all you've got until you start counting votes. But this is, I think this is a bit of a change. And I do think there are some of those sleeper issues there that we were talking about earlier, things like the carbon tax and energy, those things that are still very real for people who are dealing with affordability issues. Seamus talks about the rural and urban. That's very true in a lot of parts of this country where, yes, they may be concerned about Donald Trump and he shouldn't be butting in, but honestly, can you feed the kids and pay the rent? So I think that's some of the issue. And as we well know, there's a lot of people who live in Atlantic Canada that actually work in the oil patch and commute. I'm with them on the plane all the time going back and forth. So they have an understanding of that issue and an appreciation of that issue. And so we don't know yet, but I think we're seeing something interesting.
Well, it was interesting to watch how this developed on the campaign trail when you talk about oil and gas. You're from Saskatchewan, I'm from Alberta. Prairies, where this is a huge industry, and not just the prairies, it's huge for Canada's GDP.
Right.
And we had both Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre saying, essentially, we need to be an energy superpower. We need energy independence. We've got to build the pipelines to get stuff out. But Mark Carney still wants to keep the industrial carbon tax.
Right.
He wants to keep the pollution cap. And there's a lot of questions around reversing the tanker ban. I interviewed the head of
Bill 69.
Exactly. I interviewed the head of TransCanada Energy, which is one of the biggest energy companies in the world. And they said, look, all those have got to go. Now, of course, got to go. Of course, energy companies are going to want all of that out. They're going to want maximum access. But do you think that moved anyone's votes, or are those votes so locked in Alberta, in Saskatchewan, in some parts of Manitoba and Atlantic Canada, that anything short of what Pierre Poilievre promised, which was to pull all of that off, has an effect?
I think the voters in those areas are very sophisticated on this. My neighbors at home that are farmers, they understand what the carbon tax means and what emissions cap means. Everybody thinks that's just for oil and gas. It really impacts the agriculture community. When you have things like we put a tariff on Chinese EVs and they retaliated with tariffs on canola. This is a huge industry.
And it's hardly been talked about, to be fair.
It's not been talked about. And the clarifications that we needed on whether Mr. Carney was just talking about transition in the energy sector or really the conventional part of the sector, people's ears are attuned in a very different way. And I was just, for a generation or two of us who grew up on the NEP, the National Energy Program, and the impact it had in throwing people out of houses and businesses for a decade afterwards. This is very sensitive. They're smart. They understand what's up for grabs here. And there wasn't a lot of clarity on that on the campaign from the Liberal side. Some discussion, but not enough. Mr. Poilievre has been talking about this for 2 years, so everybody knows what he means. But you're very right. There's, the consumer carbon tax went. Atlantic Canada led in that particular battle, and there were a lot of unhappy MPs there that said, take this off or you're done. So, it may have had an impact, but we're still looking at clean fuel and legislation that would need to be changed to make anything happen significantly.
Well, and a lot of issues in this election that are important to a lot of people, including that one, of course, Dawna. Lots of folks concerned about the effect on the environment as well. Right. So that is just some of the things that people are thinking about as they choose who to cast their ballot with.
Yeah, and it's curious, how many people in rural areas get caught in the public opinion polling that goes on. I know. Anyway, we'll move on from that subject to Jeff Semple, who is, I'm told, at a party in Washington, D.C. So having all the fun at an election watch party in D.C. Jeff.
Hi, Dawna. Yeah, I've had worse gigs. The bar is right there. You know, the key question in this election campaign, as we've been saying over and over, is who best to take on Donald Trump? Well, who better to ask than Canadians who share a zip code with the U.S. president? I am here at a bar on Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington, D.C., just about a mile down the road from the White House, at a watch party that is being hosted by the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, as well as the Johns Hopkins School of Canadian Studies. We're here joined by a couple dozen Canadian expats, students, academics, professionals. They are some of the 800,000 Canadians who call the U.S. home, and some of the 36,000 Canadians who registered to vote and send absentee ballots in this election. And if you think that you are feeling the pressure of the White House and the U.S. administration in Canada, they are certainly feeling it here. Canadians who are living really on the front lines of all of this, many of whom are worried about what's happening with this country, what's happening with their own personal situations. And I am here now. I'm joined by a guest with who's probably a familiar face to many of you. Christopher Sands is the director of the Johns Hopkins Center for Canadian Studies. So, Christopher, from an American perspective, how aware do you think Americans are that their country, their president, has played such a dominant role in our election campaign, and what do they make of all of it?
Well, you know, a lot of Americans feel like the U.S. will have an outsized influence in the election, but what's been really interesting this year is the coverage. Whether it's Bloomberg, Wall Street Journal, New York Times, everyone's keyed in on the fact that Canadians are responding to Donald Trump even more than to Justin Trudeau before. It's the U.S. that's on the ballot this year, and if Canadians decide they want to send somebody, I think Donald Trump has made just about every candidate much more nationalistic in this campaign in Canada, because he's been so America first and putting Canada really to shame, which I think for all of us who are Americans who care about this relationship, it's just a tragic situation. We've never seen Canada treated this way by a president of the United States.
Yeah, and it's certainly been something. I mean, even just down here, either for work or as a tourist, you turn on the American news channels and you see coverage on Canada. I mean, they really are paying attention. Now, you know, of course, in recent weeks, we had seen Donald Trump dial back slightly that relentless rhetoric about making Canada the 51st state, until this morning when Canadians sat down to have breakfast on Election Day and Donald Trump posted to his social media platform, Truth Social, wishing good luck to the great people of Canada. Take a look. He seemed to suggest that Canadians should elect him. Elect the man who has the strength and the wisdom to cut your taxes in half, increase your military power for free to the highest level in the world, have your car, steel, aluminum, lumber, energy, and all businesses quadruple in size with zero tariffs or taxes if Canada becomes the 51st state of the United States. Now, of course, the U.S. does not subsidize Canada, as the U.S. president claims, nor is he actually on the ballot, but his presence looms large, as we've been saying over and over again. The number one issue we've seen time and again in opinion polls throughout this election campaign has been Canada-U.S. relations, either followed closely or just behind the cost of living. But of course, the cost of living as well, directly affected by the U.S. President Donald Trump and his trade war, with another set of U.S. tariffs, Dawna, targeting auto parts, expected to kick in on May 3rd. Back to you.
Okay, Jeff Semple at a watch party in Washington, D.C. Thanks, Jeff.
It's hard to know, if Donald Trump is just trolling us or if he doesn't realize that he is making Canadians' blood boil.
Well,
as
like
that.
David Frum told us when I spoke to him, they interviewed him in The Atlantic, the magazine that David works for, and he said that he took some glee. He knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah.
He knows exactly how much Canadians are irritated, angry about what he's saying and doing, and he takes some
I wonder if
pleasure
they have a
in it.
monitor on tonight with some of this going on. Not that he would understand 22 to 10 and what that means, but...
I think he even had trouble pronouncing the word groceries, but never mind. Let's move on. Let's take a look at some of the results in... This is in Nova Scotia, South Shore, St. Margaret's, where things have been flipping back and forth. This is a Liberal newcomer running in this riding, and right now, very tight race with the Conservative incumbent.
Yeah, I mean, Jessica Fancy Landry is one of the Liberals that actually got in the race before the Liberals were starting to do better. She jumped in back in December, so some credit to her with the party, I suppose, the party faithful, that she did that. Unregulated fishing, a big issue down in that part of Nova Scotia, and Rick Perkins is the incumbent. but he's in for a tough fight right now. Funny that the Conservatives are having a better night, but the incumbent Conservative is having a tough fight in his riding down in St. Margaret's South Shore.
And right now, the Liberals leading or elected in 22 ridings in Atlantic Canada, Conservatives leading or elected in 10, and the Bloc Québécois, because there's that one riding that gets swept up in Atlantic Canada, leading or elected in that one seat. And we should say within 45 minutes, the polls will close right across from Quebec all the way to Alberta, so we'll see a lot more numbers coming in. We're back with live coverage of Decision Canada in just a moment. Welcome back to our Decision Canada coverage. I'm Dawna Friesen. I'm here with Eric Sorensen. We're going to take a look at some of the closest races shaping up right now in Atlantic Canada. All right, where are we going to start with that? South Shore, St. Margaret's. We just took a peek at that, and it's pretty much neck and neck for the Conservative incumbent and the new Liberal candidate, new to politics.
Not much has changed there yet, but a lead of 102 votes out of some 14,000 cast so far. So that's a pretty close race.
And this is Miramichi Grand Lake. Again.
This is Lisa Harris trying to, a second time now, former MLA. She ran in 2021 against a different Conservative who's not running this time. And so Mike Dawson trying to hold that for the Conservatives.
And do we have one more? Central Nova. Yeah, this is one we've been watching closely. Wow. Sean Fraser, the incumbent, still just a little bit behind the Conservative, Bryson Jenkins.
I think we have to wait and see how all of those numbers count up at the end of the night, because that would be a very big upset if that were to happen.
And Terra Nova, the Peninsula, is the Liberal, Anthony Germain, just behind the Conservative, Jonathan Rowe.
Still 100 polls yet to be counted, and again, we don't know if some of the advance votes might come in that could change things around, but that one is too close to call. At the moment, I mean, it means that, the Conservatives for the moment are leading. They're picking up an extra 3 ridings that they didn't have in 2021. Two of them in Newfoundland and Labrador, and one of them in Nova Scotia. At the moment in New Brunswick, they're just winning the same 4 ridings they won last time around, but again, it's a good evening for the moment for the Conservatives.
We should say leading or elected means if there are tight races, those can flip back and forth. And that's why that number you keep seeing on the bottom of your screen keeps changing from Well, now it's Liberal 22, Conservatives 10. It's been going kind of up and down on both sides, so we'll keep an eye on that. Okay, Daryl Bricker and David Akin are over at the touchscreen.
Yes, and Daryl, good to have Daryl Bricker of Ipsos. They're doing some polling for me. Great to see you, Daryl. This is an exciting night for you. Before we talk about some neat stuff you've done, just want to alert you to the one BQ there. And I know our friend Monsieur Gilles Duceppe will be excited to hear that finally the BQ might be making a breakthrough in the Gaspé. The BQ has long wanted to win the Gaspé, but Diane Le Boutillier has been standing in the way. It's a new riding. That whole part of the Gaspé got rejigged. Right now, Alexis Deschênes, running for the second time, is leading, not by much, 245 votes over Diane Le Boutillier. So we'll keep an eye on that. They operate a half an hour after Atlantic, but a half an hour before the rest of Quebec, if you can figure that out. And then we just saw the one that flipped to South Shore St. Margaret's. Enough of that. Daryl, let's talk about some really neat work you've done. Ipsos has had some exit polls that you've been able to ask people as soon as they come out of the polling booth, lots of things about how they voted. We can't talk about the way they were going till later on, but I want to pull this up. We've got a few things. Let's talk, first of all, about this top question.
So we've been talking about this being a campaign of differences, a campaign of cleavages or splits. You really do see it when it comes to the issues that people are voting for. So which of the three issues are people most interested in voting for? Affordability and cost of living, which is very consistent with our overall polling that we've seen over the last while.
And this would be all respondents.
All respondents.
And you've got a few thousand people in
We're
this.
up around 7,000 right now. But David, just to show the viewers how it differs, just click on there on baby boomers.
Okay, so now we're saying this is all respondents. This is just people who are boomers. What do they think is the top issue?
Canada-U.S. relations. So you see one of the reasons why older people are voting for the Liberal Party. The Liberal Party is way ahead on this issue. They own it. And if you're a boomer, you're focused on it.
Okay, now you wanted to contrast with...
Let's talk to our friends in Gen Z.
Gen Z. What do they think is the top issue?
Affordability and cost of living. So when you look at and so when you look at the differences...
And that maps, sorry to interrupt, but that maps more to Poilievre's side of the equation.
Absolutely. This is time for a change, voters. Right. We're seeing some of them show up in Atlantic Canada tonight in a very efficient way so far. So that contrast on what people think this election is about, whether it's about Donald Trump in the U.S. or it's about their own affordability situation and what's going on in their own homes, that's what the race is about.
And once again, this is polling done as people left the polling booth today. Your people were there. And again, among this Gen Z, look where Canada's relationship with the United States, only less than 1 in 5 are saying that. We'll take that away. Is there a difference on men or women? If you want to hit that, I'm curious to see, did men have a different idea? No, affordability
and cost of living. Let's take a look at women.
Take the men out of there. And for the women, it's the same thing. Yeah. So again, that issue, as they say, the issue frame, the issue set, in that case, this might explain why we're seeing the Conservatives do well. I mean, even if they do drop back down to 8, they're doing fine.
I think if we would have asked the Conservative campaign if they came out of Atlantic Canada with 8 seats tonight, they would have been thrilled, David.
So can we touch on which party is best to lead on you choose the issue, the affordability and cost of living? Let's try.
Actually, why don't we try this one?
Okay,
Canada's relationship with the U.S. Oh, this is one that we actually can't show you.
We can't show you because that's going to be with issue. Yeah. Okay, we're going to come back to this later on, Daryl. This is great. I'm going to go back to the map, and I just want to check in one more time to Atlantic Canada. And there we'll bring it up. And again, the big changes in Newfoundland and Labrador, where it might be 2 seats. By the way, that Western riding, Daryl, once you were in politics, you'll remember the Brian Mulroney's days.
Yes.
Joe Price from 1984, the last Conservative to win out there.
I certainly do. And Seamus O'Regan is really missed in Newfoundland right now.
He is.
Our good friend Seamus.
Okay, guys, we'll send it back to you. 22-10 is where we're at. That includes 1 seat in Quebec. And that one right now is the Bloc Québécois is leading. So far, 1-0. It's like the Montreal Canadiens leading 1-0 in the province of Quebec right now.
All right, David, always back to the hockey. Okay, let's go to Taria Isri at Conservative Party headquarters in Ottawa. Taria.
Well, Dawna, I mean, the people gathered here seem to be feeling pretty good. The results in Atlantic Canada, they're early results, but they're better than what the polls suggested. They're better than what a lot of the experts were predicting. Like I said, it's early, but let's bring in my colleague Alex, a global news reporter who's covered the Conservatives for about 10 years, lots of insight. Alex, what do you make of these results in Atlantic Canada?
Well, like as you said, it's pretty early going so far, but I would say that certainly the Conservatives are outperforming what we would expect based on the national and regional polls so far. I noticed the room has gotten a little bit more subdued. Back when it was like 3 seats to 3 seats, everybody was in a very good mood, clapping, cheering. Things have gotten a little bit more quiet now that the polls have evened out closer to what we would have expected.
What do you think of how the Conservatives ran this campaign? I mean, you had reporting about some internal turmoil, some criticism for how Poilievre maybe didn't pivot enough to the trade issue. What are your thoughts about how this campaign was run?
Well, I think no matter what the outcome tonight, a Conservative win, a Liberal win, I think the Conservatives have a lot of questions that they have to ask themselves in terms of the direction of the movement and really, unity within the movement. We hear reports of internal civil war between the Ontario Party and the federal Conservatives. That's not a good position to be in, whether they win or lose tonight. So I think that there are some deeper questions that the Conservative Party has to answer, no matter what the outcome is tonight.
Do you think what would you say they did well in this campaign?
I think message discipline has been a strong suit. Mr. Poilievre is very, very committed to his talking points and very, very committed to what he wants to say and the message that he wants to convey. So I think that probably was the highlight. In terms of challenges, I think the failure to pivot towards Donald Trump and the tariffs, Mr. Poilievre's answer to that was basically doing exactly what he wanted to do before Donald Trump was reelected. So I think that's something that they're going to have to think about as well.
Do you expect that we'll see a pretty big rural-urban divide as far as where we're going to see the Conservatives picking up seats?
I think it depends on what urban area you're talking about. If we're talking about Edmonton or Calgary, that's one thing. If we're talking about Halifax or Toronto or Montreal, that's another thing. But certainly, I mean, the Conservative strength has traditionally been in more rural, suburban, ex-urban sort of ridings. We'll see. It's too early to tell.
It is still too early, but let's send it back to you, Dawna.
All the bigger ridings.
All right, Taria, and thanks so much for that. We are going to look at some of the, I think, close races and also some places where Liberals have been re-elected in Atlantic Canada. Let's start with Dominic LeBlanc's riding in New Brunswick.
Well, that's probably one of the surest ridings that they would win in Beauséjour, just outside of Moncton. Dominic LeBlanc, just like his father before him, Romeo LeBlanc, would win that riding, and nobody would be surprised. There are more LeBlancs in New Brunswick, I think, than any other surname, so that gives you a head start.
This is his 9th straight election.
Yeah, since 2000. So this he's marking his 25th year coming up this year.
Yeah, all right. And this is Acadie Bathurst. We have projected a Liberal win in this riding as well.
Traditionally Liberal, there was a time with Yvan Gaudin when the NDP actually held sway there, but here's an example of how far down the Liberal vote or the NDP vote has gone. They're at 4%, and that's one of the stories that isn't showing up on there. It's no surprise that in Atlantic Canada the NDP is not winning any ridings, but when they're getting percentages that are down, in single digits, that's a bad night for the NDP.
And I think we have one more, Central Newfoundland. We have projected that the Conservative candidate, Clifford Small.
Yeah, and Lynette Powell, maybe she will be going back to her job as a physician, and there may be many people in Central Newfoundland who will be happy about that news to have their doctor back.
And I think we're taking a look at one more. Long Range Mountains. We've been watching this one closely. This now has been projected as a Conservative win.
And that's a takeaway. And at the beginning of the evening, you would not have thought that. You wondered about that Central Newfoundland one, if the Conservatives would hold that one, and maybe it would be 6-1 for the Liberals again. But for the moment, it's looking like it's going to be at least 2 for the Conservatives, and they're still very competitive in a third one. And that's a very, very good night for the Conservatives. And it is, it's a big change as well, because there was a time when all the rural ridings in Newfoundland would have been Liberal. And it was St. John's where you would find some, John Crosby and progressive Conservatives back in the day. St. John's was very much the place where they would pick up their votes. But at the moment, big night.
All right. And I know you're looking at the popular vote, Eric, but we also know that the popular vote, the party that wins the popular vote, doesn't necessarily win the largest number of seats. So we'll see what happens tonight. You can form government in this country with 39%.
No, that's right. Well, let's look at the popular vote for the moment and see how it's coming along. And, you know, the popular vote for the Liberals right now is at 51 to 41 or 42 for the Conservatives. That's I'm just trying to think about how significant we should think about that. I think it simply shows, as we were seeing in the numbers below the screen at 22 to 10, the Conservatives are overperforming from what was expected in Atlantic Canada. And the other story there is that the NDP is down at 4.5%. That's across Atlantic Canada. Normally they would be in double digits. Those votes, you would think, might have gone to the Liberals. It would appear, Dawna, that NDP votes in Atlantic Canada have been going from both, or have been going to both the Liberals and the Conservatives. And at the moment, that's making a difference more for the Conservatives.
All right, Suzanne Lapointe is in Moncton, New Brunswick, with former MP Pat Finnegan. Suzanne.
Hi, I'm in Shadiac with Pat Finnegan. He is the former Liberal MP of Miramichi-Grand Lake. So that is definitely a riding to watch this time around. It flips a lot. Pat, what can you tell me about Miramichi-Grand Lake, and how do you feel about the Liberals' chances there this time around?
Well, I can tell you that Lisa Harris she worked hard for this, and 2 months ago we got to look at where that would have been, and there was no chance of the Liberal being, because the new boundaries actually, because it's a mixed riding. We've got Francophones communities, we've got Indigenous communities, we have the traditional Anglophone where Conservative is very strong. So to be able to even have a close race like that is amazing, as if you compare it to where it was early January. So I'm confident it's very close, but there's no surprise. We knew it was going to be very, very tight, and I'm confident that she'll pull it over. Yeah.
New Brunswick is really vulnerable to American tariffs because so much trade is done with the U.S. What do you think might happen from here in New Brunswick after this election, regardless of who wins?
So very hard to predict what's going to happen south of here. I mean, we kind of dodged a bullet without having the tariffs at 25% that he was threatening. So especially fisheries, the coastal communities, I mean, it's 85% goes to the U.S. So we've dodged that bullet, but as we know, and we've heard the president yesterday even saying, he wants Canada to merge as a 51st state. So it is very troublesome. But again, I think where we're at today, the shift that's happened is just amazing, and we're hoping that I think Mark Carney to deal with the president. I mean, that's on the mind of a lot of people, especially along the coast where we trade traditionally with the Americans. So.
What are the main issues in Miramichi-Grand Lake, and what sort of promises or campaign promises might tip the scale for voters there?
So Miramichi, as far as issues, it's not that different from others. I mean, of course, health, the economy, and the threat of the American, forcing us to lose our country, our sovereignty. It's on the mind of everyone. So before the Carney merge, I think the issue of the carbon tax was a big issue. That's gone, and Mark Carney's got a total different outlook on the economy, how he's going to handle that. So I think that had a lot to do with it. But again, it's not that different from. I think it's kind of a bellwether as we see. It's if we can swing Miramichi Liberal, I think there's a good chance that the rest of the country will follow, because it's a tough one.
Thank you so much, Mr. Finnegan. Back to you, Dawna.
All right, Suzanne Lapointe in Shediac. My apologies, Shediac, not Moncton. Thanks so much for that.
Pat Finnegan, David Akin tells us, is known as Mr. Tomato because he owns a greenhouse. So he
used to own a greenhouse. Yes,
Tomato.
Exactly.
What a title.
All right, let's go to our political panel and Mercedes Stevenson. Mercedes.
Mr. Tomato, see the things you learn by watching this broadcast, Dawna, that you might not pick up anywhere else. Well, we're sitting here watching the numbers with our political panel. I wanted to start with you this time, Nathan. I mean, obviously, we could talk about how the NDP are
or how David Akin knows that he's called Mr. Tomato.
David Akin knows everything about everyone and is an encyclopedia. But when you're looking at the results here tonight at this point, what's your take on, in particular, the issues that seem to have been driving voters that we're hearing as they exit out of the polls?
Well, we were talking about this a bit before, the generational split.
Yeah.
Right? Classically in Canada, we have all sorts of segments. Some people say we don't have a national election. We have a series of elections that take place across the regions. And that could be true tonight as well. But we're also seeing something that might be different between the generations. And we were talking amongst ourselves about the group that maybe have a home versus the group that doesn't, or doesn't even hope to have a home. And how does that change your view when an issue like Donald Trump and the U.S. and all of that comes along? Does it move you if you're 30 years old and not having the life that you expected to have, or even the life that your parents had? And that is the first time in Canadian history that that's true for a lot of Canadians. So if the Conservatives were more focused in on that and did that work for the preceding couple of years, Liberals haven't had always the best answers in the previous government, difficult challenges, housing, etc., then that's some of the results. I mean, for the NDP part of this is disappointing numbers coming in. Of course, we're really looking to see what happens in a couple of key Quebec ridings, as well as when we start to move into Ontario, into Saskatchewan, Manitoba, where we'll start to know how it is that our party is going to be doing tonight.
Gilles, what have been the big issues in Quebec for voters? Do you see that same skewing of ages, or is it, I mean, we've seen obviously a step away from the pro-sovereignty vote, but what is your sense of what's driving voters in Quebec?
Well, I think what's driving voters in Quebec is what will be negotiated with the United States. And in the past, when we didn't have enough people from the Bloc in the House, we had problem that what was put aside was the supply management, the softwood lumber, the aluminum, and the culture, because Trump now is questioning the cultural exception. That's part of the deal with Mexico and the United States. So when you look at what Carney said, helping the automobile sector, I don't have anything against that, but not a single word on the softwood lumber, aluminum, and the supply management.
Jurisdictions
and that's quite important for us, because that's our economy. It is different, but we have to protect that, otherwise we'll have real problems, especially, I mean, they need aluminum in the States also, in Ontario also, but we're producing that, and also phosphates. I don't know if it's the right word in English.
Phosphates, yes.
The critical minerals, we have a lot in Quebec, and since we want to make the economy more based on battery, we need those minerals. And not a single word I've heard from neither Carney or Poilievre, so we have to fight for that.
But for younger voters in Quebec as well, the question of affordability, what their prospects are in life,
of course,
huge,
all of that.
huge questions.
Well, and I want to ask a double-barreled question to Lisa and Seamus. This is a switcheroo of what we normally see. Typically, young people vote Liberal on the left and older people vote Conservative on the right, and it looks like that has done a flip in this election. I want to ask why each of your parties hasn't been able to hold on to your traditional voters, starting with you, Seamus.
I think that, first of all, let me just state the obvious. Affordability was an issue back in November, December. Affordability has been a primary issue and kept the Conservatives ahead for 20, 25 points over the past 2 years. The game changer is Trump. The Liberals, after 10 years, my party, was not looking forward to this election, and now look at it. So Trump obviously had a huge effect on this, but it does peter down to generations. It does, I think, come down to those who have homes, those who do not have homes, those with the prospect of owning a home, those who do not. And it gets complicated. And for I think, a younger generation that is looking usually to save up and aspire to have a home, these past few years, given COVID and given inflation, have been tough.
Lisa, what do you think?
So I think what's happened in this case is that the older demographic, who are probably refreshing their banking statements to see what's happening to their investments, are looking for a short-term fix. And what they see in Carney is somebody who can negotiate, who knows the system, who knows the ropes. And maybe he's the better choice for the short term.
I'm retiring a lot soon.
I'm retiring soon. But then the younger generation is, that's great. I don't even have a hope in heck of having an investment. I want to be able just to survive.
Fear with the boomers and then frustration with Gen X.
We have alliteration on the panel, fear and frustration.
but when people are saying that Carney knows business, I agree with that. He certainly knows business to have Brookfield making $541 billion last year and didn't pay a penny as income. He will ask all of us to pay, but his company is not paying. And they're intervening also in the housing. They're one of the causes of the problem we're confronting in the housing all around in Canada.
If he becomes Prime Minister, I suspect that he will be facing a lot of questions about all of those
Yeah,
things.
the campaign was short, but the
Prime
mandate
Minister
could be longer.
long. Dawna will be looking at more of those questions as the night unfolds for all the leaders.
Yeah, a lot longer than 25 days. All right, you guys, thanks so much. We're going to take a quick look at some of the results. You can see the Liberals now leading or elected in 23 seats in Atlantic Canada, the Conservatives in 10. That, for now, is a pickup of 2 compared to the last election, but the result's not final. There are a couple of cabinet ministers, though, who are certainly in good shape, looking to be in good shape. Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor is one of them in Moncton, Dieppe.
Yep, Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor in the riding right next to Dominic LeBlanc, and those are in the one spot in the entire Atlantic Canada where one province has 2 cabinet ministers. Prince Edward Island doesn't have a cabinet minister at the moment in the Carney cabinet, and here's another.
The Liberal leading with a wide margin here.
Yeah, Cody Blois added to cabinet just in March. Maybe that was with a nod towards a riding that they wanted to be sure they could win, and giving Cody a bit of a boost, putting him into cabinet may have helped.
And I think we've got one more. St. John's East.
There you go.
The incumbents.
There's
declared elected.
That's Joanne Thompson over David Brazel, and that's a big win. She is in the cabinet as well, also a recent addition, and important for the cabinet ministers to hold their seats, because if they come back in government, you want some experience around that cabinet table, and all of these that we've just looked at have that experience.
All right, there are some very close races in Atlantic Canada that we are watching closely, and also in about 20 minutes from now, the polls will close from Quebec all the way to Alberta. So there's lots still to come. We're back in a moment. We're back with Decision Canada. I'm Dawna Friesen. Eric Sorensen is with me. We're going to take you quickly through some results and some ridings that we told you were very close in Atlantic Canada. They've been flipping back and forth through the night. Central Nova is one of them, Eric.
Well, Sean Fraser, he was not going to run again, particularly at a time when it looked like the Liberals were going down under Justin Trudeau. As David pointed out, he got a call from Mark Carney, said, come on back. Clearly, they have needed him here in Central Nova. But it is, at the moment, is no sure thing.
Way too close to call at this stage. Lots of votes still to be counted there, but let's look at Terra Nova, the Peninsula, is also very close.
Yeah, this one has tightened up a little bit. For a while there, Jonathan Rowe was out in front by quite a margin. Anthony Germain, the former CBC journalist, is within now almost just a little over 2 points. So the lead is not insignificant, more than 600. and still about another 60 or so polls to be counted.
Okay, and South Shore St. Margaret's also almost neck and neck. The Liberal, though, has flipped into the lead position.
Yeah, we're talking about this being a good night for Conservatives in Atlantic Canada. This would be the one letdown if it happens, because Rick Perkins is the incumbent in that riding. Jessica Fancy Landry, for the moment, up by about 2 points.
All right. David Akin is at his touch screen. David, what are you looking at?
You might remember about an hour ago I did a little bit of what would be the effect on the seat count if the collapsing NDP vote, particularly in BC, how that might affect things. Let's come back to that prediction tool. I'm factoring in what is happening in real time in Atlantic Canada with some of the incumbent and earlier predictions we made about the New Democrats. So in my funky little prediction tool here, we have 160 for the Libs, 136 for the Conservatives. It's a mix of incumbents and NDP collapsing. What I want to do now is talk about Quebec. We're going to see the results from Quebec and Ontario, et cetera, at 9:30. Now, the Bloc Québécois vote has not by any means collapsed the way the New Democrat vote has collapsed. But the Bloc Québécois vote is definitely weakened. And we heard Gilles Duceppe talk about this on the panel, how for Quebecers, a major issue in this campaign, even among those who used to vote for the Bloc, is Donald Trump. And if Donald Trump's done anything, he's turned some sovereignists, some nationalists for Quebec, at least temporarily, into Canadian patriots. And those Bloc Québécois voters might be voting for a Conservative, but more likely a Liberal. So I want to walk through some ridings now that we want to keep an eye on when things kick in at 9:30. So this is Quebec as the night started. Light blue is ridings held by the Bloc Québécois, red, Liberals, and so on. Okay, so if we are in central Quebec, we want to give the Conservatives potentially a couple of seats. The Conservatives and Pierre Poilievre have been very active campaigning in what is called in Quebec the National Capital Region, around Quebec City. So Montmorency, Charlevoix, Caroline Desbiens will be under some threat there from the Conservatives, and that may flip. Same thing in Beauport-Limoilou. Julie Vignola is the BQ incumbent there. She will be under concern. We move down the St. Lawrence a bit to Trois-Rivières, where René Villemure, the BQ incumbent, and René Villemure is battling cancer right now. We wish him a speedy recovery. He's a wonderful MP. But that riding he holds of Trois-Rivières, the Conservatives have been dying to get it since Stephen Harper was the leader of the party. Yves Levesque is the former mayor of Trois-Rivières. He's running for the third time in Trois-Rivières for the Conservatives, and that might be the charm for him. We'll see once the votes are counted. I think it's going to be neck and neck in Trois-Rivières. We'll see. 160, 139, remember 172 is needed for a majority. But I think the real big pickup, we haven't seen any Liberal pickups yet, but the Liberals have been campaigning in what's called the 450, the donut around the island of Montreal, and there's some chances here for some Liberal pickups and possibly some real big holes in the BQ caucus. For example, here in La Prairie Atakakan is Alain Thériault. He is the BQ House leader. He's been Yves-Francois Blanchet's right-hand man. That riding is under threat. The Liberals believe they can take that. We go to Denis Trudel. Many Quebecers will know Denis Trudel from his work on stage and screen. He's under threat in Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Then we go to the North Island. Mark Carney was up there campaigning in the Nova Boost factory in St. Eustache, and so was Yves-Francois Blanchet. That's a sign that these ridings are under threat, and they may turn Liberal to blue. Now we're 164 to 139. Again, this is making some assumptions about how New Democrats vote in the rest of the country, and we haven't yet got to the blue on red fights. But that is, I think, one of the interesting things. If the Liberals are going to get a majority, they are going to have to steal some BQ seats. There's just no thing about that. If the Conservatives are going to win government, we're going to get to the GTA. They're going to have the key, I think, to a Liberal majority in Quebec, and that means Québécois. Now, the Bloc Québécois comes into this. We talked to Gilles Duceppe over the weekend. Again, it's not going to be as bad for the Bloc, but there still may be a smaller, and the Conservatives to a degree as well.
Close in from Quebec all the way to Alberta. 12 minutes from now. For the moment, we've been told that there are some problems at some point this evening. It had any effect on voters?
Yeah, Dawna, we are still waiting to hear exactly, but we know that the Elections Canada website, some troubles earlier in the evening we learned about, and we know that it was down for at least some and a half. So that would mean, including those who were looking from their postal code or an address during that time. And again, a very important work trying to make their way to the polling station. 15 minutes. There isn't much time left. Look for that information. Wouldn't have been able to do it. Also very important for their ridings once the polls close. Ridings as well. So Canada releasing a few brief statements tonight. They didn't have an explanation as to what happened. All they could say was that the issue was They didn't have an explanation. It was that the issue was being investigated. Would be up and running again, but as of just moments ago, there's a warning banner at the top of the website that said difficulties that some people may and tools, including the. So anyone looking for that information, going to physical voting places, that remains to be seen, and it's also unclear extending hours at certain places because of.
All right, Tracy Tong, thanks. Less than 10 minutes. The voting closes from Quebec. Out for anyone who wants to cast their ballot. With our Senator Pamela Wallin.
We've been sitting here talking about what we are watching in the evening, appearing to outperform what was expected. Pamela, you know, we've been talking about different regions of the country and the world is Western alienation. We hear a lot. I know that's an element in Saskatchewan potentially playing into it. I know Preston Manning has gone could feed separatist feelings in Alberta. Say it may not go that far, but it's going to further not just deal with that, but how do you try?
I think it's a real issue that people dismiss it as, you know, but the expectation different. 2 years, 18 months. It was going to be a Conservative government. Individuals making decisions with, again, capital gains tax when they lifted it in the east, and then the western part of the country, or the prairie part of the country, started demanding that. So yeah, it is issue related, and it's specific in a way to this campaign, but it is a real feeling. And when you even see the difference in responses to Trump and the reaction, it's you know, yes, it's boomers versus the younger ones, but there's also, as we've always seen in this country, that north-south pull. Everybody in along the border, and 95% of us live within 100 miles of the U.S. border, have that pull, and the connections are strong there. So there will have to be some action on that, and I think that's a comment that's focused more on what Liberals would have to do if they win. Than Conservatives, because I think Mr. Poilievre's been pretty clear about changing the legislation around this, around some energy issues. But it's very real, and when I think back, as I was mentioning to you earlier, when you think about how long the history is on this issue, the NEP, the National Energy Program, was 45 years ago. And there are many generations who grow up with that in their DNA.
I'm just old enough to remember the bumper stickers.
Yeah, and I was just reading a comment the other night from Senator Keith Davey, the late Senator Keith Davey, who was an advisor to to Pierre Trudeau, and when they were talking about the impact of the NEP, he said in an infamous statement, "Screw the West, we'll take the rest," in terms of how the Liberal Party viewed the outcome of the election.
Mark Carney says, though, hey, I'm an Albertan. I grew up in Alberta.
He has tried. The memories are long, and he will have to work very hard. I don't think it's quite enough to put on an Oilers jersey. I think there has to be some real concrete moves. This legislation is being litigated in courts, particularly Bill 69, called, not unrealistically, there might never be another pipeline bill. We're going to need that, and we're particularly going to need that if Donald Trump means what he says. If we are going to build other alternatives, markets, because we send almost everything to the United States and buy a good chunk of it from there too. If we're going to build that other option, that third option, then we are going to have to find ways to get our products to both of those coasts so that we can sell them to other people. So this is very real. Whether Donald Trump means it, actually even puts more of a focus on this.
A country that is both coming together, dealing with the U.S., and in some cases pulling apart. We'll have more on that, Dawna, coming up ahead as we talk about what all of this means. And of course, it's a while until the polls out West Coast, but we are going to find out about Saskatchewan and Manitoba sooner.
Not long now, 5 minutes until polls close from all the way from Quebec to Alberta. So right now we're looking at Atlantic Canada, those numbers, that's what you see on the bottom of your screen. Leading or elected in 22 for the Liberals, leading or elected in 10 for the Conservatives, and there's one BQ riding. And I think we're going to take another look at some of the close races in Atlantic Canada. Terra Nova, the Peninsula, still neck and neck for the Conservatives and Liberals.
Yep, very close. This one is too close to call for sure. And it will depend very much on the last polls coming in. I mean, they are running out of polls, though. And there's a 463 vote lead for Jonathan Rowe.
South Shore St. Margaret's also too close to call at this stage.
Yeah, we said earlier, Jessica Fancy Landry, she entered this race in December. There weren't a lot of Liberals that were putting their hand up around about December saying, I want to run in the next election in a race against a Conservative incumbent. But she got in, and she's doing all right.
And this is a riding, guys. We haven't really talked about the boundary changes, but this one, if you know Chester, Lunenburg, etc., Chester and parts of this riding close to Halifax, Ivy Lee, are now part of this riding, and they're more liberal. If the riding became more liberal, and that might explain Jessica Fancy Landry's extra sense of perhaps winning this thing.
And take a look at Central Nova. This was Sean Fraser's riding. He flipped it in 2015 to Liberals. He is just a hair behind the Conservative at this point.
He's been behind now for more than a few minutes, and more polls coming in. Again, maybe the advanced polls, often the last polls to report, and we do know that older people voted in more of the advanced polls, and we do know that older people likely voted Liberal. So we'll see.
So those are the four ridings, the close races that we're watching. One more. This is Edgemont.
Egmont,
pardon me.
Egmont, and this was the last time the Conservatives won a seat on Prince Edward Island. This was it, the Western PEI Island. It was Gail Shea who won. So if the Conservatives are going to win a seat, it's likely going to be Egmont would be your first pick, and Logan McClellan's not too far behind.
And I think we have one now Liberal elected. Yes. Cody Blois
coming back,
projected to be the winner.
So this is the agriculture minister. He's only been in that portfolio for about 5 or 6 weeks, I guess, David.
Yeah,
one of those late entries from Mark Carney. Looks to have been maybe a shrewd decision on his part.
And Cody was one of those very nervous Liberals in December, and he was definitely underwater in his own riding. And he was, like many Liberals, saying we need to change the leadership, and he was certainly among that group. The Atlantic Caucus generally was the most nervous about Trudeau.
Cody Blois, I think, had burgundy-colored signs that were out there for him because he didn't want to be too closely associated with the Liberals under Trudeau at the time.
All right, Eric, David, thank you. We're back with live coverage of Decision Canada in a moment.
There it is.
Welcome back to our Decision Canada coverage. I'm Dawna Friesen. This is Eric Sorensen, and you're just joining us as the polls are closing now from Atlantic Canada all through Ontario, Quebec, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta. So we will see a lot of results start to populate those boards on your screen. Right now, the numbers you're seeing reflect results in Atlantic Canada. The Liberals leading or elected in 22 ridings, the Conservatives leading or elected in 10, the BQ in 1. Now, we've been talking about close races, though, in Atlantic Canada, so potentially, Eric, some of those could flip around. Maybe even go to recounts. Who knows?
Well, you know, it's funny. If it ends up like, for example, it could end up 24 to 8, and we'd be, you know, after 2 hours of going, oh my gosh, and it would just be what it was in 2021. But I think,
oh my gosh.
Well, sometimes I'm known to do that. Every time I see you come in, I go, oh my gosh.
Okay, right. You got to have a little fun, right? Okay, let's go to Taria Isri, I think, is ready at Conservative headquarters in Ottawa. Hey, Taria, what are people feeling over there? They must be watching these close ridings, too.
People are watching very closely. I'm going to bring in someone who's watching particularly closely, Ryan Guptill. He's a Conservative strategist. Ryan, thanks for joining us. Just to start, how's the party feeling tonight?
I think we're feeling very optimistic and positive. We've run a very strong campaign focused on the issues that matter to Canadians, and I think that we're seeing results come in that reflect that Canadians resonated with our message.
What do you think was particularly strong about your campaign? What specifically resonated with people?
Affordability issues were so high among people's concern, as was making sure that we had a strong economy to stand up to from a position of strength to President Trump and make sure that Canada was in the strongest position moving forward. That includes energy extraction, lowering taxes, and ensuring we have a competitive environment that makes people and this country stronger.
We're hearing some cheering in the room. Just generally, what's the energy like tonight, would you say, in this room?
The energy is very positive, just as it has been throughout this entire campaign. We've seen thousands of people join rallies across this country to hear Pierre's message of hope and change. After 10 years of a Liberal government that did not deliver for Canadians, this is an exciting moment, and I think we're seeing that reflected in the election results.
There had been some criticism of the Conservative leader that maybe he didn't pivot enough, focus enough on Donald Trump or the trade war. How would you respond to that criticism?
I think that we were speaking with Canadians. Like I said, thousands of people were turning out to speak to us, to tell us about what they were concerned about. I think we addressed the issue with President Trump strongly by pointing out that Canada needed to be in the strongest position it could be, and that includes energy extraction, like I mentioned, getting resources out of the ground and making sure that we could stand up to the president from a position of strength. We also talked about the affordability issues that have skyrocketed out of control under the Liberal government, and that resonated with Canadians across the country. And we're very positive about how that message was received. And I think that it was demonstrated in like I said, the thousands of people who turned out across the country.
Okay, we'll leave it there, Ryan. Thanks a lot. I'll send it back to you, Dawna.
All right, Taria Isri at Conservative Party headquarters tonight. Thank you. We're going to check in, Eric, with Mackenzie Gray, who is doing the same thing at the Liberal headquarters, also in Ottawa. Mackenzie.
Thanks, Dawna. If the Liberals are able to form government tonight and potentially get a majority, they're going to need to have a good showing in Quebec. Joining me now is Anne-Claire Vaillancourt, who was a senior strategist with the Carney campaign. Anne-Claire, can you take us through what the approach in Quebec is tonight for Mr. Carney?
So we ran a great campaign in Quebec. We've been there for many days. The reception has been great. And so far, there was across the board, across the country, over 10 millions of calls that were made, over 6 millions of doors that's been knocked on. Volunteers have been running this great campaign, and the reception has been really great in Quebec as well.
You worked with Mr. Carney at his interview on Tour on Par, of course, the big show on Radio Canada, as well as the French leaders debate. What was the approach in trying to improve his French, which was clearly the rustiest of the four leaders?
Mr. Carney is a perfectionist. He likes to. He studies a lot. We've been around him, speaking to him in French, and he really has a great understanding of it. And I think Quebecers saw the effort that he made in the last during the campaign, and of course, better is always possible. But at the same time, I think the efforts can show all the work that's been done on that.
Mr. Carney spent a number of times. We were both there on the campaign, Trois-Rivières, a number of other places. What are the key races that you guys are looking at tonight? And do you think it's a race between the Conservatives or more the Bloc Québécois?
A little bit about. We need to understand where we're coming from 3 months ago, and where we are today. It's we always knew that it was going to be tight, and we're still cautiously optimistic of how the night will go. Trois-Rivières is definitely something we've been wanting to pick up since the last 3 elections. So very, very looking forward to see the result on that one.
And Clara Vancouver, appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dawna, a couple more things we should go over too here. We're picking up on what Mr. Akin, David Akin, was saying before about advanced polls. We've been speaking with a number of Liberals across the campaign in the final week when I was out. They feel very confident about what is happening in those advanced polls, saying that it's been some of the highest numbers they've seen. Mark Miller, the former cabinet minister who's running in Montreal, was telling me that at a rally in Laval. And we should note that in how these things work, the Liberals can kind of correlate these things. You get what's called a bingo sheet. Essentially, Elections Canada gives over the information of who voted in advanced polls to all the different parties, and then they tabulate that information, who's on their list, who's a strong Liberal voter, who's a moderate Liberal voter. Same goes for the other parties. And this is backed up by data that Angus Reid put out too. They said that 46% of people who voted in advanced polls were voting for the Liberals. It's 34% for the Conservatives. And we have seen previously that advanced polls tend to get calculated very late. We think back to the Toronto-St. Paul's by-election. That was a shocker for the Conservatives. I was one of the few people staying up till about 3:30 in the morning refreshing the Elections Canada website, and it was a big dump of votes right at the end that put the Conservatives on the edge. It'll be interesting to see if that happens tonight in Atlantic Canada.
Okay, thanks for that, Mac. And I think we know that Elections Canada, because of the 7.3 million Canadians who voted in the advanced polls, Election Canada was giving a lot of the ridings who asked, permission to start counting the votes 2 hours early. So what I don't know is how many ridings took them up on that, and I don't know if we're waiting for some of these close ridings, particularly in Atlantic Canada, waiting for those advanced ballots.
As Mac says, if some of these polls dump a big number right near the end, as he said, in that one by-election, it happened at 3:30 in the morning. Yeah. I mean, you could have a riding suddenly flip.
Yeah, but that's why they started counting gave them a.
And this has happened all the time. I could give you dozens of elections where that last poll turned everything around.
This is the first time they're allowed to start voting early, so maybe it won't be.
It is, but you know what, Dawna, though, whenever Elections Canada opens a ballot box, you have to bring in workers early, and not just workers. All the campaigns will want to send their scrutineers. So it is a bit complicated because you have to make sure everybody from every campaign can start 2 hours early. And some people may say, well, I can't start until 9:30,
Yeah.
So it's a little more complicated.
And then there's the riding of Carleton, Ontario, which we'll get to, that has 91 candidates on its
That's my riding. All my neighbors are saying this is crazy. So there you go.
Okay, David, what are you looking at?
Yeah, well, so we've got a map that's drawing some color now. And I'm taking a close look at a few results. The ones we have from Western Canada, these are all rural ridings in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta that were Conservative or expected to stay Conservative. So nothing really at this point to jump in on. That's Marcus Pulaski in Thunder Bay, Rainy River. That's Liberal right now. We can check in on Saint-Maurice-Champlain, where the Finance Minister, François-Philippe Champagne, is right now leading comfortably over the Conservative. We expect that to hold, certainly. We have an interesting race I'm going to draw your attention to up in northern Quebec. Abitibi-Baie-James, Nunavik-Ayoux. It's one of the longest riding names. Mandy Gull-Masti is the Liberal candidate. She jumped in right at the end, or just before the campaign run. Gull-Masti is the first female Grand Chief of the Cree Nation of Quebec. Good candidate for the Liberals here. It's a riding that was once represented by Romeo Saganash, the New Democrat, of course also a member of the Cree Nation of Quebec, up against Sylvia Berube, who is the Bloc Québécois incumbent. The votes here are really, if we take a look at this monster riding, are really all down in the south around Val d'Or. That's where Sylvia Berube is from. And of course, Gull-Masti's if there's some Indigenous populations voting, they're going to be in remote areas. We have seen there's not much. Gull-Masti started out in the lead, and now the Bloc is up front. I think that's one we're going to watch tonight, certainly. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more on Quebec, if you'll just bear with me. Hello, Quebec. Central Quebec, sure, why not Central Quebec? Yes, Berthe Masquinonge. Right now, Berthiaume Mascanonge, just one poll reporting, if the Liberals win here, that would be a surprising take. Yves Perron, history teacher, the Bloc Québécois incumbent, is behind by 16 votes. But that's a bit of red on the map there. And we want to look, I think, as well at Les Pays d'Eau. And I'm sorry, Gilles Ducep's going to kill my French. Like Les Pays d'Eau. Tim Watchorn is a former mayor of Morin Heights, alpine ski instructor. This would be, it's a new riding, but you'd put it to begin with in the Bloc column. So right now, that's a good get early on for the Liberals there. And just, I guess, for this one, we'll want to take a look at Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. This would be a surprise if this holds up. Richard Martel, the coach, he coached the Chicoutimi Junior A team, and very popular. He holds that riding for the Conservatives. But right now, he's in third, and the Bloc perhaps looking for a steal there in Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. That's something else. And Lac Saint Jean, let's take a look at that one. There we go. Somebody who is the son of our panel is doing very well. Alexis Brunel-Duceppe is expected to win Lac Saint Jean. He is ahead right now. And something of note, he's been doing a lot of work as a parliamentarian on human rights and doing so well on that he was endorsed by none other than Erwin Kotler, the former Liberal Justice Minister, is giving Al Duceppe a thumbs up tonight there. So that's a little bit of taste early on in Quebec. Some things up in the air, some things sort of trending the way they ought to. 40, 29, 12 for the Bloc. And we have our first two new Democrats on the board, including let's find those because that may be, yes, in Northern Ontario, Kenora Kiwetanung. Eric Malillo is the incumbent. Two Indigenous candidates, Charles Fox and Tanya Cameron, and we'll see how that turns out there. So, two new Democrats finally on the board. Back to you guys.
Okay, I know you just can't stop, David. You just want to keep going across the country. Hey?
We got all these 5 provinces
I know, it's all
reporting.
happening.
I need to keep going.
It's all happening. We're only waiting now for polls to close in BC and Yukon, so you will see those numbers tick up very quickly. Right now, the Liberals leading or elected in 41, the Conservatives leading or elected in 30, the BQ 12, 31. The NDP 2. All right. Eric Sorensen is keeping an eye on who is gaining and who is losing. Eric.
Dawna, the swing meter is telling us a story here. Remember early in the evening, the Liberals were ahead, the Conservatives were behind, but the swing meter for the Conservatives said they were gaining. And they were making up some ground that were going to get them on their way to that forming government of with a plus 27. Well, at the moment now, they're actually they've had 3 gains, but they're losing in 5 other places. So they're actually at -2 at the moment. They're starting to fall away from that opportunity to form government. The Liberals, on the other hand, their fortune is changing at the moment, and you can see from our swing meter what's happening exactly. They are gaining some ridings. They're coming way over here. This is the swing up for the Liberals. They are gaining some ridings. They're losing a couple, but they are at a net gain of 3. For a majority, they need to get up to 18. Now, if the Liberals can get to 18 or on the night, that 3 would be partway there. What's interesting about these numbers is the ones on the side here. The Liberals have won a couple of ridings against the Conservatives and lost some ridings to Conservatives, but they are picking up 5 so far from the Bloc Québécois. So part of the leading and help that the Liberals are getting right now is coming at the expense of the Bloc Québécois in Quebec, and I think that's an interesting thing. The swing meter is telling us that the Conservatives now are having a little more difficulty on their way to form government. The Liberals getting a bit of a pickup now, perhaps on their way to try and form a majority. This swing meter is doing the job we asked it to, and we're enjoying watching that come in. It's interesting because it instantly tells us sort of where the Liberals are picking up those votes, and at the moment it's in Quebec and against the BQ.
So are you doing the job we asked you to do? So
That's
excellent.
Right. I have to get out the tools every so often, make sure the swing meter's working.
I love the swing meter, and right now it's swinging in favor of the Liberals.
It is a little bit.
Moment.
Early, because now all those votes, like, those numbers, 44-37, still not a bad showing for the Conservatives at this stage, and a lot more votes that will be coming in, a lot more ridings to be counted, that you'll see those numbers change a lot just in the next half hour.
Yeah, and curious that we're watching some very tight races we know are shaping up, have shaped up in Atlantic Canada, but we're expecting some very tight races in BC too, where the polls have not even closed yet.
No, so it's like 0-0 out there, so it's really tight.
Yeah, so you have to keep watching. All right, let's go to Carolyn Jarvis, who is in Toronto in the riding of Toronto-St. Paul's. Carolyn, this is a longtime Liberal stronghold that the Liberals lost in a by-election.
Yeah, and this is one of those tight races that you just mentioned, Dawna, that we will be needing to watch tonight. I know it looks empty behind me right now, but the appetizers and the beer have just started to flow in this cafe in the heart of Toronto's St. Paul's riding. This is the Conservative watch party where they're hoping there will be a reason to celebrate tonight with what they hope will be the re-election of Don Stewart. That is yet to be seen because numbers are not in yet. But if you look at this riding, this is really where the story of this election began. At a by-election that was called and held in June of last year, some 10 months ago, when Carolyn Bennett, as you mentioned, resigned. In a shocking turn of events, Don Stewart took this riding for the first time to the Tories in 30 years. It was an upset that nobody saw coming, and it sent a loud message to Liberals who held seats across the country and all the way to Parliament Hill saying, if this riding is not safe, what other ridings across the country may be up for grabs? It was widely seen as a referendum on Trudeau's leadership, and what followed was months of Liberal rebellion and ultimately his resignation on January 6th. But tonight, with Trudeau no longer at the helm of this party, and Carney, as we've seen in recent weeks, ahead in the polls, the question for voters here today was, will they come back, if they were traditional Liberals, will they come back to the fold, or will they re-elect the Conservative? The wild cards in this riding are somewhat unique and not unique. Trump is one of the number one issues here, as we've been hearing right across the country, but also is the war in Gaza, the ongoing war between Israel and Gaza. And that's particular to this riding because 10% of the electorate here are Jewish, and many of them feel more heard by the Conservative camp, and so they're moving to the right on this issue. It is such a tight race, and in recent days we've seen star candidates from other Greater Toronto Area ridings be parachuted in by both parties, trying to shore up support. People just behind me here moments ago said, oh my God, I'm starting to get nervous. The results are coming in. We're waiting to see, certainly at this cafe, whether it will be a cause for celebration tonight. Dawna.
Okay, Carolyn Jarvis in the riding of Toronto St. Paul's. Another close race to keep an eye on. And Eric, we're going to look at some ridings in Quebec where it's looking very close as well tonight.
All right.
Chicoutimi-Lefjord.
Well, this is Marc Saint-Hilaire over Stéphane Proulx. And at the moment is pretty close because it's a lead of 11, but it's only the first poll reporting.
It's one poll reporting. Yeah, it's very early in that.
Can't get too excited yet.
Yeah.
I was about to, but I pulled myself back in.
And this is Gaspésie, Île-de-Madeleine, Listagouche.
Yeah, this would be a real letdown, I think, for the Liberals because if they're going to do some pickups against the Bloc Québécois, you would think that this would be a riding they wouldn't give up. Should point out, though, that when they did the redistribution of the voting, when the boundary lines changed a little bit, Diane Leboutillier, based on those votes being transposed, would have lost this riding in 2021. So she does have some votes to have to make up, and in the moment, that might be the gap.
Just a hair behind right now. And another Liberal, a little bit in the lead here. This is early reporting, too, only one poll reporting.
Yeah, Natalie Provost over Patrick O'Hara. Close race, one poll. Don't want to jump.
And this is Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor. We projected that she will win her riding in Moncton-Dieppe. She's been ahead all along. This wasn't one of the...
She with Treasury Board, I think, was her most recent
I think that was the most
capacity.
recent. They changed so much now. David Akin is nodding, so yes.
But she's been in cabinet for a number of years now.
Seniors minister?
She's been in and out. She was health minister, and then Trudeau dropped her as health minister, brought in as Veterans Affairs minister, and now Treasury Board.
Yeah, well, I knew you'd know. There you go.
Good guess.
You don't even have to look it up online. You just go into David's.
It's like hockey cards as a kid. Got him, trade him, got him.
Okay,
but we do. We stand around waiting for people to talk. Do we do that? Hey, listen, you want to talk about the GTA?
Yes.
GTA?
Yes.
GTA, anybody? Yes, of course. The Greater Toronto Area. That's what's on the map. Colors are just coming in right now. And, of course, this area is crucial because in the last in the last three, the Conservatives have failed to break through in the GTA. And if the Conservatives have any hope of forming a government tonight, they absolutely must take some seats in Brampton and Mississauga, in Burlington, in Oakville, maybe all the way around Ajax, Pickering. So far, not a lot. One tiny little bit of breakthrough. I'll point out this, York Centre. This is the former mental health minister, Yara Sachs. There's a big Russian population in York Centre, Jewish population. Yara's actually Israeli-born. She's one of the only, as far as I know, only Israeli-born member of parliament. She's behind Roman Baber. That sounds like a familiar name. It is, because he ran against Pierre Poilievre for the leadership. Finished well back, but stayed in the race, and now he's hoping to take York Centre. Right now, Roman Baber up by 181 votes very early, one poll in York Centre. But at least it's some blue in Toronto. And, of course, the Conservatives will want anything they can get there. We also have a potential pickup. Again, it's very early, one poll in, but Markham-Stouffville, this is York region, and absolutely the Conservatives are looking at taking Liberal seats in York region. And right now, the Conservatives' 65-point lead on the incumbent Helena Jazyk. Helena is another one of those that said, I'm not running again. Oh, wait, Mark Carney? Okay, I'm back. And so here she is. She's a former health minister in Ontario. So we're looking around here to see if we see a great deal amount of change at this point in time. Oshawa, this was a Conservative riding. This is home of GM. Colin Carey was the longtime Conservative MP, decided not to run. Rhonda Kirkland's running. This is where Pierre Poilievre had one of those monster rallies. I was at that particular one. Lots of people coming down from all over. So Conservatives leading there. I'm trying to take a look. Oh, this should not be Liberal. This is Jamie Schmale, the incumbent. One poll in. It seems unlikely that this is a rural part of Ontario, beautiful part of Ontario. Liberals right there. So we got some stuff happening in the GTA. A lot of grey still. We'll see what transpires.
Oh, so that'll start coloring in very shortly. Thank you, David. We're going to go to Shediac, New Brunswick now, which is in Beausejour, the riding of Dominic LeBlanc, longtime Liberal, who has won in that riding. Suzanne Lapointe is with him. Suzanne.
Hi, I'm here with Dominic, who was just elected again as MP for Beausejour. Dominic, has Carney given you any indication as to what role you might play in cabinet?
Of course he hasn't. The Prime Minister would never do that. I'm excited tonight to have been re-elected as the Member of Parliament for Beausejour. Mr. Carney, if he becomes Prime Minister at the end of the evening, I'm confident he will be. We'll decide who he wants to serve with him. I'm just happy to be re-elected tonight in my riding.
All right. And just today, Donald Trump tweeted that Canada would be better off as the 51st state. What do you make of that?
Mr. Trump is continuing, frankly, a discourse that is insulting to Canadians. It, I think, has understandably worried Canadians when he started that some months ago. Imagine if President Clinton or George W. Bush or Barack Obama had spoken about another sovereign country and ally of the United States in that way. It would be unthinkable. Mr. Trump will do what he wants to do. I think the most important thing for us, if we're re-elected tonight as a government, is to focus on how we can protect and build the Canadian economy and come to an agreement with the United States that's in the best interest of Canada.
All right, and you've been MP for this region for a quarter of a century. What do you make of how politics has changed in this time, especially now when Canada's sovereignty is being threatened?
I've been lucky enough to be elected 9 times in this constituency. You're right, when I first started, it was Mr. Chrétien's last majority government in 2000. We've never seen this level of uncertainty and angst amongst Canadians in terms of a relationship with a country that had been Canada's most important ally, economic partner. I think in the end we'll be able to find an agreement with the United States that's in the best interest of Canadian workers and the Canadian economy. But Mr. Trump has been an architect of a great deal of uncertainty.
All right, thank you so much for your time, Monsieur Leblanc. Back to you, Dawna.
Hey, Suzanne, I actually wondered if you could ask Mr. LeBlanc a question on my behalf. I appreciate that. I think this is his 9th straight election, so he has a ton of experience. What is he watching right now unfold? How confident is he about the Liberals' fortunes as we move west? Oh, you've just lost him, I think.
Unfortunately.
Not your fault. He obviously needed a glass of water.
Back.
No, it's okay.
He needed to grab him by the
Yeah. No, he was coughing, poor guy. Okay. Oh, he's back? Oh.
Yes, he is. He's graciously given us another question.
Oh, there you go.
So sorry, Dawna, can you repeat that?
Oh, yeah. Just how is he feeling? He's been, this is his 9th straight election. When he's seeing the results come in, he was tasked with delivering seats in Atlantic Canada and Quebec. Is that happening?
So you were tasked with delivering seats in Atlantic Canada and Quebec. Is that happening?
I've worked very hard in the campaign in Atlantic Canada and in some parts of eastern Quebec. There's still a lot of results to come in. The preliminary results in Quebec appear very encouraging. I'm confident at the end of the evening Mr. Carney will be returned as Prime Minister of Canada. I'm very proud of the campaign he ran, but we have to let the votes be counted and see who Canadians chose.
All right, thank you so much.
Suzanne, thanks for doing that. Sorry, you know what? I got to stop asking people to ask questions on my behalf. Thank you. I appreciate that.
He was not, of course, giving anything away about what will happen in cabinet. Of course, he has no choice in that at the moment. But it's unimaginable that Dominic LeBlanc would not be in the cabinet next time. He's been intergovernmental affairs minister. That he's just an affable guy who can talk to people all across the country, as well as Donald Trump's team down in Washington. So
he'll only be in cabinet though if the Liberals actually form a government tonight. And
the key there, Eric, you mentioned his ties. He can get along with Howard Lutnick somehow and others in the Trump circle, for whatever that's worth, because they're so unpredictable. But that's his great value. You're absolutely right. Mr. Affable, he's very popular among all sides on Parliament Hill.
Very smart, too. Law degree from Harvard. Yeah. I mean, he's been around the block. Okay, let's move on to look at some results. Atlantic Canada. Quebec. We're looking at Quebec. These are, I'm told, Liberals leading in ridings, leading over the bloc. So here's one, Trois-Rivières.
And that's Yves Levesque. That's that three-time he's trying to run here. So
Liberals have a good lead there. I mean, that's 12 polls reporting. So.
René Villemur, he was unwell, and so
he's got kidney cancer, very serious. But he's fighting it, and he's had some surgery.
And this is Shefford.
And this is where Justin Trudeau tried to take Shefford from the Bloc Québécois. Andréane LaRouche is the seniors critic, and she is the incumbent. The Trudeau was through there. Carney was through there trying to take that seat. Maybe this time it'll pull off. Six polls reporting, and it looks like it's going to be a two-way fight. Probably a two-way fight between the Liberals and the Bloc.
Early on, though.
And this is one of those by-election losses that did Trudeau in. The Bloc won. This is David Lamette's old seat. It's Paul Martin's old seat, La Salle-Verdun. And I think if the universe is returning to sort of normal, this should be a Liberal riding. Craig Sauvé, the New Democrat, 5.4%. I know it's early, but the New Democrats thought they could win this by-election last time around. That's just months ago, and now they're not even in the picture.
Although this is one poll reporting.
One poll reporting. Hey, look, there's a famous fellow.
There is the Liberal leader, Mark Carney, with his wife, Diane Fox Carney, watching the results come in.
Does he look? He looks pretty cool. Looks pretty calm.
Big comfy couch.
There you go. 84 seats right now, leading or elected for the Liberals. And of course, Carney, this is the point, is there weren't going to be 84 Liberals anywhere if it had been Trudeau. That's what all the Liberals say. So, when Mark Carney was thinking about this last summer, he was telling friends, if I can hold Poilievre to a minority, that'd be great.
All right.
All right, we're back with more coverage of Decision Canada in a moment. All right, welcome back to our Decision Canada coverage. I'm Dawna Friesen. Eric Sorensen is with me here. We got a lot of close races we're watching right across the country now that polls have closed right across the country. So lots of ridings in play. Let's take a look at some of those that we're watching carefully.
Wow.
So this is, practically neck and neck for the BQ and the Liberal candidate.
That looks like it'll go down to the wire. About half the polls are reporting so far, not quite half, but 42.7 to 42.3. That is neck and neck is the definition of that race.
And this is a Liberal incumbent who would lose if she didn't pull off a win there. And another riding in Quebec where the Liberal, oh my goodness, once again.
These are the closest races so far, and you don't want to read too much into it. And this one just has a few polls reporting a lead for the Liberal by 13 votes over the incumbent Bloc Québécois MP.
And Terra Nova, the Peninsulas, we've been watching this all night. It is still too close to call.
This is, they're getting close to the end. I mean, there are only, 24 more polls to close. It's a lead of 306. That's almost in recount territory right there, but a big lead by the Conservative at first in the evening, and that has narrowed.
And Central Nova, same thing, very close. Just a difference of 241 votes between the Conservative and the Liberal incumbent.
And I keep looking up at the polls reporting, and in this case, we're, we're about three-quarters of the way through. And so Sean Fraser is biting his nails at this point.
All right. David Akin is looking at
Western
we've got
Canada.
Some numbers coming in Alberta already.
Yeah, so let's remember we could keep going out west. I mean, there's a lot of action in Quebec, a lot of action in Ontario, but I wanted to tell people what's going on way out west. Right now, if you're looking at that, you see a little dot of orange. Not a little dot, a big dot of orange. It's the riding south of Edmonton, Leduc, Wetaskiwin. There's only 3 polls in. The incumbent is Mike Lake. He's been there since 2004-06. He's been there for a while. This riding, I think the Conservatives would be favored, but right now we put it in the NDP column with Catherine Swampy having a 41-vote lead over the Liberals and just 12 votes, but again, just 3 in. That may change blue. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's very strange. I don't know if the NDP would win there. But take a look at this one. Edmonton Southeast, this is Amarjeet Sohi trying for a comeback to the House of Commons. Sohi was elected in 2015, was in Justin Trudeau's cabinet, then lost, then became the mayor of Edmonton, and now he is in second place right now, but just 1 poll in Edmonton Southeast. But that is definitely a riding that the Liberals are confident they will win, and that plus Edmonton Centre might give them 2 in there. In Calgary right now, we don't have a lot reporting. We got that one right there, Nose Hill, the very popular Michelle Rempel-Garner. Popular in Conservative circles, only Pierre Poilievre is better at raising money than Michelle Rempel-Garner, who right now, with 22 polls in already in Calgary, isn't that something? They're very efficient in Nose Hill, but they don't have any other polls except down in Calgary. Midnapore, Stephanie Kuzy, this is a very conservative part of Calgary. She's leading there. Let's just quickly check in on Winnipeg. Manitoba, there we go. In Winnipeg, we have a potential pickup. The Liberals are definitely targeting the New Democrats in Winnipeg Centre. We only have 1 poll reporting, and right now it's a 15-vote lead for the Liberal over the incumbent Leah Gazan. So that's just a quick little snapshot very early of Western Canada. There's Nikki Ashton. That'll put 2 on the board. She's held off all challengers over the years. The Liberals, again, are very interested in taking this riding, but right now, Nikki Ashton well ahead. So I'll throw it back to you guys before I get carried away.
Okay. That'll never happen, David.
No.
All right, thanks so much. We're going to take a quick peek at Mark Carney's riding. He is running in Nepean in the Ottawa region, and he, at this point, it's only 1 poll reporting, but he has a very comfortable lead there. So we'll see how that shapes up. And Eric Sorensen is looking at who's gaining and who is losing seats at this stage. Eric, you're right in the middle of the swing meter.
Yeah, man, it is getting interesting. I mean, the Liberals are ahead by, what is it, 28 at this moment. That's less than what they were at a little after 10 o'clock in the evening Eastern time 4 years ago. But the ridings that are reporting tell a different story at the moment. For example, earlier in the evening, we said the Conservatives looked like they might be making some gains where they could maybe perhaps form government if they could get to that magic number of 27. That's their combined gains against Liberal losses. But at the moment, they're at a total of -4. They're not approaching that yet. Now, it depends on what other ridings are coming in. But the Liberal numbers, they're beginning to look pretty interesting. The Liberals are making some gains. They're picking up a bunch of ridings here. It looks like I need to look more closely. Some of them are against the NDP, 3 or so, but they have double-digit gains against the Bloc Québécois at the moment. And so they've picked up, so far, they're picking up 28. And that gives them, you can see the gains here for the Liberals. They're up about 28. They've lost another 12 or so. Most of those are against the Conservatives, but on balance, they're at plus 16. Why is that important? Look at that number up there. To get to a majority, the Liberals need to gain 18 from where they were last time around. Right now, they're at plus 16. This is, you know.
Oh, it just popped up one more, Eric.
17. So, you know, none of that is final yet, but it shows that as the results are coming in, Dawna, that 17 is getting closer to that majority number of 18. None of it is final, but it shows that the Liberals are beginning to pick up the possibility of making it much closer towards them getting a majority than the Conservatives catching up and forming government, which is not how it looked when we were first kind of looking at Atlantic Canada.
Okay, Eric, thanks. And just an overall count, Liberals now leading or elected in 115 ridings, the Conservatives in 82, the BQ in 15, and the NDP in 4. And all the polls are closed now across the country, so those numbers are going to keep populating down there. Let's go to Mercedes Stevenson and the political panel. Mercedes.
Thanks, Dawna. Well, our first opportunity to talk about this fire hose of information that's coming in that we're all watching and trying to make sense of here in real time. Seamus, starting with you, as we've seen these polls that have closed from Ontario all the way over to BC and then BC and Yukon shortly thereafter. What do you make of how the results are shifting?
Well, maybe I'm, grasping at plastic straws here, but, you got, excuse me, but so many of these are advance polls, and we know that the advance polls were at a record high. So these numbers look good for the Liberal Party right now. These numbers are still coming in, and I think you'll see that progress. I mean, it really is quite extraordinary how many people made up their minds in this election very early on and decided to take advantage of advance polls and at a rate we haven't seen.
Well, and really good point, because a lot of folks at home may not realize that the advanced polls are coming in first because they're already there. Lisa, the numbers were looking pretty good for the Conservatives. They're looking not as great now, but it's not terrible, and we're still very early. Do you draw any early conclusions from what we're seeing with these numbers that are now starting to register quite quickly?
I guess what I was saying before we came on air, it's so much information coming in at once. It's hard to divine what the heck's going on. Got 118 ridings to report yet. That's a lot. So you can't really draw much from it, but it's nice to see some of my friends get reelected, I'll say that.
and we have Gilles Duceppe on the panel, whose son is doing very well right now.
Well, it's not officially elected, so we have to wait till it's official.
That's right.
It happened to me in '93. I was sure to be elected, but everything was late. They were calling me I was the one with Jacques Parizeau because Lucien Bouchard was in Alma, having the meeting in Montreal. So all the journalists will say, come. I said, no, it's not official. Yeah. When it be official, I'll be there. Otherwise, look at what happened to Jean Charest once. He made a victory speech and he lost.
We have a nervous father in front of us.
Oh, yes, I agree with that. But you spoke about the advance poll. Also, it depends in each riding from where the polls are coming from.
Exactly.
So sometimes
ridings that can make a big difference.
You don't know if that part is Liberal, that part is Bloc, that part is.
So break
we don't know.
Down for us a bit, Nathan.
So at a local campaign level, if you've got a good campaign, you'll see the polls coming in, and you'll know what each of those polls mean for your campaign.
Wow.
Right? So you're sitting there, and you've got, sometimes something will flash on the screen, and we'll say, holy cow, how's that person winning, or how are they losing? Yeah. And it's 5 polls reporting. Yeah. But even more importantly, even when you get to half the polls reporting, who's left? Yeah. And is your vote coming that's left, or is it not? And that's what you learn as folks that have been through a couple of elections.
The emotional grinder.
Well, this good and bad. Yeah. But this is the opportunity where Canadians can watch this come in. Don't draw any conclusions yet. This is going to go, and then we'll see those iterations, and we'll start to hear from the parties saying those seat numbers are not going to hold, or this is looking like it's going
Atlantic
away.
Canada must be settled though by now.
I don't know. We're seeing some still come in with 30-40% still remaining outstanding. David Akin will know.
It's very close.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
right.
Fraser,
it's
Sean Fraser. It's
That's
less than
what's going on
1%.
there.
And I know a huge element of this is get out the vote and getting the voters out who you know are going to vote for you. I just want to do kind of a quick round robin of what you've heard from your parties about how that get out the vote effort might have gone, how much effort was put into it, starting with you, Seamus.
Well, I think, we're known for it. We got very good at it leading into 2015. We have relied on our GOTV, and this will be, it is well organized on the ground. It is all about making sure you identify your vote. I didn't have a full appreciation for it as a journalist until I got into politics in 2014, 2015. It is about identifying that vote, going around, knocking on doors, figuring out who's a Liberal, who will vote as a Liberal, and then making sure they vote. And it's a big day.
So my call around today was, what are the numbers like in what Seamus just talked about?
Okay,
and that's what's important.
We have to wrap right now, but we will get your take on it. I promise, Jill.
I'm
At
just
least
happy
when we
they'll
come
stop
back,
calling you to vote.
we're all looking forward to the end of those many text messages about whether you're going to vote for someone. I think.
All right, panel. Mercedes, thanks so much. And we do have some breaking news now. Global News is ready to make a call. Global News is now projecting a Liberal government. It's a Liberal government. We're not saying majority or minority, but Global News is projecting that the Conservatives can't win enough seats at this point to form a government.
Yeah.
So we'll have, Eric, did you have thoughts on that?
Well, what they're saying is they can't catch up to the where the Liberals are. At the moment, the Liberals are ahead by, it looks like, 39 votes. 39 ridings. Now, these numbers can change. Some ridings are close, but what I've noticed...
We're just looking at the Liberal headquarters there, we should quickly say, and then we'll get to Mackenzie.
When you watch these numbers climb through the evening on an election night, those numbers will change, that 127, that 89, but they tend to be within a little range of like plus or minus 5. And right now, the Conservatives would just have to make up too many, I think, is the decision desk deciding that there's just too many ridings to make up ground on to catch the Liberals.
Okay, let's go to Mackenzie Gray, who was there at Liberal headquarters. Mackenzie.
Yeah, Dawna, big cheer went out when the call was made that the Liberals will win the most seats in this election. Of course, Mark Carney is still hoping for a majority government. That is a word that he only said once at a rally in Kitchener earlier in the campaign. Then his preferred term was that he'd look for a strong mandate to take on Donald Trump. The Liberals still think that a majority is possible at this point in time and a lot more votes to count. But fundamentally, this is one of the biggest political comebacks in Canadian political history. If you would have talked at the start of the year that the Liberals would have been able to win this election, most political observers, and probably myself included, would have thought you were crazy. Polls were showing at that point in time, just before Justin Trudeau quit as Prime Minister, that the Liberals could end up being the fourth party behind the Bloc Québécois, behind the NDP, and the Conservatives would have had a supermajority at that point in time. But Mark Carney has been able to orchestrate a major comeback. The Conservatives unable to adapt their campaign to deal with Mr. Carney's new approach to things relative to Justin Trudeau. And it'll yet to be seen if the Liberals were able to get that strong mandate and majority that Mr. Carney is looking for.
All right, Mackenzie Gray, thank you. We should point out 172 is what the Liberals need to reach a majority at this point. Right now, they're at leading or elected in 133.
And what's interesting, I think, is that the BQ and the NDP right now only have about 19 ridings where they're ahead. So in terms of winning the night, it's going to take 162 at the moment. If the BQ and the NDP pick up some more seats, then maybe those numbers come down into the 150s. But for the moment, the Liberals still have quite a few ridings they will have to win, probably, possibly even to hold off the Conservatives. But it may be just one of those things that the Conservatives aren't able to kind of make up the gap.
Okay.
And both of them will end up with an awful lot of ridings tonight, whereas the other parties will have just about gotten too few.
We want to get to the Conservative Party headquarters. Obviously, this is not the news that the Conservatives were looking for, hoping for tonight. Taria Isri is there. Taria.
Dawna, I mean, just months ago, a Conservative victory seemed all but certain. And now, that's not what's happening. The Conservatives are going to lose for a fourth time to the Liberals. I mean, it's got to be a major disappointment. There was a bit of silence in the room once the newsroom started declaring the winner. Let's bring in Ben Mulrooney just to talk about this. I mean, Ben, how disappointing is this result for the party?
Well, I think it's very, very surprising with the collapse of the NDP vote and the reinvention of the Liberal Party under the leadership of Mark Carney. I think those are two plus Donald Trump being thrown into the mix. Those are three things that I don't think that the Tories had expected. Where they go from here, it's going to depend, I think, a lot on how the party fares over the course of the rest of the night. What's their vote total? How much of the percentage of the vote do they get? How many seats do they get? Let's not forget, nobody raises money for the party like Pierre Poilievre. No one has galvanized the base like Pierre Poilievre, and he's grown the base as well. So I know that the Tories have a nasty tradition of turfing somebody when they don't rise to expectation immediately. I'm hoping that whatever Pierre Poilievre decides to do, he decides it on his own steam, because I think he deserves the chance to make that choice himself.
So, I mean, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but do you think he can survive this loss? I mean, he had a 20-point lead heading into this.
Yeah, I mean, he had a 20-point lead, but nobody thought that 20-point lead was going to hold ever. They knew that under the leadership of a new leader of the Liberal Party, that would tighten, and nobody expected Donald Trump the way he showed up. And if I can editorialize, I don't know anybody who expected the Liberals to just cut so casually their ties to the carbon tax as if it were nothing. And on top of that, I don't think anyone appreciated how many people would respond to it positively on behalf of the Liberals. So you throw all that together, and this has been a very unpredictable race. Some of it can lie, yes, at the feet of the sort of the brain trust of the Conservative Party, and some of it's just dumb luck.
I mean, I was with the Conservatives that last campaign. Pierre Poilievre really stayed on message. He focused on housing, affordability, crime. There wasn't a lot of talk about Donald Trump. Are we going to look back at this and say that was a mistake?
Well, I think you'll probably have to at some point. If you don't get the result you want based on sort of the plan that you lay out, then your plan was probably wrong. And but this was the campaign that he wanted to run. The logic is sound. The logic is sound. All of the problems that existed before Donald Trump are still in front of us. And listen, if I were in that room, I probably would have suggested that they run this same campaign as well. So you don't know until you run the place.
What about the infighting? I mean, the tensions we heard about between the federal Tories and then the progressive Conservatives, particularly in Ontario. Doug Ford had said, hey, the truth hurts, when he referred to some criticism from Conservative strategists. Was that a mistake, not relying on maybe some of the advice from the Ford government?
I don't know what's going on behind those closed doors, but I do think that there is something specific about the Conservative movement versus the Liberals, where people who are at each other's throats will do so privately, and then they will work together publicly. I think specifically of Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin. That doesn't seem to happen on the other side of the fence. And if the Tories want to sort of build a party that can present itself as an alternative to the Liberals moving forward, they're going to have to stop that stuff.
Yeah, all right, thanks, Ben. We'll leave it there.
Hey, Taria, can I ask a quick question just about Pierre Poilievre's whereabouts tonight? Are we expecting to hear from him?
He's supposed to arrive at some point this evening. We don't exactly know when. It's going to be a difficult speech he's going to have to make. There were very high expectations for the party. Like I said, a 20-point lead for Poilievre at some point. And, this is not the outcome anyone here wanted. It is what the polls suggested. But I think there's going to be a lot of soul searching, within the Conservative Party after this result.
Do they have the
okay. All right, Taria Isri, thanks. David Akin is looking at the numbers for us, because we have projected that there will be a Liberal government, and yet we have been talking about close races across the country, particularly in Atlantic Canada, some in Quebec as well. There will be others across the country. We're expecting close races in BC. So, David, can you help explain why with the Liberals at 138, we are projecting a Liberal government?
Right. Well, we actually are looking at all the races on the board to be able to do that. And in each riding, we take a look at historical trends, the votes that are in already, and the expectation of other votes being able to catch up. And we produce the calculation that at this point, the Conservatives will not be able to catch enough Liberal seats. If we take a look at the GTA, just to give you an example, I think we've said this before. We said this 4 years ago. We said it 4 years before that. Until the Conservatives take away a lot more red, then they're not going to be able to form a government. There's 60 plus seats right here. They have a little bit that they're holding on to, maybe Etobicoke North, etc. But they just need to be taking more seats in Toronto. The Fortress Montreal is all Liberal again. And we expect, of course, the Liberals to hold in BC. We're just starting to get the results in there. There are some Conservative pickups. But it's basically taking a look at where votes have been cast and do we see any significant changes? By and large, no, with some notable exceptions of some pickups in a riding here or there in Atlantic Canada. And the Liberals are overperforming a little bit right now in the province of Quebec generally.
It's, Dawna, it's those numbers we're looking at. The Liberals and the Conservatives together are probably going to split something like 300 seats plus. We haven't seen that before. The same thing with the popular vote. We don't have it up for just a moment, but they may have 80% or well over 80% of the popular vote in the country. We haven't seen anything like that since the 1950s. In the era of the NDP, they've never been able to get numbers up that high for the two main parties. There they are right now. Well, look at that. You don't need me to run over there. I can just, Dawna, and I can just talk about it here. Yeah. Add that up, 49 and 38. That gets you up to, what, 87, 88%? Look at the NDP, 4.4%. That has collapsed. I think the Bloc over at 5.2, watch for that to climb a bit because they're still adding votes in Quebec. The Bloc usually sees its numbers just kind of slowly climb for a while. But the NDP at this point tonight should have about 15, 16% of the national vote, even without all the votes coming in from BC yet. Okay. And they're way down, and you've got a pretty remarkable
I just wanted to talk about one other thing. We haven't talked about results from Pierre Poilievre's riding yet because I don't think there are any. Is that right, David? I don't think we're seeing any yet.
David is punching the board, giving it away. David is punching it up.
There's nothing.
There's nothing.
The 81 ballots, the 91 seats.
This may be why. This may be why.
Ballots.
This is the.
And I can tell you, and we should let people know.
This is a specimen of the ballot.
Yes.
I'm just holding up, David. This isn't a real ballot, of course, but it's a specimen where they had 91 people on the ballot, and they. Because there was a protest about people who believe in electoral reform and wanted to make a point.
They've done this a few times. This is the long ballot committee.
Yep.
They did it in the by-election in Toronto St. Paul's. I think they did it in LaSalle-Lamar. They did it in a Winnipeg riding. And it just takes a long time. And here's the weird thing. In that riding in Toronto St. Paul's, that was the by-election that the Conservatives won that sparked all the rebellion to get rid of Trudeau. The Liberal lost by, a few hundred votes. And there were like a few hundred votes on the 81 names. And some Liberals grumbled that protest vote may have actually done the Liberal in. I don't think it's going to be that close in Carleton that a few hundred votes is going to make the difference. But it is going to be a long night until Pierre Poilievre learns that we assume he's going to be reelected. There were some suggestions out there that he was not going to be, but I think in he comes.
One thing we do know is that he will not be Prime Minister. Let's go to Mercedes Stephenson and the political panel. Mercedes.
Thanks, Dawna. Well, our first opportunity to react to that call of a Liberal government. Lisa, I want to start with you this time. Of course, I'm going to pick on the Conservative. But I don't think this is a huge surprise. I heard that the leader was making calls today warning people that this could be a tough night. But is this what was expected?
I guess we really didn't know at the end of the day, but internal polling is going to show you what they have. So if he was making those phone calls, good on him. I think we have a lot to be proud of in Atlantic Canada, which is a bit of a surprise. I thought we weren't going to do as well there. And let's see how the rest of Ontario rolls. It's a real mixed bag, though, Mercedes. I have to say, some folks I expected to win aren't, and some people I thought were not going to win are. So who knows what the electorate's thinking out there, but it'll all be revealed soon.
The NDP crushed tonight. What do you make of that performance?
Well, not crushed yet. Give us a minute.
It's not looking great.
It's a different. I'm not going to repeat that. We were expecting a difficult night. We have, I guess, the lament. For those of us that have been involved, we know a bunch of these candidates, and we know the quality of some of the people, through no fault of their own, are not going to be successful tonight. And this is the life of politics. This happens. I lament it more for Canadians because sometimes you see somebody lose who doesn't really deserve to. They did a great job as an MP. They were wonderful at their thing, but this is the age that we live in, and this is the election that we live in. I just wouldn't get it wrong in terms of interpreting what comes out of tonight. Why, right? Why did we've talked about this a bit tonight. This context of this election will be for this time. It won't be for the next time. We're not dealing with a president trying to take over the country and destroy our economy. Then we'll see what's next. And I think some of the issues will resonate, but let's watch what happens next. And the NDP were able to accomplish an enormous amount with just 24 MPs. I'm hoping they're able to return enough, and we don't know about Liberal majority minority yet.
Right.
That is going to be enormously consequential for everybody who's considering what happens next.
And one of the factors I want to come back to, but flagging it, so this is just me planting the flag. We're going to come back to it in the future. What happens to the future of both of your leaders in light of what has happened tonight? But Seamus, Liberal government, is Donald Trump basically the best thing that's ever happened to the Liberal Party?
Donald Trump is working on behalf?
Yeah, our change of leader has already happened, clearly, and it did have a huge effect. I mean, I said before, you talk about expectations going into this election. I mean, going into it right now, we were hoping for a Liberal government. It's still a possibility, perhaps, of a majority government. But think of where we were just 2-3 months ago. This is an extraordinary switch of political fortunes, and still, I think, a hugely unpredictable campaign. We'll see where it goes. A lot of those seats, Lisa and I know a lot of people in Atlantic Canada appear to be very local, and I'm going to be looking forward to seeing where a lot of those land. As the numbers continue to come in. Clearly, this is a good night for the Liberal Party. Not one that 3 months ago we would have expected. One that we, in the past month and a half, 2 months, we've been preparing for.
Gilles, I want to ask you, we're seeing the block at, I'm looking at the screen here, 23 right now. It's moving. You're projecting 25. Yeah. So pretty close to that. That puts the block in a position, if this is a minority government, to potentially back.
But we don't know yet if it will be a monetary government. If it is, they could play. It depends also how many members the NDP will have. So I would say that both the Liberals and the Republicans have the same color. They're both red.
So should I take that as the bloc may not be backing up?
More seriously, I think there's two important dates to come with the coming negotiations. The election in a year and a half in the States, all the Congress, and 1/3 of the Senate, and 1/3 of the governors. That'd be important. And an election in Quebec also within a year and a half or two, in 2022, that'd be important also. And in politics, things change a lot. I do remember in 1993, Jean Charest used to say half of his caucus was composed of women.
Yeah.
They were too.
It was our best showing, actually.
And look what happened after. The Liberals were 30 in 2011. We were 4. Quite a difference today.
Seamus is describing it well. The need to be humble. And I say this with all seriousness of what comes next for the Liberals. They just went through a near-death experience. They, as you say, 3 months ago, it was hard to imagine this kind of scenario. 2 things changed. Mr. Trudeau leaves, Mr. Trump comes in. Whoop, we have a different context. But one of the things that hurt, I believe, the last Liberal government was any notions of entitlement or smugness or not listening. And in particular, as we watch the results come in from Western Canada, I deeply, sincerely say, listening to Western Canada in meaningful ways, talking about the things that we've always talked about, are going to be really important for this government, minority or majority, maybe even more important if majority.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to get into, we'll find out, minority, majority. We'll change things radically either way.
And also the reaction of all the provinces after those negotiations.
Yes. And those negotiations
BC,
have
Western Canada, Ontario, Quebec, and the Maritimes. It could make a hell of a debate, I would say, in Canada, saying we want or not, or they prefer a certain province. They forgot to protect things that we wanted them to protect, and
And
could
Quebec,
be an important debate.
no doubt a big role. And Dawna, of course, the questions about how this goes for Mr. Carney going forward. He's had a relatively short time as Prime Minister where it's been an improvement over Mr. Trudeau. If this is a minority government and he's not able to negotiate better than Mr. Trudeau, Liberal fortunes could be a big question mark. But it's a big night for the Liberals tonight, for sure, after what they've been through, to be pulling off any kind of a government.
Okay, Mercedes, thank you. Yes, it is a Liberal win tonight. Mark Carney will be the Prime Minister. This is the first time he'll be elected to public office. He looks like he's handily winning his seat in Ottawa. Eric, let's take a look at the popular vote.
Well, the Liberals are up by about 8 points at the moment. You would expect to see that. I think as these numbers add up on the screen below, is that me?
Yeah, it's you. I'll turn that off.
We each had one of those tonight, right?
You did. You had two, though.
No, but that one didn't happen on air. That doesn't count. Sorry. The Liberals over the Conservatives where they are right now. 44 ridings to report. The Liberals kind of need to win about half of those if they're going to get to 172. And we'll look soon enough on the swing meter because it's getting very
a lot of Vancouver down. Vancouver hasn't reported, and there's a lot of Liberal seats
now,
there.
Or do you want to?
These are.
All right.
These are some of the close races involving ministers. This is Anita Anand's riding, Oakville East. She is the incumbent, of course, and neck with the Conservative. Now, only 6 polls reporting there, so...
Ron Chisner has run before, albeit in the Mississauga Lakeshore, which is just next door. He's a former police officer. Good candidate for the Conservatives. They're very happy to have him on the team. But, of course, Anita Anand, she's
one of the Liberals who said, no, I'm not going to run again, and then came back in. And
Finance
this is
Minister
François-Philippe Champagne, who has been projected to win his riding.
The finance minister, the short-term finance minister for Mark Carney in Jean Chrétien's old area.
I would expect him to continue in that role. I don't think he's going to. I think Carney will keep him right there with his next cabinet.
That makes sense.
All right. Is there any more we're looking at there? Oh, David, what do you? You're steering into Quebec, right?
Let's just stay a little more in Quebec. So I mentioned earlier about the National Capital Region. I thought the Conservatives would have some pickups, but I want to point you to this riding, Charlebourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. This is Pierre Poilievre's Quebec lieutenant, Pierre Paulus, right now trailing the Liberal in, again, Charlebourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. There's 11 polls reporting, so that's a decent number. We'll see how this turns out, but that would be a big surprise if the Conservatives lost Pierre Paulus from their caucus. Then next door, we mentioned Beauport-Limoilou. We thought the Conservatives would steal this from the Bloc. The Bloc is in third. That's Julie Vignola, not by much. And right now, with 5 polls in, Steve Lavoie, the Liberal, in Beauport-Limoilou. That would be a surprising pickup for the Liberals there. So that's that. We talked about Trois-Rivières, where Yves Lévesque is trying for the 3rd time to get elected. He's in 3rd place. The Liberals, and again, we thought this would be a 3-way race. The Liberals are ahead right now with 24 polls reporting. And then, as I mentioned, we go way, that big, huge riding. We talked about this, the strong candidate in Abitibi Bay James Nunavik AU for the Liberals is the former Grand Chief of the Cree Nation, the first female Grand Chief, Mandy Gulmasti. It's a tight race, 50 polls reporting, 174 vote lead. We're now, because we know we're going to have a Carney government, I am now starting to think about potential cabinet ministers. And I think certainly Mandy Gulmasti, given her executive experience as a senior Indigenous leader in this country, I think she's going to merit some consideration from Mr. Carney as he thinks about cabinet meetings. So some very interesting results in Quebec. So far as when we came out of Atlantic Canada and the Liberals looked like they were sort of stumbling, not very efficient with their vote, they'd lost a couple of seats, and I wondered how that would move across the country. Well, in Quebec, it looks like they're overperforming in Quebec. They're doing very well in Quebec and doing well enough in Ontario, holding out of the GTA. And we'll see about how things show up in BC. Those results, we're just starting to form them up now.
Okay, David Akin, thanks. Let's do a quick check-in at Bloc Québécois headquarters in Montreal. That's where Mike Armstrong is tonight. Mike, the Bloc was projecting maybe 25 seats. They're at 22 right now. How are they feeling?
Yeah, we've heard some pretty big cheers this evening here, probably the last 15 minutes, especially when the leader himself at 10:25, Yves-Francois Blanchette, was named as winning. I'm joined right now by Olivier Gignac, candidate for the Bloc in Rosemont Petite Patrie. That's sort of the east end of the island for those in the rest of the country. I'm wondering, how are you feeling tonight at this point?
I'm feeling excited. This is a moment where we see some numbers coming in. We don't know how many seats we will be able to gain, to hold. We don't know if it's going to be a minority government or a majority government. There's a lot of questions still in the air.
We're right sort of where Mr. Blanchet sort of seemed to prepare us to be, and he kept on saying it was important to have the balance of power in a minority government. That's what you're hoping for at this point?
Exactly. The position at Bloc Québécois that we put forward during mostly the end of the campaign was, would we rather want to ask and hope for the fair share of the gains, or would we prefer to be able to demand and obtain? And this is the sense of this balance of power, what it would provide for the people of Quebec.
Yeah. It's interesting. We kept on hearing anecdotally about people saying that they were long-time Bloc Québécois voters, but in this election, because of Donald Trump, they were maybe going another way, Liberal. I went out in Terrebonne last week and had no trouble finding people who said exactly that to me. I'm wondering, what was it like to be out there on the hustings with Donald Trump?
At the moment, it was super difficult. Honestly, people were thinking, I'm afraid of Trump. And at this moment, the Liberal Party was like a safe asset. And at some people were also afraid of other things. Some people were afraid of Poilievre. Some people were afraid of healthcare. And it was difficult early in the campaign to sort of put ourselves into this window, but Yves-Francois Blanchet really kept his stance in this moment and really put forward this message that we have the advantage of focusing for the people of Quebec, for our values, for our industries. And then I would say in the middle of the campaign, this window sort of opened up, and I feel that tonight we get the results of this special moment where we kind of had a window of opportunity to put forward that message.
I should ask you, there has been some criticism, I'm sure you're aware, Mathieu Bocoté, for example, of the place or the lack of space that the sovereignty, the drive for separation took in this election. I'm wondering, is it a bit of a low point at the moment in Quebec? How do you feel about that?
So, Mike, if I wouldn't have checked the numbers, I would have think so. But I looked at the numbers at the same time, Léger poll, and I dug into the numbers, and I saw that at the same time that we were talking about this Canadian patriotism, we saw the numbers in will of independence increase up to 40%, which was something I never seen before. And besides, what I feel is that the independence movement is still well alive, and a whole generation never had to answer this question. So I think it's still there, but it was not put up front.
One of the things Mr. Blanchet has also said is that he doesn't want this to happen again. And there's going to be a Quebec provincial election next year, probably next year, about a year and a half, something like that. He wants to make sure, even if it's a minority government, he would keep that going because he doesn't want Donald Trump to step on another election. How important is that to you?
Of course. Very important. And at the same time, all the efforts that we put into this campaign will be transferable efforts in the next Quebec election next year. So all the volunteers, all the resources that we made to mobilize the people in the different districts will be able, and it was a motivation to know that we're placing those foundations also for the next election in Quebec next year.
And a lot of the people that we're seeing here tonight will probably be part of the Parti Québécois election campaign come 1 year from now, a year and a half, for sure. There you go, Dawna, I'll throw it back to you.
All right, Mike Armstrong, thanks so much. Looking at the numbers there, you can see the Liberals are ticking up. There are 153 now, 31 ridings left to report. They need to hit 172 to reach a majority. So, Eric, you're looking at where the gains and losses have taken place. Maybe you can tell us whether there's a path.
We can't do our thing until we check the swing meter.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, I know.
Wow.
God, did I?
He's wanted to say that all night.
No, I just made it up now. Look, so this is interesting because the Liberals are at 153. We can see that. But the swing meter tells us that they are gaining 11. Now, that 11 is based on the 154 they had in the previous election than by-elections, right? So if you gave them plus 11 on the 154, right now they would be looking at getting into about the mid-160s. That's where we're at right now, that how things stand with what you would expect in the ridings going the same way, they would be in the 160s. You get in the mid-160s, and all those other numbers start to look interesting too. Think about them being at 165 and the NDP at 7. What does that add up to? 172. So we may be in a situation that one of the closest things we'll be watching tonight is, can the Liberals get to a majority? For the moment, they're at 10. As we said before, they need to pick up 18. Sorry, I went too far to show that. 18. They're picking up a lot of those from the Bloc Québécois, 13 so far. They've picked up 14 on the Conservatives, or are picking up 14, but they've also lost 18 to the Conservatives. So most of their pickups are coming at the expense of the Bloc Québécois. At the moment, you just saw the numbers change. They're at 13. They need to get to 18 pickups to get a majority. So they're looking like they might, Dawna, be in the 160s, high 160s, mid 160s. The NDP probably has a chance to win a few more ridings. They, of course, let's not forget, they're sorely looking at that number at 7 and hoping, can we find 5 more to get to official party status. But they, whether or not they get there, they may still end up with the balance of power. The Bloc Québécois clearly would have the balance of power. If there were a minority government, you could call that right now, the BQ will. But it doesn't mean the Liberals won't have the numbers close to 172, and the NDP could just put them up to that.
Yeah, to form a government.
That's still possible.
Which is exactly what we had before.
Yes, just a slightly different balance.
Yeah. All right, let's go to Naheed Nenshi, leader of the NDP in Alberta, former mayor of Calgary. Thanks so much for taking time with us. Nice to talk to you again.
Thanks so much, Dawna. You know, the last election, I was on the panel with y'all.
Oh, I know.
So now I guess I'm a partisan politician now with a slightly different point of view than just being a pundit.
You are indeed. So you know Mark Carney will be Prime Minister. How will that be received in Alberta, where it's now sinking in that the Liberals will form a 4th consecutive government?
Well, you know, this is an interesting question because the Premier of Alberta, Premier Smith, as well as some of her fellow extremist travelers like Preston Manning, when they saw the writing on the wall, they decided to say, well, we're going to go back to that well of Western separatism and say, oh my gosh, if the Liberals win, we're going to break the country apart. The Premier actually wrote the Prime Minister a list of demands saying she would cause a national unity crisis over a number of things, including plastic straws. So we're going to break up the country over plastic straws. I hate paper straws, but this is getting a bit ridiculous. And I think most Albertans understand that. And particularly if we end up with a majority government tonight, which means, you know, 4-ish years of stability, I think they understand that Alberta has to work with the federal government. Nobody's going for separatism here. No one's going back to that well, even though the Premier wants us to. But we've got to be able to have our very legitimate concerns as Albertans looked at. You know, we continue to drive the economy. We continue to feel like we're somewhat ignored, and there's a lot of work to do here.
Is so much anger too. I know you're not, part of that, but I was just recently in Alberta. There are diehard separatists. There are people who suggest that Alberta should leave Canada, not only leave Canada, but join the United States. There is an element of that in Alberta, and those people, I can only imagine, will be furious tonight.
You know, some of them certainly will be, and some of them have certainly been fed a diet by politicians, people in my profession, to make them angrier and angrier. Now, any poll I've seen shows that the Liberals will get more votes in Alberta, or more percentage of the popular vote, even in Alberta, than people who are in favor of separatism. So Alberta is not a political monolith.
But the popular vote doesn't get you seats in Parliament, right? And I think that's the issue for people who are unhappy in Alberta. They feel like they never get a voice.
Well, that's exactly right, and, we could have an argument about electoral proportional representation, though that would actually elect more non-conservatives out of Alberta under most models. But really, this is the issue, is we've got to understand that we have very real grievances. Our economy runs on a product that we sell at a discount to the global market because we've had trouble getting the infrastructure built, pipelines in particular, to get that product to global markets and actually get our full price for it. And, Albertans will say, and legitimately, that the federal government doesn't pay much attention to us. When I was mayor of Calgary and we were going through an economic downturn, my ask to the federal government was, can we do economic development for Calgary? Can the federal government start helping sell businesses on coming to head offices in Calgary? Can we help work on affordable housing in Edmonton and Calgary where we can solve the problem in ways you can't do in Vancouver and Toronto? And while people were sympathetic in Conservative and Liberal federal governments while I was mayor, we never really got anywhere. So there is a real reason that some Albertans are feeling badly done by. But I will tell you that the vast majority of Albertans are very proud to be Canadian. We believe in this country, and when this country is under threat from the outside, we're not particularly interested in putting it under threat from the inside. So I think Premier Smith has made a very dangerous gamble here. And what we'll really see is Albertans trying to come together to get a better deal, but also build a better Canada.
I have to ask you one question because you're a leader of the NDP, of course, in Alberta. The NDP
yes.
at this point, 8 seats. This is a bad night
for
the.
Clear,
it's a bad night for the NDP.
It is a bad night. And of course, my disclaimer is, the Alberta New Democrats are not the federal NDP. And certainly we don't always agree on everything. But when we think about some of these values, when we think about the value that I think most Canadians want, they want public services that work. They want an economy that provides for jobs, decent, good jobs for workers now and in the future. They don't want to pay too much in taxes. Nobody does. They want a government that is fiscally responsible. So by and large, I think that New Democrats can say this is what we stand for. And for whatever reason, the federal New Democrats have not been able to make that case. But I will say one thing, and I've said this as a political pundit, and I'll say it as a partisan now. When you look at what was accomplished in terms of pharmacare, dental care, child care in this last government, none of that would have happened without the New Democrats, but they've been unable to, I think, to make that case to voters.
Okay, Naheed Nenshi, leader of the NDP in Alberta. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Dawna, these numbers are they're really interesting, right? Like 18 ridings yet to report, only 18 left. Again, those numbers themselves can still move around, but the Liberals need to pick up a handful yet to get to 172. The NDP need to pick up 4. You can imagine the Conservatives hoping the NDP win some of those BC ridings so they keep the Liberals from getting to a majority. So the Liberals with the NDP right now, let's say if the Greens win that seat. They're still not reaching majority. That's 169. No,
I mean a minority being propped up by the NDP.
No, but it's pretty, it's beginning to look clear, as we were saying earlier, because the swing meter was kind of giving that to us. Boy, we could almost, let's look at the Manitoba.
We're going to look into Manitoba now, because we haven't really talked much about Manitoba, my home province. Let's take a peek.
I think this is one of the places where, yes, there we go. And Churchill-Kiiwetinook-Aski, Nikki Ashton has held that riding for several elections now. Rebecca Chartrand has run there before. And at the moment, she's leading by, it says only 486, which is accurate. It's just that there aren't a lot of votes cast. This is a big riding, sparse population.
Geographically, but not, yes.
That's right.
But so that could be a loss for the NDP.
It would be.
Winnipeg Centre looks like they're hanging on there.
They are. This would be an important one for them. This is right in the center of the city, and it has been NDP for a long, long time. And Leah Gazin won it in 2021 by about 22 points. It's a lot closer this time.
And here's an NDP incumbent who is behind at this stage.
And behind by quite a bit. This is the Blakey's old riding, generally speaking. I know the ridings have changed a little bit, but Bill Blakey and his son, this would be a big takeaway by the Conservatives in that riding, and it's another example that the NDP are finding different parties they can lose to tonight. Some places it's the Liberals, other places the Conservatives. Okay, and we're going to take a look at Mark Carney's riding. There he is. Not a problem for him to win his riding of Nepean, but look at that, check mark beside his name. This is a man who's been Governor of the Bank of England, Governor of the Bank of Canada, and this is his first time running for public office, and there you have it. He is not only elected, he will be Canada's next Prime Minister. Let's go to David Akin at his touchscreen. What are you looking at, David?
Well, let's take a first really look at BC. I know you wanted to hear about Manitoba in a second, Dawna, and I will get to Winnipeg, etc. But because of the last party to report, Nathan Cullen's old riding, Skeena Bulkley Valley, I talked about it very early in the night, and Nathan was succeeded by Taylor Bachrach, I think the former mayor of Terrace. I think it was Terrace. It may not have been Terrace, but I know he's a former mayor. Anyways, Taylor Bachrach is well in front with 8 polls reporting on the Conservative Ellis Ross, who was a minister in Christy Clark's BC Liberal government. I know the Conservatives were very high on Ellis Ross's candidacy, but Taylor Bachrach, I remember he told me just before Parliament broke, he's a campaigner, he's got some game. We'll see how this turns out, but right now, Taylor Bachrach well in front for the NDP. That would be a little bit of NDP good news. Then we take a look at North Island Powell River. Rachel Blaney was the New Democrat MP. She stepped down. Now, Tennealle Johnson is trying to hold off a challenge from Aaron Gunn. We have 18 polls reporting here. Pierre Poilievre is out there campaigning hard on the North Island. The Conservatives have very much believed that this is a riding they ought to take, but right now the New Democrats are holding on there. And let's go down to zoom in a little bit. We've seen that big part of things. Also on Vancouver Island, Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, one of the fastest growing ridings in terms of population in the country. I've talked to Alistair McGregor about that a few times. He's the incumbent, leading by a little bit over the Conservatives right now. 8 polls reporting there. Let's take a little closer look at Vancouver right now. We have, these are all NDP seats right in the heart. And in fact, let's take a look at Vancouver, Fraser View, South Burnaby. It's a new riding. The former mayor, Gregor Robertson, right now, with just 1 poll in, is leading in Vancouver, Fraser View. We have no results in Burnaby Central. You notice we've declared Mark Carney elected. No results right now in Burnaby Central. That's Jagmeet Singh's riding. Down south, New Westminster, Burnaby, Mallardville. Peter Julian is the incumbent. He's won 7 times, but after 2 polls in, he's in 3rd place right now. And Don Davies is the lone New Democrat that is leading right now in downtown Vancouver. Don Davies, with 4 polls in, is up at 43%. So that's our first look, some potential change. This would be a big change if this holds. South Surrey White Rock, the Liberals with 2 polls right now are leading on the incumbent Conservative Carrie Lynn Finlay. The Liberals, I'm trying to think if they've ever won South Surrey White Rock. If they have, it's been a long, long time. That will be something. Cloverdale, Langley City, and we'll send back to you.
David, thank you. Lots of votes still to be counted out there in BC. Let's go to Neetu Garcha, who is in Burnaby at the headquarters of the NDP. And Neetu, at this point, we have on, by our count, the NDP leading or elected in 9 seats.
Leading or elected in 9 seats. Indeed, here we are at Burnaby and the NDP headquarters here in Burnaby, I should say. The room is largely empty here at this watch party, aside from the journalists that are here to cover the campaign event. Perhaps those insiders are watching at the edge of their seats to see what happens as we get a better idea of what the results will be in Burnaby. But joining me now for reaction to what David just went through is Melanie Richer, press secretary with the NDP. So you were with me watching the latest on the results there. What do you make of it?
Yeah, still too soon to tell. Obviously, some of the results that we're seeing either good or maybe a little worrisome for some of the places as it relates to British Columbia. Some good news to see some holds there on Vancouver Island, looking like some holds, obviously too early, and in Skeena-Bulkley Valley. The message, I think, of the last 2 weeks that the NDP beats Conservatives in BC, I think really is important in those ridings. So it'll be important to see how that holds as the election night goes on.
You flagged to me that the endorsement from Burnaby Mayor Mike Hurley helped Jagmeet Singh kind of get across what you called the finish line in his own riding of Burnaby Central. No results are coming through from his riding quite yet, so we don't know. But if he does not get elected in his own riding, will your party push him out as leader?
You know what? All I can speak about is the New Democrats that I'm speaking to, and for myself, and I'm so proud of Jagmeet, proud of what he's won for Canadians, proud of what he's done for Canadians, and really proud of what he's done for the party. I think the way that he's spoken to people and really elevated people in the last few days and in this campaign will be remembered kindly. I don't know about pushing out. I think those conversations, happen in the future or after every election, and that's a normal thing. But I have full confidence in Jagmeet, and the New Democrats that I'm speaking to anyways do too.
The last election, the NDP won 24 seats. 13 of those were in BC. With what you're seeing so far this tonight, what would it take for you to consider this a win?
Right. That's a hard question. I think it's been such an interesting campaign. You know, just in January we were up at 21% in the poll, and that for New Democrats is not normal and is a good thing. So to see where we're at now is quite stark in difference, right? I think, you know, electing as many NDP MPs that we can to keep the Liberals accountable will be important. Obviously would love to see party status so that can continue, and would love to see Jagmeet and other really good MPs like Jagmeet elected to keep fighting for people in Ottawa. As it relates to a certain number of what that looks like, I don't like to play those games, so I'll just say if those things are done, I'll be really pleased tonight.
As political experts I and others have talked to have said that your party is at risk of not forming official party status and that Singh is at risk of not being elected in his own riding. You and Singh have stayed confident that that's not the case. You've denied that being the case. So I don't think we can deny that this campaign hasn't gone the way you thought and that this night is not going the way you would have hoped. What do you do moving forward?
Right. I think, you know, you have to review what worked and what didn't. I was trying to be thoughtful earlier this week and thinking about, you know, what did we do wrong and what did we do right? And honestly, I don't know that actually the priority or the campaign did anything wrong. And I don't think that the leader did either. I think if you remove the geopolitical situation that we're in, which is an important thing in this election, I think you would look at Singh and you would look at the party and you would think they'd be running a perfect beautiful campaign, talking about the things that matter to people, and have been able to pivot quickly when the message hasn't necessarily worked in their way, which I think is signs of, you know, strategic and a healthy campaign. Unfortunately, you know, folks were really looking for somebody who could beat Donald Trump, and that may not have been the answer this time. So looking forward at how do we build that credibility, so if we're in this situation again, we are the answer, will be important.
All right, Melanie Richer with the NDP, a moment of reflection to come. Back to you.
Neetu, thank you. We're back with live coverage of Decision Canada in a moment.
They went from no official party status in '93 to a decade or two later, I admit, but they still, at some point, they have presence across the country, from Atlantic Canada to BC, including Quebec. So that possibility is still there. Do not assume that a victory for the Liberals tonight is necessarily a Liberal reign for all times. At some point, the seeds of change will come back, and they might have a better chance to bloom.
One thing I think we should be looking for is not just will they get over the majority, will BC put them over the top, but also how will the Liberals do in Western Canada? One of the things people are very worried about, some people, is will this, will another Liberal victory cause Westerners and some Westerners anyway to give up on Canada? I should note that the numbers coming in BC and Alberta are looking pretty close to what the polling numbers were suggesting. And the polling numbers are saying the Liberals are going to do better, at least in the popular vote in those provinces, better than they have since 1968. So that should hopefully put dampen down some of the sort of attempts to portray this as the West being shut out yet again.
We'll see. Last word to you, Althea. Just a few things. So on that is something that the Liberals were quite concerned about, which is why Mr. Carney spent the last day going to Saskatchewan, going to Alberta to make that case, to hoping to ground.
Welcome back to our Decision Canada coverage of this federal election. I'm Dawna Friesen. Eric Sorensen is here with me, and we're going to take a quick look at one of the ridings in Ontario. This is in downtown Toronto, St. Paul's. This was taken away from the Liberals in a by-election, and they have won it back tonight.
Yeah, Don Stewart gets about 10 months in Parliament. It can't be a big surprise to anyone that the Liberals would win this long-time Liberal riding back in the general election after losing it in a by-election.
Now, Eric, we have declared that there will be a Liberal government.
That's
we don't
right.
know if it's majority or minority at this point. We know they need 172 to reach majority. Right now, our numbers are showing 157 for the Liberals. So
exactly.
What's your analysis here?
Well, we've talked about this in the past, that once those numbers start rising in that way, they can move a little bit, but it's usually maybe plus or minus 5. We're actually seeing that with the Liberals right now. They got up into the low 160s. They're down to about 158. There are only 7 ridings left to report, and you can just do the arithmetic yourself. You can't get with 7 more. You know what? Meet me over at camera 3. We'll just take a quick look at the swing meter.
Again.
Meet me over here. I'll show you what I'm talking about. By the way, the Conservatives have picked up 16 ridings in total today. They have gained more seats than the Liberals have. The Liberals we were talking about was, could they get to a majority? At one point, they were getting into the low teens. They were at 11, 12, 13. At the moment, they're at 7. They need to have a pickup of 18 to get to a majority. So that's telling us that they still need another 9 pickups, not just ridings they've won in the past, Dawna. They need to turn around 9 more ridings, and that would mean like running the table on the 7 that are there and flipping a couple of more. Honestly, it's beginning to look like mid 160s, maybe high 160s, but somewhere in the 160s is where they're going to be. The NDP is actually getting closer to finding its position still in Parliament as an official party, and possibly holding the balance of power. Because I would say right now the Liberals look like they could get to in the mid 160s. If the NDP gets to 10, again, these numbers can bounce around a little bit. 3, 4 can move pretty much. But it's starting to give you a sense of how it's starting to shape up. Liberals, high, strong minority government is the way it looks like it might be, with possibly the NDP holding the balance of power if the NDP gets lucky and has just the right number.
Well, there are a number of close races, as we've been saying all night, so we're going to try to take a look at those in just a minute. But for now, let's go to David Akin, who's with Daryl Bricker from Ipsos.
That's right. And Dale, it's great to have you here. Your firm's been doing some exit polling to ask voters as they come out of the booth why they did the way they did. We've been showing you the what. This is your line. I love it. We've been showing the what, and you've got the why. Let's start with a leader question. First off, who would make the best Prime Minister of Canada? Right there at the top.
Quite clearly, this was a leadership election.
Yep.
And we're seeing that in these numbers. Mark Carney well ahead of Pierre Poilievre on leadership.
And we can break these down by sort of generational thing. We've been talking about that. If we look at boomers, 56% of boomers
Mark
take
Carney's
that
their
out.
guy.
Gen X says the same thing. Millennials say the same thing. What about Gen Zers? Even they pick Carney. Across the board, all generations, people say Carney was the best Prime Minister. So he's winning on that. Now, what about issues?
Well, let's take a look at which party was seen as the best to lead on specific issues. And the one I would like to start with is Canada's relationship with the United States. The Liberal Party overwhelmingly, and David, I was saying to you before, I've never seen a party in an election so dominate a single issue.
And one of the top issues in the campaign.
And one of the top issues. But it's not just the only issue for the Liberal Party. There's other issues. But why don't we go across and take a look at the generations?
Boomers, they love it. Again, boomers, we keep singling boomers out because they vote at much higher frequency rates than, say, Gen Zers. But what Gen Zers still have the Liberals as the best on that particular one issue. And that very much associated, you can say that's behind the Liberal vote. So let's close that and let's check in on the affordability issue, which the Conservatives are banking on.
Right. Time for a change because things are not affordable. The Conservatives, if this election was about that issue, the Conservatives would be winning it.
And they've got 141 seats they're leading or elected in right now. And you could say those are a lot of voters that said affordability is the tops. Let's break that down. Now, the one thing I note about this, the Liberals are not as far back on this issue as the Conservatives were far back on the Trump or dealing with the U.S. issue. Boomers, they too think the Conservatives are tops. But when we go to Gen Z, wow, Liberals fall to third spot among younger voters. Just don't think the Liberals are good for their pocketbook.
Exactly. So if this was an election about affordability, we'd be seeing different numbers tonight.
Right. It's like there's been 2 ballot questions. And that's not unusual. You're going to see that. And one party picked the ballot question that is going to give them a government. The other party picked the ballot question that's going to give them the opposition.
So there you go. You see the results. They show you what's going on, but this exit poll shows you why it's happening.
Yeah, no, that's great. That's super. All right, guys. Daryl Bricker from Ipsos. Thanks, Daryl. That's great. And we'll send it back to the desk.
Okay, thanks, you two. Appreciate that. We're going to take a look at a couple of the close races. Where are we going to start? Richmond Centre Marpole in British Columbia. Oh, well, this isn't close.
Not as close.
Not as close.
You know what? It probably was two polls ago, but
yeah.
when you get up to 6, suddenly it spreads apart. So that's
The
a bit of a lead there.
Is behind at this moment,
Yep.
but it's only 6 polls reporting.
There's only 2 polls.
Right.
Yeah,
only
that's
2.
right.
6. It's 6 polls now. But anyway, let's. Do we have another one? Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, another BC riding. This also. Oh well. Okay.
One
not
poll,
close.
19 votes. Yes.
This is one poll reporting.
And the incumbent leading there so far.
Okay. And this one's okay. Well, this is Nanaimo Ladysmith on Vancouver Island.
Again, one poll. You don't want to
and the incumbent here is in 4th. It's one poll, I know, but that's New Democrat Lisa Marie Barron, way back in 4th spot right
He's
now.
likely to lose. It would be to the Conservative who's in 1st so far.
Okay, and in Toronto here we have Eglinton Lawrence.
And
More
Vince-
polls reporting here. This is close.
Vince Gasparo, who's leading for the Liberals, just lost in the provincial election in Ontario and then jumped on the ballot and might get the job as an MP because he just lost as an MPP.
All right.
Okay.
Those were all one board reports there.
Yeah, we do know they're close ridings. We're trying to get all those together so you can have a look at that.
It's you know, the BQ is down about 8 or so. The NDP is down more like 15. The Liberals and Conservatives have both gained tonight. The Conservatives have gained more than the Liberals. The thing is, they needed to gain many more right now. If you guys want to have a look at Ontario, I can tell you the Conservatives have made some inroads in Ontario. At least how the numbers are shaping up right now, they're winning in the 50s. Now, you know, Justin Trudeau won almost 80 seats there. Right now, it's looking like the Liberals may win only around 65. Okay. Now, a couple of those may change a bit, but it's a drop-off there.
Before we go to Ontario, I want to check in with Inuit leader Nathan Obed. He is president of the Inuit Taprit Kanadami, the national organization representing Canada's 70,000 Inuit. Nathan, thank you so much for taking time with us. We know now there will be another Liberal government. We'll have Prime Minister Mark Carney. What do you think that means for you and your organization?
We've already met with Prime Minister Carney at the tail end of the last government, and we're looking to build upon a lot of the things that we started in the last 10 years. But we also recognize that sovereignty, defense, the militarization of the Arctic are huge issues that are coming at us whether we like them or not. So I look forward to working with Prime Minister Carney and this next government on ensuring that Inuit are participants and help shape Canada's considerations on sovereignty, defense, and the militarization of the Arctic.
I remember we spoke during the campaign and you pointed out how much we need to pay attention to the Arctic and Arctic sovereignty, and this is the homeland of the Inuit people, of course. Do you feel that got the attention it deserved in the campaign? And then are you fearful that might just be, you know, some sort of window dressing, and once a party takes power, they sort of forget again?
Well, I think the U.S. relations really dominated the conversations across this country, and part and parcel with that is the fear of annexation, also the considerations of the Northwest Passage, which is entirely in Inuit Nunangat, and also we are Greenland adjacent and is no closer than we are from Nunavut to Greenland. So these are issues that I think will be a part of the Canadian conversation, and Inuit are ready to play a meaningful role in Team Canada. We also are impacted by affordability and concerns around inflation, on food security, on poverty, and these are also going to be touchstone issues for all of Canada, but we are hoping to have very specific distinctions-based conversations with this government about what that means for Inuit.
You told me that the far north is rarely on the radar of the majority of Canadians who, of course, live in the south. Can you make the case for why you think that has to change?
Well, probably because of the structure of this country. We have modern treaties, and that covers 40% of Canada's landmass, over 72% of Canada's coastline. And we either own that outright or we co-manage that with the federal government and provinces and territories. So we have an outsized governance role within the creation of Canada as a nation state. And therefore, when Canada is imagining what will happen in the Arctic, we are constitutionally protected players within a modern treaty sense, and we also have a huge benefit to the country because we are the reason for Canada's Arctic sovereignty. Our 51 communities in the Arctic and the Inuit use and the land and occupancy across Canada's Arctic are the reason why we can say what we can as Canada's an Arctic state.
All right, Nathan Obed, thank you for making that point, for joining us tonight. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
And I think it looks like the NDP is going to hold on to Nunavut in that riding. But Dawna, just while you were talking to him there, the numbers are changing a little bit. Some of those close races are tipping against the Liberals for the moment. They're down to 156. The Conservatives are within 9 seats. There are still 4 ridings left to report, but I think it's possible now the Liberals may not get up as close. I mean, for the moment, let's just say it doesn't look at all like they're going to get to a majority. That just feels like that's not in sight. What does look in sight is that the Conservatives will be doing better than many expected, and it will be a closer race to the end. Interestingly enough, those two numbers put, the two parties, the Liberals and Conservatives, have over 300 seats. And I don't know that we've ever seen anything like that. Yeah. I mean, we have more seats now in the Parliament
than ever before.
But for them to have such a large share, we wouldn't have seen anything like that for a long time.
All right, we have some news about a couple of ministers who I believe have been re-elected. Yes, this is in Sherbrooke.
Elizabeth Briere for the Liberals. That's and she's holding that rather handily, so that's not a big surprise there.
And I think we're looking at Chrystia Freeland's riding as well. University Rosedale, yeah, she's no contest there really, I think. 45 of 205 polls reporting.
She was in Mr. Carney's cabinet, even though she ran against him, losing by quite a ways in the leadership race, but I think was a transport minister for in the short-lived cabinet that he had for the time. We'll see what he does with cabinet coming forward, but Freeland winning here, no surprise.
Okay, let's go to Mercedes Stephenson, who is with Senator Pamela Wallin.
Thanks, Dawna. Here with Senator Wallin. We're watching the night still unfold. Liberal government could be, and looks increasingly like possibly, Liberal minority government. If you're Pierre Poilievre, you came into this with a 20-point lead, but you're now facing a different leader, and you're also facing Donald Trump. Do you think that this will be viewed not as a victory by Conservatives, but acceptable if he can hold the Liberals to a minority?
Yeah, these numbers are much better than everybody has been saying. I mean, we felt as Donald Trump receded from the picture and the affordability issue came back into play again, I think there was a narrowing of the numbers, but this is quite significant. That trend we saw as the evening began on the East Coast of the Liberals doing, or the Conservatives doing better than expected, has carried on. These numbers are very, very close. The NDP did collapse, and that has been better news from the Liberals. So if those numbers change at all through the course of the evening, although there's only 2 ridings left to report, so probably not. I think this is, I think Pierre Poilievre has some time now to figure out what the answer is. I think he wants to stay. We'll see whether the Conservative Party does what it has done in many circumstances, which is to, kill
Aaron
the leader.
O'Toole did not get to stay when there was a Liberal minority, and he didn't have a 20-point lead.
Yeah, exactly. So, but there's been so much tension inside the party, and the accusations of campaign malpractice against Mr. Poilievre. I think he gets to claim some victory tonight that sticking to his own guns actually brought them back up to this number, and the others will say yes, but you had this huge lead. That was, however, with Mr. Trudeau. So I think that they're closer now. Like, we'll know if it is a minority government, and it certainly looks that way, but there's a lot of ridings left to go. Then I think he's got time to think about this. It makes it more complicated in many ways with the issues that we still have to deal with. The USMCA, the NAFTA agreement comes up next year. All the issues we discussed discussed early on throughout the course of this evening, whether it's border security, whether it's immigration, whether it's national defense, whether it's our spending in the north and our commitments to NATO, all of these things are going to have to be wrestled. So then it becomes important as to who keeps Mr. Carney in office. It looks like that will be the NDP if they have enough numbers to add that up. But it does put the constraints on everybody, and I think maybe with the tension around these big issues, it's important that there's some balance there. The electorate was really divided. They, yes, were concerned about Donald Trump, but they were also very concerned about their cost of living and their life and what's going to happen to their kids. So, you know, it's going to be an interesting debate now.
Yeah, I think it'll be really interesting. Canadians so far, and of course the night is not over, but if it's a Liberal minority government sending that message that they're willing to give the Liberals another chance, but not an unlimited one, we'll see where that goes in coming.
And please deal with some of those issues that have been sitting there for a very long time. As we said earlier, with or without Donald Trump, we've got to solve a lot of these issues ourselves.
Exactly. Yeah. Lots to be done, Dawna. Lots of issues to solve. Won't be an easy one for Mark Carney if he does get a minority government tonight. So still a tight race.
All right, Mercedes Stevenson and Pamela Wallen, thanks. We're going to go to Toronto now. Carolyn Jarvis is in the riding of Toronto Centre, and you're with Evan Solomon, who I think has been successful tonight getting elected.
Oh, has he ever? It's a huge party here right now, Dawna. Evan Solomon, elected, no stranger to politics, but a first-time politician tonight. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you so much. Fantastic energy here. Congratulations to the Prime Minister, Mark Carney. People are very happy here in Toronto Centre.
So you're more familiar being on this side of the microphone, and yet you made the decision to make a move from Manhattan to politics. What was the convincing, or who was the convincing factor in that decision?
Donald Trump. It was a threat to our country, and we had the right leader at the right time in the right fight, and that's Mark Carney. And it was a moment where I really believe, like so many Canadians, that everything is at stake. Our economy, our sovereignty, our values. And Mark Carney had a moment where he was running, and I realized if I could help get in that fight and protect our country and help build something bigger, I would. Many Canadians have followed him, I'm delighted to say, but there's a lot of work to do.
Had Mark Carney not won the leadership nomination, would you have been running today?
I think we all had a call to service. I don't know what the hypothetical would be, but I was influenced by the situation. This is a pivotal election, and I'm influenced by the leader, who is a generational leader at the right time. I think we're very lucky to have him.
It is a risk leaving the private sector to run for public office, perhaps not so much in Toronto Centre, which has been a Liberal stronghold since 1993, but a risk nonetheless. Was there any sort of a promise made that if you were successful tonight, you might be seeing a cabinet post in your near future?
Yeah, absolutely not. That is not something we've ever spoken about. And I don't think anybody goes in feeling like that. I think, look, 3 months ago, this was a different world for the Liberals. I think there's no sense of entitlement. There's no sense, and that's kryptonite. This is a new government with a new leader. I think we've got to listen. We've got to make sure there's no sense that this is anything but earned, and we should be working on behalf of the people of Toronto Centre and listening to people to get some real results, because the message tonight is not a reward, it's get in the fight and get results, and that's what we've got to do.
This is not just a Liberal streak, it's a broadcaster streak. That's one for the broadcasters. Marcy Ian previously held this riding, also a former CTV journalist. Did you approach her and say, hey, Marcy, have any tips when you cross this side of the microphone?
Absolutely. I should say Marcy and Bill Morneau and Bob Ray and Christopher Freeland, all of whom have held this riding, have been unbelievably generous. Look, I would say this, and you know as a journalist, one of the foundational principles is don't have answers before you've asked questions. And that's how you really listen. And my approach as a politician is let me listen to the people in the communities here and listen first and less lectures, more listening, more results.
Does that mean you won't be upset when you hold your feet to the fire?
I expect it. I've got my asbestos shoes on, especially for you.
Okay, Evan, congratulations on your win tonight.
So much.
Dawna, back to you.
All right, Carolyn Jarvis, thank you. I think we're going to take a quick look at some results, but we should also point out what's happening on the bottom of your screen there. The Liberals have ticked down to 154. They were up at 161 at one point. This is leading or elected. The Conservatives now at 152.
I was looking at the swing meters because one of the things it tells us is who's gaining from whom, and the Conservatives are picking up way more ridings from the NDP than the Liberals were, and that's not necessarily what was expected. They were expected to gain some, but they have, in this late evening so far, the Conservatives have closed the gap on the Liberals in ways that I don't think were anticipated, and we have to watch it closely. At the moment, they are still a few numbers away from being able to overtake, obviously from 155 to 151, but in terms of our meter as well, they are still a little bit shy of what they need, but boy, they're within about 4, and they're within about 4, so those two actually mesh. They're not that far away from the Liberals at the moment, and it seems like some late votes have come in that have shifted some ridings, and is there more of that to be seen?
We just don't know.
Are we in for a big surprise? This is a big surprise as it is that it's this close.
Yeah. All right, we're going to look at some particular ridings here. This is Vancouver Island, Saanich Gulf Islands. Elizabeth May, the incumbent there, and she has the lead.
Well, you have to hand it to her. Now, where are we at? We're at 25, but still, she's pulling out a lead right now. She's held the riding since 2011, and give her credit, right? Like she just has been able to keep them on the map, the Green Party.
Oh, and this is early results in Burnaby Central. 9 of 200 polls reporting, and this is Jagmeet Singh's riding. He, at this stage, is in 3rd place.
And here we are. That could be the 12th seat. Look at the ticker. NDP 11. If only the leader won his seat, they'd have official party status. It's early. I'm not so sure the NDP are going to hold 11 by the time we're done the night, but we'll see.
And this is Beauce.
Maxime Bernier in 4th. Is he going to get the message and pack it in as the People's Party guy? Not sure.
He used to own that riding when he was with the Conservatives, but he gave up the Conservatives and voters gave up on him.
All right, we have one more. Carleton. This is the first results we're seeing, or I'm seeing at least, from the riding where Pierre Poilievre is running tonight.
5 polls.
Fanjoy, the Liberal candidate, was working hard to take this seat from Pierre Poilievre, who has been elected 7 times in a row. This is early. Well, yeah, way too early to say, but how weird would that be if the Conservatives win 150 or so ridings, or high 140s, and Mr. Poilievre were to lose there? Let's wait to let's watch it anyway. Yeah,
it's interesting
it.
because there were a lot of public servants in that riding, and who knows how they mobilize, but I think we need to wait there.
Okay, David, what are you looking at?
I wanted to come back to the GTA. You talked about close races a few minutes ago, Dawna, and we got a ton of them in the Bramptons and Mississaugas. And I've been saying this forever. If you win one Brampton, you tend to win all of them, and you win one Mississauga. Well, maybe this is the rule being broken tonight. We'll see. These 6 seats here are Brampton. These 6 here are Mississauga. Maybe I'll zoom in a little bit further so we get a sense of them. And let me just run through. These are all really tight races, real dogfights right now. Where the Conservatives might pick up, Brampton West. This is a minister, Kamal Khera. She's 254 votes behind, 70 polls in. That is Brampton West. We go down to Brampton South, where Sonia Sidhu is now 421 votes. That's very close behind the Conservative, 35 polls. So those are the 2 Bramptons that right now are in the Conservative column. But other Bramptons are close. Brampton Centre, it's a 713 vote lead for the Liberals in Brampton Centre. We move over to Brampton Chinguacousy Park. Shafkat Ali has only a 100 vote lead over Tim Iqbal. 100, that's almost half the polls reporting. That's going to be a very close race. We could be here a little while tonight. Up in Brampton, North Caledon, Ruby Sahota was briefly in cabinet with Justin Trudeau. Didn't make it with Carney. She's got a 32 vote lead right now over the Conservatives in Brampton, North Caledon. Very tight races up there. Then we go down to the Mississaugas and we take a look at Mississauga Streetsville. Reshi Valdez, the first Filipina to be in cabinet. She is behind Sue McFadden, a Mississauga city councillor, but just by 62 votes. Super tight race in Mississauga Streetsville. We go down to Mississauga Lakeshore. Former Ontario Finance Minister Charles Sousa, 48.9% to 46.7%. So the point is, in around here, we have seen, if I go just want to do this. Just take a look. This is the map, the electoral map of the GTA area right now. This is 2021. A lot of red in 2021. Look at it now. The Conservatives having some success. Not the success they need to form government, but they are building on this. And yes, if you were Conservatives after this talking about this particular election, you'd say, look at the gains we've made. If it's a minority government, we might be able to force something in a couple of years. Again, building on the success they've had here. York region looking very good. A lot of pickups. 1, 2, 3, 4 pickups. If I do that 2021 again, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4 blue. So some big pickups there for right now for the Conservatives in York region, in Peel, and even down to Halton, which is exactly what they need. I'm trying to find Kitchener Centre, which is where the Greens had one of their seats. Elizabeth May, we just saw leading in Saanich Gulf Islands. Mike Morris was the other Green MP in Parliament, and right now he's behind in Kitchener Centre, where the Conservatives, Kelly DeRitter, looks to pick it up for the Conservatives. 55 polls reporting, but you can see here it's a pretty even three-way race, and but Mike Morris is on the wrong end of that right now. So there we go. That's what's going on in the GTA. Lots of close races there as we bounce around. Now the gap is 10 seats, 158 to 148. Eric, what's up?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's interesting, hey, David, because you know, look at the Conservative numbers and the BQ numbers. You put those together and you get up to just over 173. I don't suppose that's a team that would work together to form government, Conservatives and BQ. It doesn't seem like that's probably likely, but anyway.
I mean, when we get back to the panel, Eric, when we get back to talk to the panel with Mercedes, Gilles Duceppe worked with Stephen Harper on some issues. Not all the time, it was an ad hoc thing, but there were times when Stephen Harper and Gilles Duceppe teamed up to get some stuff done. And I know that Stephen Harper thought a great deal of Gilles Duceppe's parliamentary gamesmanship, whatever you want to call it.
Well, and for the moment, the Liberal Party headquarters is showing 158, 148, a little closer there. We can't read their board there, but the Liberals have a lead of 10, as you were saying, David. Mm-hmm. It's, I think they're hoping for just to put enough space between themselves and the Conservatives so it doesn't have to be as close as it is. But I think they're wringing their hands a little bit more in the last half hour or so. Let's take a break and we'll be right back.
Welcome back to our Decision Canada coverage. That's a look at the results in the riding of Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the Conservative Party. And this is more polls reporting than when you checked in before. 10 out of 266. Still a long way from any kind of official count. But the Liberal is leading at this stage.
Yeah. You don't want to, again, you don't want to make too much of it right at the moment, but that would be a stunner to have the leader of the Conservatives, who are having not a bad night. They're winning a lot more seats than they've won in a long, long time. They're holding the Liberals, it would look like, to a minority government here. And yet the leader himself is in a little bit of trouble. But early polls, wait to see what happens there.
Yeah, and that's the riding that has 91
it's taking a while to count.
Candidates on the ballot, so it's going to take a while to count, absolutely. We're looking at some other ridings here. Cumberland, Colchester. This is too close to call right now.
Wow, really close. 95 is the lead, and there are 4 polls yet to come in, so that's
Stephen Ellis is a physician, a doctor in the Conservative caucus, and a former naval officer, I believe. I think he was a captain.
Yeah, and that looks like that could be headed to a recount.
Miramichi, Grand Lake, another one too close to call.
Yeah, a little bit more space there. I mean, 392 votes starts to look better than 50 or 75. But Lisa Harris, she was in a close race last time around when she ran, and lost. And it's she could suffer the same fate this time.
Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. This one, about the same number, 338 votes between the Liberal and the incumbent Bloc Québécois.
This would be one of the pickups for the Liberals over the Bloc Québécois tonight. It's actually where the Liberals have done some of their most effective work, is in picking up seats in Quebec from the BQ.
Wow, Terrebonne.
Terrebonne, almost neck and neck here with the BQ and the Liberal candidate.
Natalie Sinclair Desgagnés is an Oxford-trained economist, and the Liberal has just graduated as an economics student. So, economics in Terrebonne.
And Anita Anand is leading now by 3 points. A little while ago, she was just a little bit behind. We are about 2/3 of the way through the count, so there you go.
Not a smooth sail for her at this point.
Not at all.
She is leading.
This has been far from a smooth sail for the Liberal Party in much of the country.
Mm-hmm. All right, David Akin, what are you looking at?
Let's take a tour through some Western Canadian cities, because there's some interesting results there. Right now, I've got Winnipeg up on the screen right now, and that's the one little NDP dot, Winnipeg Centre. Leah Gazan, the New Democrat incumbent, she's a little bit ahead of the Liberals. The Liberals did hold this in 2015. It often is New Democrat. Pat Martin was the longtime New Democrat for this riding. So we'll see where this goes. We're keeping an eye on it. Conservatives doing relatively well again, this is downtown Winnipeg. Winnipeg Centre, wanted to take a look at that. Winnipeg West might be a pickup for the Liberals. In Winnipeg West, Doug Olson, an emergency room doctor who was the MP, then he got beat by Marty Morantz, and now they're back for another rematch, and this time Olson is up. He's up by 2,000 votes with 140 polls reporting, so Doug Olson might be feeling a little comfortable. We'll keep an eye on that. And then in Kildonan and St. Paul, Raquel Dancho, who is the public safety critic for the Conservative, in a bit of a tight race. I just want to take a look. We have had, as you can see, some lead changes through the night. This is taking a look at as the polls came in. It's sort of flattened out a bit with a small lead for Raquel Dancho there. And then this is a loss for this might be a loss for the NDP in Elmwood Transcona. This is another rematch of a by-election. There was a by-election here last year, and Layla Dance won for the NDP against Colin Reynolds. Colin Reynolds is ahead right now. Reynolds is a leader in his private sector union. He's an electrician. And we know Pierre Poilievre made paid a lot of attention to private sector unions, woodworkers, laborers, you name it. And this Colin Reynolds was one of the poster guys, if you will, for Poilievre and the Conservatives' pitch there. So that's what's going on in Winnipeg. Let's zip over to Alberta. Let's take a look at Calgary. Right now in Calgary, the only Liberal who's got a seat, George Chahal in Calgary is losing right now to the Conservative. Not by much, 344 votes back with 45 polls in. Now, this riding, Calgary Confederation, this part of Calgary hasn't voted for a Liberal since 1940. It's been a while. But right now, Corey Hogan is the vice president at the University of Calgary, and that's University of Calgary is in this riding, is 169 votes ahead of Jeremy Nixon a former MLA. So Nixon used to run for the UCP. Now he's trying to be a CPC, and he's a little bit behind there. That would be a historic win for the Liberals. That's Calgary Centre. Greg McLean, the bilingual Conservative incumbent, is a little bit behind Lindsay Lunau. So there's some close races in Calgary, potential pickups for the Liberals there. Up in Edmonton, not so good for the Liberals. The Liberals might have been expected to win at least two, Edmonton Centre and Edmonton Southeast. And that's not happening right now. Edmonton Centre, the Conservatives are ahead by 110 votes over the Liberals. And in Edmonton Southeast, where Amarjeet Sohi is running, 50 polls in, and he's well back. He's more than a couple of thousand votes back of Jagmeet Singh Mahal in Edmonton Southeast. That would be a big victory for the Conservatives, who are worried there might be something going on there. And in Edmonton Strathcona, I would have put this as maybe the second or third safest NDP seat in the country. Heather McPherson, their foreign affairs critic, she's 757 votes up on the Conservative. The last non-NDP to hold this riding was, in fact, the Conservative, was Raheem Jaffer. Some may remember that name. So that's what's going on in Edmonton, Calgary, and Winnipeg. Some interesting results there, with all parties sort of making some gains or not making some gains, or we'll see how it all plays out. Lots of votes still to be counted, Dawna.
All right, David, thanks. And you can see the Liberals and Conservatives, excuse me, the numbers on the bottom of your screen there, keep flipping around. Right now, they are 12 points apart. Have I got that math right? Yes. And the Liberals hovered above 160 for a while there, but as I said it went back up. So, Eric, you were looking at the gains and losses, where the parties. Let's do your swing meter. What are you seeing?
Well, let's have a look, I guess, first of all, at the Conservatives. Now, when we talk about this, for the Conservatives to form government, that's that number we're talking about for government. Their lucky number was 27. That's a combination of their gains and Liberal losses. And the reason they're not as close to forming government, based on our swing meters, is they have gained 19, but the Liberals have also gained 7. So you have to take those 7 off of the Conservatives' gains, takes them back to 12. Well, if they're at 12 is where they are right now, for a total number to get towards government at 27, they're a long way from being able to form government. The Liberals, on the other hand, are also a long way now from where they wanted to get to, which was to form a majority. And right now, and that one, they don't have to worry about the Conservatives. They just have to pick up a bunch of seats and win them against whoever to have enough gains to get to a majority. And we said they needed a gains of 18 total. On balance, they've only picked up 7. They've gained 28 seats, but they've also lost 21 seats. All of those are to the Conservatives. So they've lost a passel of ridings to the Conservatives. A lot of those are in Ontario, in places that they may not have expected. But right now, they're up 7. They need to get to 18. That means they're up 8 now, but they're 10 away from that. How many ridings are going to change from what we're seeing on the screen below us? They're 161 to 146. They are just it seems like they're a little too far away from the majority line to get to a majority. The Conservatives are a little too far away from the Liberals to catch them. And we are sitting in that realm right now, Dawna, where the Liberals are, as we've called earlier, safe to assume, I don't want to assume too much, but we've called them to form the government. Doesn't look like they can get to a majority. And of course, it doesn't look like the Conservatives can catch up.
Okay, Eric, thank you. Let's go to the Liberal headquarters, where Mark Carney, I assume, will make an appearance at some point this evening. Mackenzie Gray is there now. Mackenzie, how are they feeling? The numbers keep fluctuating. They've ticked up again above 160, but probably not a majority territory.
Yeah, certainly, Dawna. The mood's been a little bit nervous here. They were actually just pumping Rush here, Tom Sawyer, a couple seconds before he came to us. So they're trying to pump the crowd back up. But I've got Zita Astrobez with me here, who's worked in the Liberal headquarters during this election campaign, was also a senior staffer in the Trudeau campaign. Zita, just take us through how you're feeling, and if you still think there's a path majority for the Liberals.
You know, I think if you looked at where we were 110 days ago when Justin Trudeau indicated that he was going to resign and retire from politics, this is a way different ballgame today today and tonight where we were 100 days ago. And so the numbers coming into Atlantic Canada, holding a lot of seats, a couple pickups. The GTA and the 905 are certainly very interesting. But, we're looking at British Columbia, where I currently live in Vancouver now, which is very interesting and very competitive for the Liberals. If you look at Vancouver Island, that was not an area that really has been a strength for the Liberal Party. I think the last time the Liberals held a seat was Dr. Keith Martin, who crossed over from the Reform Party. And Mark Carney has been there 3 times this election, which I've never seen in the Liberal campaign, and certainly an area for growth. So feeling good. I think we'll see how the numbers come in over the next few hours, but certainly looking to BC for some gains there tonight.
Yeah, you mentioned Mr. Carney's time in BC. He was in Victoria to end the night last night. I know one of the seats you guys are targeting is Jagmeet Singh's seat in Burnaby Central. Do you expect that the Liberals are going to be taking that one?
I think with the numbers are still coming in. I think it's a challenge for Mr. Singh and the NDP. We see their numbers across the country being hard for them to hold, but they've held a couple seats. But certainly, hopefully, that's a pickup for us. I know a lot of the campaigns have been focusing on Burnaby, particularly for the Liberals, but also there are a couple seats in Vancouver. If you look at Vancouver Kingsway and the island, opportunities for growth for the Liberals. Remember, just a couple months ago, BC had an election where the NDP were quite strong provincially, and those numbers, we'll see if they translate to support for the Conservatives and the NDP in British Columbia. We're hoping for a couple pickups, but we've really had a strong campaign in British Columbia.
Looking to the GTA, which is one of the other competitive areas, the time that Mr. Carney spent in the last week around Vaughan, King City, those are ridings that are looking to go Conservative right now. Do you think it should have been a place that Mr. Carney should have spent more time in the campaign to try and bring those seats home?
I think Mr. Carney ran a national campaign. He only had a couple days after the Liberal leadership, and he traveled across the country. He went up north. He's touched both oceans. Certainly a lot of ridings in play in the GTA. You can always look after the fact what were deciding factors on how to pick up seats. He has spent a lot of time in the GTA. We also had a number of high-profile candidates there helping neighboring ridings. We'll see how the numbers shake out. There's still a lot of tight races, so certainly an area to watch over the next couple hours.
You mentioned those tight races, and in some of them it looks like it's the advanced polls that still have not been counted yet. If it's not the case in some of those ridings, how do you feel about your turnout in those advanced polls?
We had a really strong advanced polls for the Liberal Party. We also saw a ton of Canadians vote in advanced polls over the long weekend. I think it was 7.3 million Canadians decided to cast their ballot early, which is a great turnout. And certainly our campaigns were really organized in advanced polls. And what we're seeing is as those advanced polls get counted tonight, we pulled our support in those advanced polls during those days. So when those poll numbers come in, we're seeing a bump in a lot of jurisdictions. So hopefully that holds. I will say we had a strong turnout during advanced polls, but what that meant was that those volunteers could identify new Liberals in the last 10 days of the election and be able to pull those voters tonight. Certainly a riding I'm watching tonight is Carleton. I was there earlier today. We'll see how that holds, but they had a very high turnout on advanced polls as well. I think it was 43,000 residents that had cast their ballot. So we'll see where it all shakes out tonight.
Zita, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Back to you, Dawna.
All right, Mackenzie Gray, thanks. Let's go to the Bloc Québécois headquarters in Montreal, where Mike Armstrong
This is good.
is. Mike.
This is good, guys.
Yeah, hi, Dawna. I'm with Jean-Denis Garon, re-elected MP for Mirabel, which is a riding just north of Montreal, with a big airport still. This is kind of what Monsieur Blanchet had said he had hoped for going in. But he also said the short campaign protected Mark Carney. I heard you say something to that effect before as well, that you think a longer campaign would have benefited the Bloc Québécois.
Well, I think that in a way that fear was the most important point of the Liberals campaign in the Liberals program. But now we see the results. It's we ran a positive campaign. We really stuck to what we believe are the interests of Quebec, the demands of the National Assembly that have been ignored by all other parties. We forced other parties to commit or not commit on those demands, and I think that was constructive. And we see the result tonight. That's we have to admit it. That the circumstances were special, but but now it's going towards a minority government, and I think that Quebec has gained some power in a way tonight.
There you go. So the collaboration that Mr. Blanchet talked about, the potential collaboration with Mr. Carney, what do you expect at this point?
Well, we've always been behaving that way. Some people sometimes believe that the Bloc Québécois is against the rest of Canada, but we've always been recognized as a competent and constructive party, and most of the times, or oftentimes, the interests of the rest of Canada are aligned with the interests of Quebec. And I think with the trade negotiation coming up, we can certainly work together to make sure that Quebec is respected in that process.
This is interesting. Being a politician is not easy, and as I understand it, you weren't going to run again in this election. You had a child in November, and everybody's talking.
You did your homework.
Well,
that's good.
Thank you. No, everybody's talking about the effect Trump had on this election. Trump had an effect on you running, as I understand. You didn't want to stay home and watch this from the.
Well, it's to be honest, I didn't even see at the moment the detailed results, so I don't think it's a good time to present to you my own diagnosis. But I think that I seize the occasion to thank people from Mirabel for that victory, and I will work for all of them. I'll continue to do that, and I think they're still going to be proud of their MP.
Well, we have a panel full of people back, including Gilles Giuseppe, who know what it's like to have children when you're an MP in Ottawa. Congratulations again. Dawna, back to you.
Okay, Mike, thank you so much. We're going to look at some close ridings here where the Conservatives are trailing. This is Terra Nova, the Peninsulas. Oh, interesting. When we checked in on this before, the Conservative was in first place.
Anthony Germain has been trailing all night for the Liberals out there. Again, we talked about him earlier. He's a very well-known broadcast journalist from Newfoundland and Labrador. And look how close this is.
Maybe that's the advanced polls being counted now. I don't know.
Maybe.
This is Mississauga East, Cooksville.
And
the incumbent just hanging on to the lead there.
Yeah, when you start to get this late, well, no, they still have quite a few polls to report, so that is a close race, and don't want to make any conclusions yet. I do want to say one thing about the numbers at the bottom of the screen, though. 163, 147. I've never seen them move around as much as they have in this election.
And just before we get more into that, look at Oakville East. This is still pretty tight.
Cabinet Minister Anita Anand, and she's been holding fairly steady now with about a 2-point lead for 2 or 3-point lead for a while.
And Bay of Quinte, this is another tight race. The Conservative incumbent trailing by a bit.
That's why, well, these are the races that actually tell us why those numbers have been going up and down. But as I say, in previous elections, I went through several of them, and you normally see the numbers on the screen, on the bottom of the screen, move up and down a little bit by plus or minus 5. Tonight, we watched the numbers of the Liberals for a while. They were in the 160s where they are now. They dropped down about into the low 150s. The Conservatives suddenly looked like they might actually catch them, and then all of a sudden it spread back out again. But I can tell you a little bit about what I think is happening, because you'll wonder, right? Why didn't the Liberals, we're going over here.
Okay.
Why didn't the Liberals do better tonight, and why didn't the Conservatives catch the Liberals? And I think if we look at the seat distribution across the country, you get a sense of it. There's nothing to surprise us really too much. First of all, in what you're seeing out in British Columbia, there's a bit of a spread from the Conservatives and Liberals. I won't get into those numbers. But over the prairies, this is what you would expect. Alberta winning most of the seats. Saskatchewan, most of the seats, although, it looks like up in Desnethe, Misnippy, Churchill River, Liberals may have won up there. And in Manitoba, this is Winnipeg is how it stacks up on the top ones. Those are the rural ridings that the Conservatives win. Where have the Liberals fallen short? I think you can look at Ontario, because in Ontario, the Liberals, normally when they're doing well enough and they're going to win government, they'll win about 80 seats. Tonight, they're winning somewhere in the mid-60s, and the Conservatives are in the mid-50s. This is a very good night for the Conservatives. Not doing as well as they normally do in Ontario is what is keeping the Liberals from getting to a majority. At the same time, why couldn't the Conservatives catch them then? That's where you go further east. And it seems, in today's politics for the Conservative Party, the further east you go, the more difficulty they have in connecting with voters in the way they used to in the Mulroney days, even in the Diefenbaker days. But right now, the Conservatives are kind of stuck up around 10 seats in Quebec. 10 is, 10 out of 78. When you do that in Quebec and in Atlantic Canada, Right now, they're getting about 7 out of the 32. They're not getting more than just a fraction of all the seats in Eastern Canada. And I think that when they fail to do that, they make it so difficult for themselves to then form a government because they have so many seats they can count on. There's disappointment for the Conservatives in not doing better because they know they're going to do well in the West. They've made some inroads in Ontario. That may have prevented the Liberals from getting to a majority, but they have not done well enough in Quebec and Eastern Canada, which has been their problem really ever since the Progressive Conservative Party blew up in 1993. They have, they've moved that center of gravity for the Conservatives out to Western Canada, and as a result, they've had a hard time connecting with enough Conservatives to win enough seats to form government. I mean, they've had one majority since the Mulroney days, and that was with Stephen Harper in 2011, Dawna. But for the most part, the Liberals are governing as they've governed so often. They just keep winning, 2 or 3 elections before the Conservatives can win an election. So at the moment, we're seeing it kind of unfold. Some of the reasons why the Conservatives are doing better and reasons why the Liberals are still holding on.
149 seats is not nothing where they're at right now, but it's not enough.
And a lot of that is what they did in Ontario to pick up.
Eric, thank you. Let's go over to David Akin, who is with Daryl Bricker from Ipsos.
Yeah, thanks, Dawna. So Daryl, of course, Daryl Bricker of Ipsos. People have been out doing exit polls, asking voters as they come out of a voting booth a whole range of interesting questions. I mean, there's 80, 90 questions loaded in here. We could spend an hour and a half there. Yeah. But let's start off with, we were going to start off with, I think, wild card.
Right.
Is Canada on the right track? So this is someone who voted today, might have voted for a Liberal, might have voted for a Conservative. Here's all voters, 7,000 people, and we're not on the right track, says people who voted today, and they didn't throw the bums out.
Right. So this is the context of the campaign. So Mark Carney is seen as the man of the moment on one issue. The Liberals designed their entire campaign around it. It was dealing with Donald Trump in the United States. So on that issue, fine. But as far as the Liberal record is concerned, what they've produced in Canada over the last 10 years, this is the effect. More people, by a considerable amount, feel that the country's on the wrong direction rather than the right direction.
And we can say, folks going through it, boomers, Gen Xers, it's pretty consistent right across the board.
Yeah.
We're going in the wrong direction. Now, I think it was attitudes on Canada.
Oops, sorry, I did that.
Is that me?
That was me.
Okay, there we go. Canada is broken. This is what Pierre Poilievre was saying last fall. He got criticized for saying that, and yet quite a few people agree.
A fifth of us strongly agree with Pierre Poilievre was saying. Almost half of us overall think that Canada is broken. This, again, underscores the fact that people are not satisfied with the direction of the country, not satisfied with the last 10 years of a Liberal administration. And even though the Liberals can sneak in on this one issue, the overall context they're going to be walking into after this in a minority government situation possibly is going to be difficult.
Let's say, I mean, the data that the parties have, I'm sure they're doing polling something similar to this. If you're in Poilievre's inner circle tomorrow or in the coming days, you probably go, see, we were right all along. This is probably validating the axis of their campaign, essentially.
Until 3 months ago, 2 months ago, they were right.
Right.
And that's what people were jumping on. This is what underscores, folks, time for a change.
Right.
I hear that a lot in politics. There was a really strong belief prior to Mark Carney becoming the leader of the Liberal Party and Donald Trump doing what he decided to do, a real desire to change. That hasn't gone away.
You're Mark Carney. You sit down with your cabinet. You have this data that people think Canada's broken. We're moving in the wrong direction. He did move quickly on carbon taxes. He moved quickly on a couple other things. I guess he's got to move even more quickly to really show that his government is taking some of these concerns seriously. That would be the takeaway for the Liberals, I assume.
He's on a very short leash. His priority, and as far as Canadians are concerned, is one issue, which is dealing with Donald Trump. Everything else is going to be difficult for him and going to be difficult to manage.
Yeah. So, guys, as we go back, we're going to probably talk about this later in the night as we listen to leaders' speeches. We may hear, I think, at least one leader, that'd be Jagmeet Singh, who is probably going to talk about his future. And that is, in terms of the parliamentary calendar, that, while a leadership race unfolds, the NDP are not going to want to force an election, but they may not hold the balance of power. It's going to be a very interesting parliament, I think.
A very interesting parliament. We haven't seen anything like this in quite a while.
No, indeed. All right, Dawna, Mr. Eric, what do you think?
Okay, great. Yeah, it's Liberals at 162, Conservatives 149. And it's just, I think as long as there are these close ridings, we're just going to see those numbers just fluctuate.
Yeah, I mean, the longer it goes, you know, when we talked about those numbers won't fluctuate as much as time goes on because more things get in, more things get a little bit more into cement. But so it's going to be hard now. The Conservatives, as we called, aren't going to catch them. It was just that there were some ridings that gave us a bit of a surprise there for a while. But right now.
Let's look at Lac Saint-Jean, Gilles Duceppe's son running there. And we have projected that he, in fact, will win that riding by a handy majority there, or a handy percentage. Let's go to Mercedes Stephenson and the political panel, including Gilles Duceppe.
Yes, congratulations.
Thanks, that's me, it's him.
He learned, I'm sure, a thing or two, though, from Dad.
But we're always learning.
That's true.
Oh, look at that.
From one or the other.
That's right. A humble politician, exactly. Not always a contradiction in terms.
Humility being the word of the evening.
Exactly. And on that note, I want to go to you, Seamus.
Sure. Let me tee it up for you.
The Liberals being handed a government here, but it's a lot closer than people expected. What is the message that Canadians are sending tonight to Mark Carney?
Well, you know, let's see what happens. These numbers are still so close. We're still watching some very tight races, including my friend Anthony Germain in Newfoundland. We'll see. I think regardless of what happens this evening, whoever forms government, it looks like it'll be Prime Minister Carney. Yeah, you take it with some dose of humility. You know, Canadians are sending a message that they want somebody who's going to be able to negotiate with an American neighbor that has suddenly become a threat. But there were a lot of other things coming out of COVID, coming out of affordability, interest rates that they are not happy with. And so you got to get busy. And from what I understand, he told the Liberal War Room earlier this morning that if indeed the Liberals did win, that you hit the ground running right away.
Yes, but the problem is we don't know tonight because there'll be a lot of recounting, I think.
Yeah, by the look.
So we don't know who will be the Prime Minister, because if he doesn't have the majority, he will have to deal with whom?
So my question.
So if the Bloc has the balance of power, be sure they will negotiate with both parties to obtain what they want to have.
So what could happen tonight is that
it could happen.
We declare a Liberal minority, for example, but then they ally with the Conservatives.
If you look at the situation.
So for Canadians who don't follow the intricacies of how a minority parliament works.
Yes, please lay this out for us.
Well, I'll cautiously take some steps. The Liberals, given these numbers, if something like this holds, they get the first opportunity.
They do.
To form a government. And what they will appeal to the Governor General is say, we have an agreement with the Bloc or the NDP, and this is how we're going to govern. If no such agreement exists,
and we'll find confidence of the House.
And then we're going to return to the House as soon as possible. We'll have a vote to show that we can govern.
Yeah.
If they can't show that agreement, and the Bloc are sitting saying, well, we're talking to both the Liberals and the Conservatives, there may be a scenario, and this would be a bizarre moment, but maybe not, where we're seeing Pierre Poilievre attempting to make a deal with the Bloc leader, which, as a Western Canadian, well, I think it's bizarre in the sense of.
Sorry, I'm asking.
No offense. We've been through a scenario before with Mr. Dion and Jack Layton.
We got along fine.
There's moments where you can get along fine. I would just
Paul
say,
Martin, I did it with Stephen Harper.
I would
ask any party in a situation when they could have the balance of power.
Yeah, so it's a very.
They won't say. No party will say okay.
But
they say, wait a second, you will negotiate before saying okay.
Beyond for power, the question will be for what? I just think for a Conservative leader who has been careful, we talked about this a little bit, Poilievre has been careful not to attack the Bloc. Not like he did the Liberals or the NDP.
But the Bloc has attacked the Conservatives previously.
Not during the campaign, but a lot before the campaign.
A lot before. So do you see a scenario where Pierre Poilievre would be willing to make some of the concessions that he would have to make, things like supply management, with the Bloc Québécois to try to form a government?
I think that any good leader would listen to anyone who would want to come to him to discuss possibilities. Why wouldn't you listen to them?
But who your partner is can affect your own reputation. And that's
in a minority.
Of course it does. So look at how the NDP look at how the NDP have been affected over the last 3 years of making an agreement with Mr. Trudeau when he was Prime Minister.
Did not
had
help
a very, very negative effect on our reputation with a number of Canadians. This is calculus.
Let's make them even more
Seamus,
interesting.
go ahead.
Who will be doing the negotiating?
Well, isn't that an interesting question?
Right? Who is the leader of the NDP after tonight? Who is the leader of the Conservative
We've
Party?
got a while to go. We will come back and we will revisit
questions.
what's going to happen in terms of the leaders. But I mean, Dawna, it just tells you what a wild night we're having here. The numbers all over the place. The possibility of a bloc-backed Conservative minority. It's all kinds of interesting things that are unfolding here that we didn't anticipate.
Yeah, I mean, you start doing the math and figuring out who could work with who and how that's all might shake down, and then who's leading which party. Yes, lots to watch for, and it's still all we know is there's a Liberal government. We don't know the shape of it at this point.
It's always a potentially more explosive arrangement. Any party, national party, that would strike a deal with the so-called separatist party in Quebec. Like, it's just a little bit more volatile to think about that as opposed to the other. So everybody would have to sort of be thinking hard about just what kind of deal and with whom when you look at these possibilities. But the possibilities are lining up right now.
Okay, let's go to Carolyn Jarvis, who's in Toronto. I think you're with Chrystia Freeland.
I am indeed with Chrystia Freeland in the riding of University of Rosedale, who won her riding this evening. Congratulations to you.
Thank you very much. It's a great night.
You took a gamble on December 16th when you resigned from cabinet. You were a finance minister, deputy prime minister, sending a message that you no longer believed in the prime minister, or vice versa in that case. Did that bet pay off?
It wasn't a bet. It was a really tough decision. It was a recognition that Prime Minister Trudeau was driving us all in the wrong direction. And as long as I was there, I was facilitating that. And so I just realized I had to do something. I didn't know what would happen, but I knew it was the right thing to do. And today, when I see a Liberal government re-elected, I know even more clearly that it was the right thing to do.
The numbers are indicating to us that we are looking probably at a minority government for the Liberals. What is the message you think that the electorate is sending today?
So, we don't know the final result yet, and I'm not going to speculate on it, but I'll tell you what I think needs to happen now. I think that this election was an election about standing up for Canada. The ballot question was, who do we trust to stand up for Canada and to fight for Canada? And the answer of most Canadians was, we trust Prime Minister Mark Carney. I think that's right. I trust him. I think he's the guy to lead us. I also absolutely believe that the way that Canada succeeds in this critical moment, probably the most challenging time in our history, is by being united. And so I think it is absolutely essential for our Liberal government to be really clear that we're going to govern for the whole country. We're going to govern for people who voted for us and also for the people who didn't. Tonight, I'm originally from Alberta, and tonight there were quite a few people here from Alberta who came here to support me. And it's really important that people in Alberta, people in Saskatchewan who didn't vote Liberal, hear from us. We are going to govern for the whole country. We're going to listen to you.
How are you actually going to do that? Because there were huge turnouts for Poilievre rallies over the last couple of years across the country. We're still seeing strong numbers of Conservatives, even if they may not be forming government. How do you actually connect with the people who voted Conservative this election? Say, we're hearing you, and we're going to stand for your beliefs as well.
I think it starts by listening, and I think if you listen carefully and you have positive intent and you say, look, let's work together for Canada, you can accomplish a heck of a lot across party lines. And the example I'll give you is my friendship with Premier Doug Ford. I mean, if you look at me and you look at Premier Ford, we're not necessarily people you would think of as kindred spirits, but we really get along. I call him my therapist. We've done a lot of things together. I trust him, and I'm proud of the things we've accomplished together with him. I really believe that with that kind of attitude, that sincere desire to work for Canadians and to set aside partisan divisions, we can accomplish so much in Canada.
How does one celebrate an election victory when you're returning to Ottawa and the Prime Minister is godfather to your son?
How does one celebrate? Well, right now I'm going to celebrate by going and giving my husband a hug, which I haven't done yet. That's going to be my celebration. But I do want to say to Prime Minister Carney, he's been Prime Minister for just a few weeks, and I think we saw him in office dealing with it remarkably well. And this is his first election campaign, and he has been a formidable campaigner. So I think we should all say, well, I certainly want to say to him, congratulations, Prime Minister. You did an incredible job.
And congratulations to you on your victory tonight, Ms. Freeland.
Thank you.
That was Chrystia Freeland, re-elected in University of Rosedale this evening. Donna?
All right, Carolyn Jarvis, thanks. We're going to look at some of the tight races we've been talking about that are, you know, holding back the Liberals from gaining more seats. Let's take a look at these. These are very tight races in a range of places. Newfoundland, Toronto, Quebec.
Yeah, that's so that's the one we were talking about earlier that is so close in central Newfoundland right now. Terra Nova, the peninsula's 0.1%, 99.6% of the polls. That may well be a recount in that one. Eglinton Lawrence, Liberals are ahead by very little, but it's only 61% of the polls reporting, so that one really could go any direction at this point. Same thing for the one right in between the two there, Terrebonne. BQ is ahead, but it's very close. Several more that are still very close and too close to call. And when they're, there they are, all less than 1% between all of these ridings, and the polls reporting are all sort of in the midway, mid-range.
Yeah.
So that's the point that's being made by the decision desk for Global News, why you can't be sure where it's going. The Liberals would clearly have to run the table. They'd have to pick up everything that they're close in that they would end up having to win. It's not just holding the ones they've got, right? They can hold the ones they've got there. That's at 162. They need to turn around several more. And my understanding is, even as I look at the swing meter, it's the same. It matches up right now with where they are on the board, which is at 162. They need to kind of switch over 10 more ridings. So they're leading in a bunch of close ridings. They also need to flip 10 to get to a majority. That feels out of reach at the moment.
Okay, we're back with more coverage in a moment. Welcome back to our Decision Canada coverage. One of the places we're watching is the riding of Pierre Poilievre. That's Carleton in Ottawa. Let's take a look at how things are going there. Now there's how many? 60?
It's not an insignificant number of polls reporting.
Yeah.
And Bruce Fanjoy has about a 7.5 point lead and a 1,300 vote lead. So
the Liberals had worked hard to try to take this riding from Pierre Poilievre, who has been...
What a complicating matter this would be for the Conservatives, depending on what happens.
Yeah. And this may be a long
races.
night because as these votes come in, because...
Well, here are some of these others that are that close. Like this is a landslide. He's two and a half points ahead in New Westminster, Burnaby, Mallardville. So it's like I'm trying to count. I'm getting up to like 15 or so ridings
that are close,
that are less than 1%, like this one,
Eglinton
Lawrence, and that would be an upset. I know that David was talking about that riding.
This one
Brampton,
too,
North
very
Caledon.
close, 86 votes between them.
That's a 0.4 percentage point difference, 86 votes. They're only about halfway through counting. Mont-Royal, Anthony Housefather.
Interesting. He's in a bit of a tight, not
as tight as some of those others. It's funny. We would have called it, and a lot of election nights, we'd look at writings like this saying, "Ooh, that's still pretty close." But there are so many that are within like a percentage point. That's the remarkable thing. Like,
we're
look
back
at this.
to Terra Nova, the peninsulas. Yeah.
There's like one poll left to report, a lead of 46.
Well, this is recount now, right?
Yeah, that's 46. Think about that. That's 46 out of almost 40,000 votes. That's how close this one is.
Yeah. All right.
We're going to be here all night long. Terrific. Lots of TV for us to do. Hallelujah. You wanted to be on TV? You're going to be on TV for several hours watching these recounts, Dawna.
What are you looking at, David?
Well, let's go back to Lower Mainland, where we were just at, looking at the riding that Peter Julian has won 3 times. I'm going to get it wrong, and I know we got a lot of British Columbians watching Mallardville, whatever. It's right there. It is. It's somebody just... Millard, that's Burnaby Central. Let's go right to Mallardville, where we were a second ago. New Westminster, Burnaby, Mallardville. Thank you, everybody. I wanted to come back to this. We just had this board up because the thinking we all had, I think when I say this is me, this is a lot of experts we were talking to, was the NDP vote, people who voted for Peter Julian in the last 7 elections, if they didn't vote for Peter, they were going to vote for Jake Sawatsky, the Liberal. But that's clearly not what's happening. And that I find very interesting, in that a lot of the people who voted for Peter Julian didn't this time. He's down to 28%, and we have 80 polls, about half the polls reporting here. Instead, many of them voted for Indi Panchi, the Conservative candidate. And we're seeing that in a few other ridings. So let's look now. We'll take a look more at some of the stuff going on Lower Mainland and Vancouver Island. Let's stop at the capital, Victoria, where we have an upset, where Will Greaves, an international relations professor at the University of Victoria, is defeated. Laurel Collins, New Democrat. She was certainly one of the fiercest climate change advocates in the House of Commons, let alone in the NDP caucus. I was with both Poilievre and Mark Carney when they campaigned in southern Vancouver Island. I spoke to a lot of people who had voted for Laurel Collins, and they said to me, I like the idea of Laurel going to the House of Commons and advocating for climate change, but in this election, I'm voting for someone who's going to sit across from Donald Trump, and that someone's got to be Mark Carney, and Will Greaves has benefited from that sentiment. That was the thinking of NDP voters on the south of Vancouver Island. So there's Will Greaves defeating Laurel Collins. Next door in Esquimalt Saanich Sooke, Randall Garrison had been the longtime NDP MP. He's retiring, and the NDP thought they got a great candidate in Maya Tate, a 3-time mayor of Sooke. We're going to win this, no problem. She's got a great resume. And again, this time, those who had voted New Democrat did go over to Stephanie McLean. Stephanie McLean has been on the island for a few years now, after retiring from Alberta, where she had been in Rachel Notley's cabinet as a New Democrat provincial minister. So Stephanie McLean, we're not projecting anyone elected just yet. Grant Cool, an entrepreneur on the island as well, 55 polls reporting. So that's down there in the South Island. 2 New Democrats holding on. Jenny Kwan in Vancouver East. New Democrats or the CCF have held this riding with only 2 exceptions since 1935. It's an NDP safe seat, and yet it's pretty close, almost a 3-way. She won it with 55% of the vote 4 years ago. She's at 41% right now in Vancouver East. Right below her, Don Davies, Vancouver Kingsway. He's been there since 2006, and he's only got a 154 vote lead. So this is looking like the Liberals may close on this. We'll see how that goes. I wanted to zero in as well on Abbotsford South Langley, because a lot of British Columbians will have been paying attention to this story, and it was significant in the sense that there was a lot of resentment about the way that the Conservative Party headquarters were picking their candidates. The candidate leading right now is the Conservative, Sukhman Gill, 22-year-old blueberry farmer. But look at this guy, an independent, Mike de Jong. Again, British Columbians will recognize that guy. He's a former BC finance minister in BC Liberal governments, and the Conservatives would not let him compete for the nomination. He was not good enough for the Conservative Party for some reason.
I think so.
But it doesn't look like that has affected the overall outcome. Abbotsford South Langley should be a slam dunk win for the Conservative. It looks like they are winning, but again, Mike de Jong sort of upsetting things. So wanted to zero in on that one. Other things changing, looking at Port Moody Coquitlam, where Benita Zarrillo is the NDP incumbent. And again, the thinking here was, oh, well, those NDP voters, if they don't vote for Benita, they're going to vote for the Liberal. No, apparently no. A lot of them went over to vote for Paul Lambert. He's got 44% of the vote, 41% of the vote for the Liberal, 165 polls in. We'll see where this goes. Port Moody Coquitlam has been among the tightest races in the last couple of elections. And this looks like it could be pretty tight too, 725 votes, but the NDP is not a factor at the end of the race. So just a little bit of lower mainland action, a lot of very interesting races. And I was joking that we're going to be on TV for a long time tonight, but it's not a joke. We are going to be on TV for a long time tonight.
We've already been on TV for
We
a while.
have. Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
Not that we're adding up the hours.
Yeah.
David, thanks.
Makes David a happy man.
It does
Yes.
make David a
Yay.
happy man. We were just trying to calculate how many ridings are very close, because we keep saying that all night, but we didn't have a kind of a number to put on it. Now we think it's about 28 ridings where there's a 2% or less separation.
28, and half of those, 14, are closer than 1%. Now, the one thing I did look up on that was to see, so are the NDP, or do they have a shot in some of those? All of those ridings that are within 1%, the NDP is not in second place in any of them. In fact, they're in first place in one of them, so they're actually, they could stand to lose one of those. But that's interesting. Maybe just for a second, also talk about the popular vote. You know, when you're talking about these different parties, considering what they're going to do to form government and who they could talk to, one of the considerations is who won the popular vote. At the moment, the Liberals are leading, but over the evening, the Conservatives have closed the gap. And usually, what happens with more votes being counted in British Columbia and the votes being counted in the way they are, the Conservatives will continue to gain a little bit more. So it's possible that once again, the Conservatives will win the popular vote and lose the election. I don't want to jump into that just yet, but it's very possible we could be looking at that situation for a second.
Well, I think in 2019 and 2021, the Conservatives had a higher percentage of the popular vote,
Yeah.
but still lost to Justin Trudeau.
And right now, they're only behind by less than a point. And as I say, when the late votes come in, it's very possible they could kind of go over top of them there without catching them in terms of the number of seats.
Yeah. All right. Let's go to Tracy Tong, who is at the riding of Eglinton Lawrence in Toronto. Tracy.
Well, Dawna and Eric, you were just talking about ridings that are just too close to call, very tight races, and Eglinton Lawrence is definitely one of them. Last I checked, the Liberals were leading by under 1%, so this is certainly a riding to watch, and I'll tell you exactly why. This riding here has been a Liberal stronghold for decades, with the exception of just one term starting in 2011. The Conservatives took that one, but tonight they have a good shot at taking it again. The Liberals held this riding with Marco Mendicino having this seat, the former public safety minister, most recently, and they are now running Vince Gasparo, who also ran in the last provincial election just a couple of months ago. But the Conservatives have a very strong local candidate here in Karen Stintz, who was city councillor for this ward for 11 years. She ran for mayor, very well known here. I have Karen, who's with me right now. Of course, the nerves, the jitters. must be happening in this room right now because it's too close to call. But you just addressed your crowd and you said this was the best campaign of your life. Tell me why.
Yeah, it's an incredible campaign. The number of volunteers, the support in the community, we put out 3,500 lawn signs on front lawns, and those are families that wanted to see the change that the Conservatives were proposing. And so never in my life have I had this kind of support in the riding. So I wish it wasn't as close as it is, but it's a campaign and we knew it was going to be a hard one, and we're fighting it to the end.
What have you been hearing from the residents here?
That crime is the number one issue for many residents. For the Jewish community, it's anti-Semitism. For parts of North Toronto, it's the car theft and the break-ins. And the Italian community is a general feeling of being unsafe. And that's a big issue. The economy is a big issue. And immigration is a big issue.
And considering the voting history in this riding, having it be a Liberal stronghold, I mean, you had an uphill battle from the beginning. Given how close this race is tonight, and if you take it, what do you think that says about what the voters here want?
Well, the voters here want change, and they know that it was a change election and that the Conservatives represented change. And so, I did build a relationship with the community over my time as a city councillor, and, I think that I represented the community well, and so I hope I get the chance to do that again.
Thank you so much for that, Karen.
Thank you.
And so there you have it. We're still waiting for the results, and it is too close to call here in Eglinton Lawrence past midnight. So certainly a crowd, and they're actually all quieting down because I think some of them are realizing that we're hitting from here. But again, a very, very hot riding to watch in this election for sure. We'll send it back to you, Dawna and Eric.
Okay, Tracy Tong, thanks. We're going to look at some other ridings that are similarly close. Let's have a look through those.
Just mention Eglinton Lawrence for a second. Yeah. That one is like 121 votes, so there you go.
So
anyway.
these ones have a higher polls reporting.
Yes, and they're still very close. I think, yes, as we said earlier about Terra Nova and the peninsulas and Newfoundland and Labrador, I think there's like one poll left to come in. The lead is 46. Who knows? Yeah. Terrebonne and Quebec, the BQ, leading with a 60 vote lead. These are very close. Fleetwood, Port Kells out in BC. Liberal leading there by just less than 1% as well. Vancouver Kingsway. Wow, it's all over the country. Is interesting too, right?
It is.
But it is remarkable to have that many ridings less than 1%, and it's not like that's not an insignificant number of polls. Like that's at least half the polls. In some instances, it's close to almost 100% of the polls, and it's still less than 1%. It is. That's one of the most remarkable stories of the night is how many close races there are that can't be called, and we're at that point right now where you're looking at the Liberals at 161 and you say, well, surely you can say that's it. They're going to get a minority because they're 11 away from 172. But the fact of the matter is, 172 is not so far away when you have 28 ridings less than 2%. Like, we don't want to call ridings when it's less than 2%.
No.
28 of them are still outstanding just with those percentage points. And
if most of the votes have been counted, ballots have been counted, then some of those close races will go to recounts. They're not going to.
That's right. And we don't, I guess, still know in some of these instances whether there are certain ballots to be counted that could shift it quite a bit in one favor or another. And so, again, one of the two parties could make somewhat of a comeback. Based on what you're seeing. I mean, the Liberals need to get 11 to get to 172. The Conservatives need to get 11 to catch the Liberals. It seems less likely, but we'd have to see just exactly who's leading in those 28 that we're talking about and who's in second, who's in third.
Okay, well, the Liberals are certainly watching all this closely, wondering how many seats they're actually going to end up with tonight. Mackenzie Gray is at Liberal headquarters in Ottawa. Mackenzie.
Hi, Dawna. We've got David Lametti here, former cabinet minister in the Justin Trudeau government, also worked as an advisor on the Mark Carney campaign. Mr. Lametti, it looks like we're going to be here for a long night. Is there still a path to a majority for the Liberals right now?
I don't know. There are a lot of close races left. A number of races where there aren't that many polls reporting yet, or where there are advanced polls that still have to be counted. It is a two-way race, and we haven't seen a two-way race like this before. We're starting to see what we see in the United States, which is we're going to be up late tonight, watching the final vote count. So there will still be some changes. It looks like we are going to form the government. I'm really proud about that. I don't know what the outcome will be, but there will be some changes before we wake up tomorrow morning.
In terms of governing, you've been involved in majority governments and minority governments with Mr. Trudeau. How does that change the calculus for Mr. Carney, depending on what he was saying?
Well, obviously you play with the hand you're dealt with. You have to find alliances in a parliament. We did that. I did that as the Minister of Justice with members of Parliament on the justice portfolios long before we had an accord with the NDP. Then when we had an accord with the NDP, things were even smoother. But you have to find ways, formally or informally, to find allies in the House of Commons, in committees, in order to get your agenda through. And in particular, we're going to have negotiations with Mr. Trump. So we're still going to have a whole Parliament that is Team Canada for the purposes of talking to the United States. So we will find a way to do that.
A number of your colleagues, former colleagues, Anita Anand and Sean Fraser, said they weren't going to run and then talked to Mark Carney and came back. Did you ever think about coming back, or did you speak about that with Mr. Carney?
I didn't, although I did speak to both of them. I gave Mr. Carney a hand recruiting candidates. It's a special bond being a member of Parliament. I enjoyed every minute of representing the people of the Salamard Verdun. I'm very happy that Claude Gay, who I helped to recruit, has won that riding back into the Liberal fold. So I'm really pleased about that tonight. Once I left, though, that very special relationship, I'd drawn a line under it, and I didn't feel I could go back with any credibility. So I'm proud of what I did. I'm proud that Claude got elected, and I'm going to find other ways to serve.
All right, David Lametti, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Mackenzie.
Thanks, Dawna. Back to you.
Hey, thanks, Mac. We're going to check in again with those close races that David Lametti referenced. It's what all the parties are watching right now, trying to figure out who ultimately is going to possibly make it to 172. Or whether the Liberals can make it to 172. So this is Terrebonne. We've been watching this all night.
Yeah, Nathalie Sinclair Desgagnés is ahead by 60 votes, and there are 3 polls still to report. Too close to call.
At Brampton, North Caledon, 209 votes separating these two.
Ruby Sahota, so former cabinet minister for the Liberals. She's close, but she's trailing. This is why we can't be that sure of just where the Liberals are going to end up here tonight.
Brampton South almost neck and neck, 83 votes separating these two.
Wow, it's fascinating. Like you couldn't rehearse this and say that's realistic, right? To have so many close races.
Another one in Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Yeah.
67 votes between the Liberal and the Conservative. And Vancouver Kingsway. This is where Don Davies, the NDP's hanging on, but just 81 votes ahead.
Yeah, and still a lot of polls reporting there. So that one I think is you can't take that one to the bank at all because there are so many votes yet to come. But it's going to be a 2-person race to the end in that one.
All right, thanks. We're going to go. That's the Tory headquarters right now. We know we've been looking at Carleton, where Pierre Poilievre is running, and he has been in second place. I'm not sure where that stands right now, but he's not guaranteed that he's won his own riding right now. He does know tonight that he's not going to be Prime Minister. Taria Isri is there.
Yeah, Dawna, we've been speaking to Conservative sources, and they say that many of the races are very tight, that ballots are still being counted, but that they are confident that Mr. Poilievre will hold his seat in Carleton. Let's bring in Alex. What do you make of the fact that we're even discussing whether he's going to be holding on to his own seat?
Yeah, cast your mind back to January of this year, and the fact that we're talking about Pierre maybe losing his own seat in Carleton, the seat that he's held his entire career in Parliament, which is long, is pretty shocking. I think probably it's unlikely that he's going to lose that, but the fact that we're having the conversation tells you something about how motivated the Liberals were, in particular, to score that victory. But I think what we're seeing tonight is a surprising amount of strength in Ontario and in Atlantic Canada from the Conservatives. Strength that wasn't necessarily picked up in national polling leading up to tonight.
Yeah, Ben, let me bring you in. I mean, what do you make of that strength in Ontario?
Well, I think like I said earlier tonight, I think part of the modeling that pollsters use is based on previous elections, and this is something we've never seen before. So this will get baked in for the next election, which, based on the numbers that we're seeing, could be 9 to 18 months away. Because I honestly have no idea who the Liberals work with in order to get any legislation passed.
Yeah, I mean, it's shaping up to be a pretty late night. We know that the Conservative leader is watching the results as they come in a nearby hotel. We are expecting him to speak in the next half an hour, perhaps a little bit longer. But, when he does speak, Alex, what kind of message do you think we're going to hear from him?
Well, obviously, despite it being a close race and still, they're within striking distance, obviously it's a disappointment. They had a 25-point lead leading into 2025. That evaporated. The fact that the Liberals are leading right now, I mean, if you told me that in December, I wouldn't believe you, which is why I don't make predictions in politics anymore. But obviously he's got to, reassure his party that he's the guy, even in a loss tonight, he's the guy to lead them into the next election, whenever that comes, as Ben mentioned.
And Ben, I guess I'll ask you, how could Mr. Poilievre reassure his party, in the face of this defeat, that he's the man to lead them?
Well, look at the numbers. I mean, the numbers bear it out. Like I said earlier, he's been able to not just keep the base, but grow the base. He's grown the popular support. He's grown the number of seats. We were saying earlier, if he loses his seat, not optimal to make that case, but I think he probably has the right at this point to decide his own fate. But again, this is the Conservative Party. The Conservative movement is famous for not necessarily rewarding a better result. They want the best result. So we'll have to wait and see.
And we'll have to wait and see those results in Carleton. So I'll send it back to you, Dawna.
All right, Taria, thank you. Mercedes Stephenson has been listening in, watching all this, along with Senator Pamela Wallin. Over to you two.
Thanks so much, Dawna. Pamela, you're an independent senator, but you're a Conservative. It was a small seat.
Yeah, small seat.
Small
no,
seat.
No party membership.
No party membership. When you're looking at this and all of the infighting that was clearly going on with the Conservatives, some of it was inside the campaign about whether or not to pivot. Some of it was much more overt, coming from people like Corey Teneycke or Doug Ford or others who were openly critical. Some like Danielle Smith, who thought they might be helping Pierre Poilievre, but the comments actually backfired. Yeah. What degree do you think this campaign, and to be fair, they're doing better than we expected and than the pollsters expected and perhaps than they expected to do, but to what degree do you think that discord contributed to challenges on the campaign trail?
Well, I think it's huge. I mean, when people are in this country very concerned about the two big issues, their own economic futures, the economic future of the country, and for some people even the existence of the country, because there was some very dramatic language around whether Donald Trump was coming over the border or not to get us all. But people are living in very, very tense times, and they feel like not just here but the rest of the world is a little bit off kilter as well. So they're looking for stability. And when you see a party sniping at each other quite publicly, it's a bit disconcerting. Now, that said, I think Pierre Poilievre, should he win his seat, this is quite unbelievable to see this tonight, but should he win his seat, I think he will say, look, we did much better than all of you folks that were telling me to change the campaign and switch to the Fight Trump campaign and to soften my leader of the opposition personality. He can, I think, claim quite rightly that his showing is much better than expected. On the other hand, this is the others who were doing the sniping and saying this is campaign malpractice and all the rest of it are going to say, look, if you don't win your own seat, that was the point we were making. Now, it's not comfortable for Mr. Poilievre for the numbers we're seeing now. Like it's
what do you make of how close that is?
It's there are so many issues there. Yes, as we've discussed. I mean, this is a lot of public servants in his writing, and he is talking about those issues of reductions and shrinking the size of the federal service. So those are issues. I think this ridiculous ballot issue that we've got of allowing 90 odd names on a ballot is very confusing and difficult. I think that's kind of a separate issue. It's trouble. I mean, there are issues there about that people were putting their fingers on, about likability, about his stand on issues like the truckers and many other things. I know a lot of people in the rural areas that think he's a great constituency guy because he understands. So you've got that tug and pull, right? People who were impacted. So again, you don't want to jump to conclusions, but and the night, when you look at the numbers, our screen there says 161, 150, and there's 14 ridings that are less than 1%. That certainly makes a majority for the Liberals still possible, theoretically. So that changes the game. Then his leadership becomes less of an issue. The party will take him out.
Is there any scenario where he loses his riding and stays on as leader, or is that
Well, I think they'd have to do it in the short term just to figure out what's going to happen, because I think it would be very difficult for the Conservatives to try and form any alliance with the Bloc Québécois. I think the Western base would not take kindly to that.
You don't think the temptation for power there might be enough?
Well, there is always the temptation for power, as you were discussing with your panel, and politics makes for strange bedfellows, there's no question. But I think that would be difficult to do. The NDP can't really, it states it is in with 8 seats, can't really help the Liberals at this point, right? So it's, I don't know. I haven't seen one like this. I mean, and the crazy part is here he's done very well, not just in popular vote, but in seat count.
Yeah,
and so it's a conundrum. But I think we just have to get through these 14 ridings. I think it's going to be a lot clearer, in the next 40 minutes or so.
I'm expecting to hear, as we were hearing from Mr. Poilievre, Dawna, potentially within the next half hour, we'll see what he has to say. But certainly a bit of a wild night that we haven't seen in a while in Canadian elections.
All right, Mercedes, Pamela Wallen, thank you. You're looking now at the leader of the NDP, Jagmeet Singh, and his wife making their way to the stage. Let's listen for a second.
We have to point out, I guess, that the NDP right now is sitting at 8. They had 9 in 1993 when they also lost official party status. They could end up with fewer votes this time than at any time in their history. That's what he's looking at. And losing his own riding.
Thank you. That was very nice of you, very sweet of you all. Thank you so much. You're gonna get me all choked up here, guys. Gotta keep it together here, folks. Thank you very much. The love is amazing. I appreciate y'all. Big thank you to Suzanne. She's been with us from the beginning. Huge thank you. Appreciate her so much. Thank you. And all of you in this room, you guys poured your heart into this. Thank you so much for everything you've done. You're amazing. Love you all. And I know in election parties, night parties across the country, people are gathered. And I want to thank them all for all their hard work. They're amazing people gathered together across the country. I want to take a moment to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on his victory. He has an important job to do, to represent all Canadians and to protect our country and its sovereignty from the threats of Donald Trump. Tonight and every night, all of us here, we're on Team Canada. We want Canada to thrive, and we're going to continue to fight for Canada. I want to congratulate all the other leaders on a hard-fought campaign. It's been the honor of my life to represent the people of Burnaby Central. Tonight they chose, thank you. Tonight they chose a new member of parliament, and I wish them well as they continue to work hard for this community. Obviously, I know this night is a disappointing night for New Democrats. We had really good candidates that lost tonight. I know how hard you worked. I spent time with you. You're amazing. I'm so sorry you're not going to be able to represent your communities. I know you're going to continue to fight for them. I know on how many doors you knocked, how many family dinners you missed, how many nights your kids went to bed without you there to tuck them in. I know it was a tough sacrifice, and I just want to thank, and we can get a round of applause to every single candidate that ran for us. Thank you. Thank all those incredible candidates and their incredible teams, because no candidate can do it without a team. The volunteers, the staff, thank you to all those candidates and their incredible staffs. One more time. Choosing to commit your life to politics obviously comes with some sacrifice, but we choose this life because of the chance to change the country we love for the better. We may lose sometimes, and those losses hurt, it's tough. But we are only defeated if we stop fighting. We're only defeated when we believe that those that tell us that we can never dream of a better Canada, a fairer Canada, a more compassionate Canada. I have met New Democrats from coast to coast to coast who will never back down, even when they're told that there's no room for them at the table. We make room for everyone because we believe that there is enough wealth in Canada for all of us to live the life that we deserve. Honestly, I got to avoid making eye contact with certain people because then it's going to get too emotional up here. So I just made the mistake of doing that, so I'm going to look away now. You know who you are. Don't look at me again. Almost 8 years ago, I was elected the leader of this incredible party, this incredible movement. I've worked really hard to be worthy of this trust, to live up to the legacy of our movement. Hold on a sec here, guys. Thank you. One more sec. Tonight, I've been informed a party leader that I'll be stepping down as party leader as soon as an interim leader can be appointed. Now, I could not have done this incredible job without, here's a point, give me a second to break down a bit. I couldn't have done it without the incredible support of my wife, Akin. She has been my rock. She's been my foundation. For the past couple years, I've been regretting that I didn't thank her on the night of the last election. So this is my opportunity to make up for it. She has literally been my rock. I couldn't have done this without her. She's backed me up and supported me. She has made so many sacrifices. She convinced me that she's enjoyed them all, but I don't know. But she's amazing, and I'm just so thankful. Thanks for being on this journey. I'm going to give you a hug. Hold on. Also, I might break down this part because and Anhad and Dani, my daughters, remind me of the future. God damn it, that we are fighting for. That's just because I get emotional anytime I talk about my kids. I'm very sappy when it comes to my daughter, so I get a little emotional. I've also been supported by my family, and I got to thank my parents who are here today. They're amazing. Love you both. My brother, I wouldn't have been on this journey without my brother. So big shout out to my brother, Akin. And honestly, this may sound funny, but my in-laws, I literally couldn't have done this without my in-laws. They're amazing. Where are my in-laws? They're somewhere here. Wherever they are, they're here. I wanted to look at them and point at them too. Oh, there they are. Yeah, I couldn't have done it without them. Literally, if you're a parent, you know how important your parents are, and your in-laws too, it turns out. So, huge thank you. They've supported us. They've kept me grounded, given us great advice. I'm so thankful to my family. You can't do this work without great people, and you can't do this without a great family supporting you. So, thank you to my family. Spilling my water and everything. It's getting a little bit, trying to be graceful here, folks. I also want to thank my NDP caucus. This is a team that together we brought historic change for people. We brought real change to the lives of Canadians. I know that people are concretely better off because of our work over the last 8 years, and no election result will ever diminish that. So thank you to my caucus, honestly, I'm so thankful to them all. We did some incredible work together. Seriously, every one of you, thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I might break down this part too, forgive if I do. I can only do this, and we can only do this work because of a great staff. And y'all just poured your heart into me, into the work that we did. So. Good thing that there's water here. This water is very strategically placed for me, so it's very, very lucky that I might need a couple more glasses, so just, if anyone can help me out on that, that'd be great. Y'all brought your talent, your heart to the fight every day. We treat each other with respect and dignity and with kindness, and I love you all. We're almost there, folks. I got a couple other things I really want to get off my chest here. One other thing is, nothing's too spicy, it's just good stuff. I often speak about something my mom taught me. It's a Sikh teaching of Chardi Kala. And this is something fundamental to who I am. And it means, the words break down, Chardi means rising and Kala means spirits. And it's something that it captures a big part of who I am. And it's the idea that in the fight for justice, in the fight for fairness, in the fight that we fight, we want to have optimism in the face of struggle. We want to have a defiant optimism. It's like this eternal resilience. And this is the spirit that I carry tonight. Obviously, I'm disappointed that we could not win more seats. But I'm not disappointed in our movement. I'm hopeful for our party. I know that we will always choose hope over fear, and optimism over despair, and unity over hate. New Democrats literally built this country. New Democrats built this country. We have built the best of Canada, and we aren't going anywhere. Thank you so much. Love you all. You're amazing. Merci infiniment. Appreciate it so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you all so much. Thank you. You're amazing. Love you all. Every one of you. You're amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, there you have it, the leader of the NDP, Jagmeet Singh. a gracious speech from a man who has been leader of that party since 2019, who says that he lost in his own riding tonight. His party has lost official party status.
For sure, they're not going to get to 12. And there's a real hollowing out of the NDP caucus tonight as well. He is losing his seat, and probably he didn't say anything about his leadership, but one imagines
He did.
that,
He did. He said he will be stepping down as soon as an interim leader is chosen.
Bit. But there are other NDP MPs that look like they're leaving. They're losing anyway tonight. I don't want to speak in case some of them are still close, but Peter Julian in BC, Laurel Collins in Victoria.
He has a new 2017, pardon me, I'm being corrected. He became leader in 2017. As he said, it's been almost 8 years.
Lindsay Matheson in London, Brian Massey in Windsor, Nikki Ashton in northern Manitoba. There's as I say, a hollowing out of the caucus and a lot less representation of the NDP across the country. They have like a single seat in Alberta and one in, with that's Heather McPherson. Alexandre Boulerice in Rosemont, La Petite Patrie seems to have held on in Montreal. I think they may have been shut out in Ontario, with...
Let's just hang on one sec. I just want to take a look at Burnaby Central itself. This is Jagmeet Singh's own riding, where he is well down in third place at this stage.
That's a distant third.
Yeah, that is a resounding defeat. It's a reminder, politics is a tough business, hey? You put everything into it. He has talked about in recent days about receiving death threats and he's had 2 young children while he's been in office.
But he will have a legacy as well that he can look back upon. I mean, 100 years from now or however many years, if there's people are talking about the national pharmacare or dental care, this was something that the NDP pushed the Liberals to do during these last few years. They punched above their weight with the number of MPs they had in their small caucus. It's a much smaller one now. It's entirely possible that small number they have could be enough for the Liberals to consider working with them still, in spite of not having official party status?
We'll find that out. While Jagmeet Singh was speaking, the leader of the Bloc Québécois was also speaking in Montreal. Mike Armstrong was there. Mike.
Yeah, I can walk you through some of the highlights from his speech, actually. He described it when he came on.
They're telling them, we can't hear you. Oh, that's not...
Oh, I apologize. Sorry, I was going to walk you through some of the highlights, Dawna, of what Mr. Blanchet said in his speech just moments ago. He said it was as strange a night as you can imagine, one with 2 feelings. He said there's sadness for people who lost their seats, people who worked hard, gave everything they had for the party. He thanked volunteers who worked during this campaign as well for the time they gave. And this was interesting. He also took a moment to thank members of the Parti Québécois, sort of a sister party, the sovereignist party here in Quebec, for the time that they gave. Then he went into issues. He said that the Bloc Québécois has identified in this campaign, and he said that they will now be unavoidable for the government in Ottawa. The weight of the Bloc will be important in Ottawa because of it holds the balance of power. He said culture, aerospace, immigration, supply management, clean energy, language, all of these issues, all these things that they will now put on the agenda of a minority government in Ottawa. He talked about responsibility and how the Bloc will act when it goes back to Parliament, promised to work productively and not to support anything, however, that doesn't benefit Quebec. He said Canada will be stronger with a strong voice from Quebec. And he wrapped up by talking about the Trump effect and the headwinds that the party faced in this campaign. He said he thanked supporters for holding back a wave that came at them. And it's interesting, I've been to a lot of campaigns where people have lost. It doesn't feel quite like a loss as much as it usually does. And I think that's because Yves-Francois Blanchet and probably the last couple of weeks really set the party up for almost exactly this result, number-wise, but also said that the best case scenario would be if the party held the balance of power. And I can tell you, anytime you heard from the speakers here the words balance of power, there was a big cheer that we heard tonight. Dawna?
Well, Mike, did he talk about who he's prepared to work with?
Not at all, and it's interesting. I mean, we've heard from him in recent weeks where he's talked about Mark Carney being parlable, somebody that you can speak to. I don't know how much attention it got outside Quebec, but at the debates, Mark Carney gave Yves-Francois Blanchet his cell phone number, and that seems to be. That was something that Mr. Blanchet talked about a lot over the last couple of weeks. But as far as dealing with Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives, I remember him saying a couple of days ago, I wouldn't trust them to water my lawn. Why would I trust them with health care? So didn't seem like that would be necessarily a parliamentary dance partner.
He also called Canada an artificial country just, I think, 3 days before Election Day. So,
that was a big one.
That was a big one. All right, Mike Armstrong in Montreal at the headquarters of the BQ. Thank you.
Just looking at some of the numbers, there are still 12 races where the spread between the first two are less than 1%. I was looking to see in terms of where the Liberals are right now. They're in second place in some of those, in 4 of those races.
Okay. I didn't mean to interrupt you,
No.
Eric. We're just watching Pierre Poilievre arriving at his headquarters with his wife, Anna.
Maybe while he's waving, because he may not talk for a second, if they can put up for a split second what's happening in Carleton.
Yeah, I haven't seen the latest on his riding. Is he in position to win? There we are.
It's been pretty steady. That's more than half the polls reporting now, and Bruce Fanjoy has held onto about a 5 or 6 point lead most of the night. And it's like 2,200 votes right now that he'll have to make up.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you, everyone. Dear Canadians, dear fellow Canadians, thank you. Thank you, dear fellow Canadians. I love you too.
I love you too. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's with profound gratitude that I stand before you today at the moment of this historic election. Because only in Canada could the story that Anna and I bring to the stage be possible. Adopted son of school teachers and a Venezuelan refugee, stand on this stage in front of our proud country, offering ourselves up to serve for the future. After millions of people have shown up and marked their X, spoken their voice, and exercised their democratic rights. We could not be more proud, we could not be more grateful for the opportunity the Canadians have given us. And speaking now of Anna, I want to take a moment to thank my incredible wife. She's been by my side. She's my rock. I love and cherish you and our little ones more than you'll ever know. And I could not have done any of this without you. Thank you so much. I love you. Now, my message to Canadians. The promise that was made to me and to all of you is that anybody from anywhere could achieve anything, that through hard work, you could get a great life, you could have a nice, affordable home on a safe street. My purpose in politics is and will continue to be to restore that promise. Thank you. To the candidates who ran under our banner as Conservatives, to the volunteers who knocked on the doors, made phone calls, put up lawn signs, rallied at our events, donated their hard-earned money to our cause, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. To the millions of people who voted for the Conservative Party and put their hopes and dreams in our vision, thank you. It will be an honor to continue to fight for you and to be a champion of your cause as we go forward.
It would be an honor to carry on fighting for you. It was my honor to be your voice, and it is an honor for me to fight for conservative values, those values you voted for. And it will be an honor to continue to move Canada's promise forward that anyone here in Canada who works hard can have a good life in a beautiful home, in a safe community. That's our tradition, and we'll bring it home. Thank you.
To my fellow Conservatives, we have much to celebrate tonight. We've gained well over 20 seats. We got the highest share of vote our party has received since 1988. We denied the NDP and Liberals enough seats to form a coalition government, meaning and we did all of this in a very difficult environment. That said, we are cognizant of the fact that we didn't quite get over the finish line yet. We know that change is needed, but change is hard to come by. It takes time. It takes work. And that's why we have to learn the lessons of tonight so that we can have an even better result the next time the Canadians decide the future for the country. Canadians have opted for a razor-thin minority government, a virtual tie in the vote count. So I would like to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on leading this minority government. We'll have plenty of opportunity to debate and disagree, but tonight we come together as Canadians. We will do our job. Yes, we will do our job to hold the government to account. But first, we congratulate people from all political backgrounds on participating in the democratic process. And as I said, while we will do our constitutional duty of holding government to account and proposing better alternatives, we will always put Canada first as we stare down tariffs and other irresponsible threats from President Trump. Conservatives will work with the Prime Minister and all parties with the common goal of defending Canada's interests and getting a new trade deal that puts these tariffs behind us while protecting our sovereignty and the Canadian people. I want to thank my Conservative team, my caucus, my members of the Conservative staff and others who've helped reshape the entire political landscape in this country. Conservatives have achieved major breakthroughs tonight. We brought in record support from blue-collar and unionized workers, youth, new Canadians. We gave voices to countless people across this country who've been left out and left behind for far too long. We won the big debates of our time on the carbon tax, on inflation, on housing, on the drug crisis, on crime. Conservatives have been leading the debate, and we will continue to put forward the best arguments to improve the lives of our people right across this country. But we will not stop there. Every single day, our Conservative caucus and I will be holding the government to account on behalf of the millions of Canadians who believed in the message of change. En tant que parti,
as a party, we have expanded our support, and every day the Conservative caucus and myself will work in Ottawa to keep the government accountable on behalf of millions of Canadians who voted for real change. It's been my honor to go across the country to speak to thousands of people who shared their concerns and their hopes.
Everywhere I went, hardworking people took precious time out of their day to tell me about their struggles, their pain, their fears, but also their hopes and dreams. Welders and waitresses, farmers and factory workers, seniors, small business owners and single mothers, young Canadians and young families pleading for the chance to own a home, parents who worried that their kids would never be able to move out of their home, grandparents who saw their grandchildren suffering from the shortfalls of our economy, and countless others who are afraid to go outside because of the rising wave of crime. All of these stories touched my heart and gave me inspiration to work towards something better. These people continue to need voices, and I will continue to fight for them every day, and every day we will never give up on fighting for the Canadian people. Thank you. We hear your stories. We will carry those stories with us into Parliament. We will not forget the people for whom we work and for whom we fight every day. Now, I know that some of you might be disappointed that change did not get over the finish line tonight. Change takes time. Most of all, it requires that we never give up, because our people and our country are worth fighting for. Je vous ai entendu.
I've heard you, and I took your stories with me throughout the entire campaign, and your stories will stay with me whilst I fight with my team to defend you and to move your interests forward. To those who desperately need change, I know you are disappointed. Change takes time. It's hard. It means we can never give up, because our country and Canadians deserve it.
Fighting for everyone who stood with us today and the millions of people who voted for other parties. And so, my message tonight, for the single mother working 2 jobs but still has an empty fridge and an empty bank account, for the young people who despair at never being able to afford a home, for the seniors on fixed incomes whose savings are eroded by inflation and no longer feel safe in their local neighborhood parks, for those who are now living in fear and terror because of crime, for those worried about losing their jobs because of unacceptable tariffs from the United States of America, for all of those who feel left behind and forgotten, my message is one of hope. Change will take time, but we will fight for that change, and we will deliver that change, and we will never give up on fighting for the great Canadian promise that anyone from anywhere can achieve anything, that hard work gets you a great life in a beautiful house on a safe street protected by our brave troops under our proud flag. Canada first, Canada always. Let's bring it home. Thank you very much, Canada. Merci beaucoup, Canada.
Thank you, Canada.
Well, there you have the leader of the Federal Conservative Party, Pierre Poilievre, acknowledging that he will not be Prime Minister. This is the 4th consecutive loss for the Federal Conservatives. However, he made the point, Eric, that the Conservatives did better in this election than they did in the last one.
There's never been a caucus this big, like an opposition caucus, 148. It might be a little unwieldy at times to have that. Mm-hmm. Give them credit also. Think about what's happening around the world and how democracies are under assault, and how Canada tonight is a beacon of democracy, and how you can have a fair and honest election. And there was the person who lost in a tough race. You know how bitter this defeat is for Pierre Poilievre. But he stood up there tonight, still having to absorb that there are a lot of close races. You can imagine in some other nations where a leader who maybe didn't want to accept it wouldn't have accepted it and would have thrown into more chaos. I mean, full marks to Pierre Poilievre for saying, look, we didn't get over the finish line tonight. The Liberals are going to win this. He calls it razor thin. At the end, it may not be quite that thin, but you know what? It's not far off razor thin when you have still another 12 or 13 ridings within 1%, so that the Liberals could finish up closer to 170, or they could end up in the 150s.
Yeah.
So
he also congratulated Mark Carney tonight, and we're still waiting to hear from Mark Carney and what he's going to say. We're also not clear yet whether Pierre Poilievre has actually won his own riding. David, can you fill us in a bit on that?
Sure, let's pull it up one more time. He has not been leading at all in the riding of Carleton. This is where we're at right now. Bruce Fanjoy is his Liberal challenger. Right now has 51% of the vote. We have 180 polls of 266 reporting, and it takes 10 minutes to count the ballot because it's that long. I pity the poor scrutineers and the Elections Canada workers. So it's a 2,400 vote lead that has to come. Now, let me relate this. In 2015, when the Trudeau wave swept through, Poilievre, on just the votes cast on Election Day, just squeaked it out. He only won by 3%. But if you looked at the votes cast in advance ballots, Poilievre won by 8%. And that was really the cushion. The point there is, generally speaking, conservative parties, small c conservative parties across the country, generally do better on advance votes. Maybe not this time because it was kind of a weird election. But Poilievre knows the value of getting a vote out. And if we know they started counting the advance ballots 6 hours early in this because of that. Have they reported those? Unfortunately, Elections Canada does not tell us which polls are reporting, but we generally know that the final polls are usually the advance polls. All of which is to say, it's still very much in the air, but this is a great night for the Liberals just to be this far down the track. If I take a look, as I say, no, there's been no lead change all night long. It's been Liberals from start to now. So we'll see.
David,
that would complicate things.
In the event he loses that riding, where does that leave him if he's still
a very good question
of the party? Then he can't sit in the House of Commons, right?
He cannot. Now, there's been strange situations in our political history. William Lyon Mackenzie King, 22 years as Prime Minister, longest serving PM, lost twice. And had to find another seat. That's someone who just his party he's the Prime Minister and he doesn't have a seat in the House of Commons. So presumably in this case, what is the normal course of affairs would be that Poilievre would look to a member of the caucus, someone who won tonight, in probably a safe seat to say, can I have your seat, please? Can I take you out of your $200,000 a year job so I could have your seat? I'm trying to think if there are people near Ottawa, Scott Reid, for instance, and right next door to his seat, who's been around for a long time. Does Scott want to retire? I'm not sure. Cheryl Gallant, also right next door as well. She won again tonight in Nipissing Renfrew. What used to be called Nipissing Renfrew now is Algonquin Renfrew or something. I don't know. Somebody's going to have to step aside if Poilievre doesn't win.
Hey, David, I just wanted to point out that we're waiting to see Mark Carney. We should see pictures of him and his wife shortly. We understand he's going to speak very soon. While we wait for that, I just wanted to go back to Mark Carney, or to Pierre Poilievre for a second. He talked about, the party has to learn lessons from tonight.
What were those lessons? That's what we wanted. The first question I think we're all going to ask it if he has a press conference tomorrow. What were those lessons? Were the lessons maybe it wasn't such a good idea to ban the media from your tour so that we couldn't report as much as he might have wanted on his activities, thoughts, and views? The fact that he decided during his campaign, that he was going to give a lot of questions and time to what you'd call the alternative conservative media outlets and not to those serving sort of mainstream Canadians like us. This is not sour grapes. He can do whatever he wants. But a lot of conservatives have told me that media strategy, in the end, on close races, where there were close races, that wasn't so helpful. There was at least nobody could see the upside to it. It wasn't a winning condition. Even Donald Trump. Donald Trump loves to have the press around, travels and flies around with them all the time because he loves to get his views across. So that's one thing I think that people are going to look at and say, maybe you got to change that.
I wonder if some of the other, he sort of lost some of it towards the end of the campaign, but the sort of, critics said he was sort of a Trump light,
52%, there were polls on this, 52% of Canadians said Poilievre is too much like Donald Trump. Yeah. It's probably unfair to Poilievre because he has said, I don't agree with Trump. Trump himself, in an interview with Fox News, said that he would prefer the Liberal to win. That was Trump's words. That was an interview with Laura Ingraham. But nonetheless,
I believe everything that Trump says.
I know. Whatever it is, Poilievre, for whatever reason, a lot of Canadians looked at him and saw the slogans, saw somebody talking about his crowd sizes. Poilievre was doing that for a while, did have big crowds, and so did Donald Trump, and they both like to talk about crowd sizes. Too much reminded them of some Trumpy stuff. How does he shed that image now? That's the key. If you're in a conservative backroom and saying, okay, how are we going to change that? And there are those, I can tell you, because I've been speaking to them today, who do have some ideas about how they can modify Poilievre's image to one day beat Carney.
Okay, David, we're just going to break away for 1 sec to go to Mackenzie Gray, who is at Liberal headquarters right next door to where Pierre Poilievre ran tonight. Mackenzie.
Yeah, hi Dawna. We've been talking to some Liberals here in the room about Pierre Poilievre and Carleton, that riding where Bruce Fanjoy, the Liberal candidate, is there. They think that they have handily won the advance vote in this situation. They're not sure if that has been counted yet. Of course, it can be counted and tabulated into the votes at different points in time, but if that vote is still outstanding and they're not sure about that at that point, they feel confident that they actually can win this seat in this situation. Now, we should say, for the past number of days, I've been talking with Liberals while out on the campaign with Mark Carney. They have consistently said that they did not think that they were going to win this seat, but they had been pouring substantial resources into helping Bruce Fanjoy, Knock and Carleton, many senior people who've been working in the Liberal war room. When their shifts were done there, were being sent out to Carleton to knock out there. Also, Mark Carney's wife, Diana Fox Carney, had also been door knocking in that riding. So the Liberals in the past few days have really been targeting that and hoping to try to win that. And just one other thing about Mark Carney and voting as well, too. He actually couldn't vote for himself today, Dawna. He doesn't live in the riding of Nepean. He actually lives in Rockcliffe, a nice neighborhood here in Ottawa. So he had to vote likely for Mona Fortier, who is the candidate in Ottawa, Vanier, Gloucester. So a little interesting wrinkle there, but very close in this race in Carleton. And the Liberals think they've got a shot at this point in time.
And Mac, what about Mark Carney right now? Where is he? Are we expecting to hear from him soon?
Yeah, we're expecting probably within the next couple minutes. You can just see behind us here, folks have come onto the stage. They weren't out here until Pierre Poilievre finished speaking. So we should be hearing from Mark Carney. I would expect that he's not going to be saying one way or another. If he expects it to be a majority or a minority government at this point in time, that advance vote is what the Liberals are really holding on to at this point in time. You know, we did talk about it earlier, but we've seen in by-elections recently, in very tight ones, that it's not till 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning sometimes that advance vote gets posted, and the Liberals really do feel that they have the advantage when it comes to the advance vote numbers.
Yeah, okay. Mackenzie Gray, thanks. We're going to come back to Liberal headquarters as soon as we lay eyes on Mark Carney. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Talk about these numbers for a second. So the Liberals, for the moment, are at 165, the Conservatives 147, so that doesn't seem so close. But you wonder, well, are the Liberals within striking distance of a majority? Because we haven't called that yet. I looked at the races that are less than 1%. There are 14 of them. 14 races less than 1%. The Liberals are involved in all 14 of them. They're leading in 9 of them. They're in second place in 5 of them. So let's take it to the extreme. Let's say the Liberals lost all the close ones that they're in front. That would drop them into the 150s. Let's say instead they won all of these. That would take them up to like 170. And that's not then counting the ones where they are close within 2%. So there's still
still a path?
There's well, I'd have to see the numbers like between 1% and 2%. It means they would have to literally, like playing billiards or something, they'd have to run the table and win everything there is to win right now.
Yeah, I think we've got some of the numbers, some of the close ridings.
And it would seem hard because there are so many so close. How could they all fall the same direction?
Yeah. Well, this one is NDP Liberal, so this...
Yep, this is one of them where they're in second place. As I say, there are 5 of them where they are within 1%, and this is one of them where they're within 1%, and they are in second place, but so that's not over yet. 8 polls still to come in. We flashed Terrebonne there for just a second, and up it comes again.
Oh, this is just complete neck and neck.
Yeah. I mean, it is a 28-vote lead. It comes out to 38.7 to 38.7. That's more than 46,000 votes and a 28-vote difference. Isn't that amazing?
It is.
One more poll to count.
And Terra Nova, the Peninsula's...
This one hasn't changed in the last, well, quite a little while. There's been one poll yet to report. And Anthony Germain's lead is,
46 votes between them.
I've got Brampton, North Caledon on my screen because I'm doing the same thing, hunting for close ones. And here's Ruby Sahota, a Liberal incumbent. She's 168 votes back. And we've got still 35 polls to report. I'm getting a little punch drunk too because we've been up so late doing math all night long. Let me take a look at here. Look at the lead changes we've had all night long in Brampton, North Caledon. Wow. It's back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And again, it really does come down to if the Liberals, as it was interesting to hear Mackenzie talk about how Liberals are confident in Bruce Fanjoy's advance polls. And I think, again, that the Liberals feel the advance vote did tend to be older voters, boomers, who everybody says is probably inclined to vote for the Liberals. So in a riding like Brampton, North Caledon, if that last thing that comes in, the last few polls, who knows? I mean, you're right. Eric, I think it was you, said, yeah, it could be things posted at 2 or 3 in the morning. And we know it's going to be a Liberal government. We have not, Global has not declared a majority or a minority government yet, because there's too many votes still out there. Too much is on the margin. It could be a 173 vote majority. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's at least a minority government, we can say. Like it is a Liberal. That's what we mean when we say it's a Liberal government. It's at least a minority.
I think one of the things, just to go back to Poilievre's comments for a bit, one of the things he talked to is we got support where we've never had it before. Private sector unions. People who you might think would vote New Democrat. And again, I'm going to take a look. This is one of the, we talked about some of the big New Democrats in BC losing. Down there in Windsor West, Brian Massey is in 3rd place. Almost all the votes are in, and the Conservative won. This is a private sector union-friendly sitting. Car parts, car makers, you made it. Brian Massey has been there since Herb Gray retired, since 2002, and it just wasn't good enough for him tonight. And I see there's Dawna Carney coming up to speak. So this is I just want to finish by saying these folks went to the Conservatives.
Okay.
Yeah. Well,
Thank you, David.
58% of the vote went to the Liberal and NDP together. So
all right.
The vote split.
Let's listen to Diana Fox Carney, wife of Mark Carney.
Good evening, Canada. Bonsoir, Canada. Merci.
Good evening,
pour
Canada.
votre vote.
And thank you for voting.
I'm so grateful to you. Thank you for supporting your Liberal candidates. And thank you for choosing my husband's vision of a positive, unified, and above all, a strong country. Over the past few weeks, Mark and I have had the enormous privilege of meeting so many people across this great country. Everywhere we've visited, we've been energized by the passion, the commitment, and the kindness and belief that we have encountered, not to mention the beauty and diversity of this amazing country. As we've traced a path from winter into spring, through all this, I've watched my husband listen and learn. I've watched him inspire confidence and take on new skills. But most of all, I've seen him remain true to what he's always been: consistent, compassionate, loyal, and driven by an exceptionally strong set of values. He's thoughtful, respectful, and honest. And I think and hope that you now have come to appreciate that alongside his capacity for dealing with the most serious of matters, he has a great mind for trivia, a wicked sense of humor, and a wonderful smile. He's been that way since our very first date, back when we were young grad students, when we went to that dinner, and he said to me, he stopped the conversation, and he said to me, "I want you to know I'm committed to move back to Canada and to work in the public service." So here we are. As his partner, I could not be more proud of him. And as a Canadian, I'm so thankful that the man I met more than 30 years ago has held tight to that strong commitment to service. I'm lucky to have him. We're lucky to have him now more than ever. Without further ado, it's my great pleasure to introduce my husband, the Prime Minister who will make Canada strong and Canada for.
Alors. That is Nepean. That is the spirit of Nepean behind me right there. Thank you. Bonsoir tout le monde.
Good evening, everyone.
Bonsoir.
Good evening.
Quel bonsoir.
What a great night.
I have a question. Who's ready? Who's ready? Who's ready to stand up for Canada with me? And who's ready? Who's ready to build Canada strong? Okay, we got that settled. That's good. Avant de commencer,
Before we start,
féliciter
I'd like to congratulate the other leaders for their campaigns and for the extraordinary amount of work that went into it. I want to thank them for their service for Canada today and in the future.
I want to thank the leaders of the other parties. I want to salute the contribution of Jagmeet Singh. I noticed his remarks. Leading on progressive values. Elizabeth May, who will be returning. Yves-Francois Blanchet. And I want to congratulate Pierre Poilievre on a hard-fought, fair, good campaign, his commitment to the country that we both love. They all have many, many more contributions to our land. Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Diana, for your work on this campaign. Thank you, Diana, for the commitment and compassion you bring to everything that you do. Tonight simply would not have been possible without you and without the support of our 4 children who inspire me to service every single day. I also want to salute the women and men who put their name on the ballot from all parties. Thank you for standing up to serve our country at this critical time. And for those who were elected, particularly those Liberals who were elected, I am looking forward to working together to deliver for Canadians. This says, Bruce. And Bruce, yes, Bruce Vanjoy. I'm looking forward to working with Bruce Vanjoy. Fantastic. He will be a great MP. We're going to have fun tonight. Yes, we're going to have fun. Bien sûr. Je tiens à remercier les milliers de bénévoles.
The thousands of volunteers here and across Canada who gave up their time to knock on doors, to make calls, and to speak to their neighbors and members of their communities to give us a strong government.
You know, I chose to enter politics because I felt we needed big changes in this country. But big changes guided by strong Canadian values. Values that I learned at the dinner table from my parents, Bob and Verley, and from my siblings. I appreciate this more in retrospect from my siblings. My siblings, Brenda, Sean, and Brian. Values that I learned on the ice from my coaches. Values that have been reinforced as I've met with Canadians across this great country. And those include 3 values that I want to highlight this evening. Humility. It's Canada after all. Ambition. It's Canada after all. And unity. It's Canada. I love you. Right back. Right back. These are good values. These are Canadian values. Values that I will do my best. I'm just getting worked up here. These are values that I will do my best to uphold every day as your Prime Minister. You betcha. Okay, well, you have to judge after this next section because I am going to begin I am going to begin with the value of humility, and by admitting that I have much to be humble about. It's true. Over my long, that's not an applause line, it's just a statement of fact. Over my long career, I have made many mistakes, and I will make more. But I commit to admitting them openly, to correcting them quickly, and always learning from them. Humility underscores the importance of governing as a team in cabinet and in caucus, and working constructively with all parties across Parliament, of working in partnership with the provinces and the territories, and with Indigenous peoples. And at this time, it underscores the value of bringing together labor, business, civil society to advance the nation-building investments we need to transform our economy. Humility is also about recognizing that one of the responsibilities of government is to prepare for the worst, not hope for the best. As I've been warned, America wants our land, our resources, our water, our country. Never. But these are not idle threats. President Trump is trying to break us so that America can own us. That will never ever happen. But we also must recognize the reality that our world has fundamentally changed. There is also, for me, as I stand before you this evening, humility in recognizing that, well, many have chosen to place your trust in me, trust in the Liberal Party. Millions of our fellow citizens preferred a different outcome. And my message to every Canadian is this: no matter where you live, no matter what language you speak, no matter how you voted, I will always do my best to represent everyone who calls Canada home. You know, during this short campaign, I went to Saskatchewan and Alberta a couple of times, even though, you know, we're Liberals. It's tough. It's tough out there. I grew up there. But I went because I intend to govern for all Canadians. And au cours de cette campagne,
and throughout this campaign, many Quebecers opened their doors to me and gave me their trust. And I thank them.
La langue française.
The French language, the culture in Quebec are at the heart of Canadian identity. They define our country and the country I love. And I will defend them relentlessly. With the strong Quebec team you'll be sending to Ottawa, we'll make sure Quebec continues to prosper within a strong Canada. Whether you work in the oil sands in Fort Mac, or whether you're a nurse in Joliette, or an accountant in Toronto, there are a lot of accountants in Toronto. My government will work for all of you.
As we come here after this most consequential election, let's put an end to the division and anger of the past. We are all Canadian, and my government will work for and with everyone. I began with humility, but Canadians are ambitious. And now, more than ever, it is a time for ambition. It is a time to be bold, to meet this crisis with overwhelming positive force of a united Canada. Because we are going to build, baby, build. Exactly. Throughout, we're building now. We've gotten over that bit. Throughout our history, there have been turning points. Throughout our history, there have been turning points when the world's fortunes were in the balance. That was the case at the start of the Second World War, just as it was at the end of the Cold War. And each time, Canada chose to step up, to assert ourselves as a free, sovereign, and ambitious nation, to lead the path of democracy and freedom, and, because we are Canadian, to do so with compassion and generosity. We are once again at one of those hinge moments of history. Our old relationship with the United States, a relationship based on steadily increasing integration, is over. The system of open global trade, anchored by the United States, a system that Canada has relied on since the Second World War, a system that, while not perfect, has helped deliver prosperity for a country for decades, is over. But it's also our new reality. We are over the shock of the American betrayal, but we should never forget the lessons.
But you're going to take us forward.
We have to look out for ourselves. And above all, we have to take care of each other. When I sit down with President Trump, it will be to discuss the future economic and security relationship between two sovereign nations. And it will be with our full knowledge that we have many, many other options than the United States to build prosperity for all Canadians. We
will strengthen our relationships with reliable partners in Europe, in Asia, and elsewhere. And if the U.S. no longer want to play a major role in the international economy, Canada will. We are masters in our own home. We will build millions of houses. We will be a powerhouse of energy. We will build good jobs in one single economy.
Because this is Canada, and we decide what happens here. We will need to think big and act bigger. Your phone's ringing. Sorry, okay. All right. Just hang on. It's okay? Yeah. That might be important. I don't know. We will need to do things previously thought impossible at speeds we haven't seen in generations. It's time to build twice as many homes every year with an entirely new housing industry using Canadian technology, Canadian skilled workers, Canadian lumber. It's time to build new trade and energy corridors, working in partnership with the provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples. It's time to build hundreds of thousands of not just good jobs, but good careers in the skilled trades. It's time to build Canada into an energy superpower in both clean and conventional energy. And it's time to build an industrial strategy that makes Canada more competitive while fighting climate change. We will build a Canadian economy, not 13, with a government committed to free trade in Canada by Canada Day. The point is that we can give ourselves far more than the Americans can ever take away. But even given that, I want to be clear. The coming days and months will be challenging, and they will call for some sacrifices. But we will share those sacrifices by supporting our workers and our businesses. Les défis devant nous sont
The
intimidants.
challenges are intimidating, and that's normal.
Comme ceux que nous vivons sont toujours
Large changes
inquiétants.
are always worrisome.
Nous avons beaucoup de chemin à faire.
We have
J'ai confiance.
a lot to do,
J'ai
but I'm
confiance en
confident.
vous. J'ai confiance
I'm
au
confident
Canada.
in you and in Canada.
Because Canada is more than a nation. We are and we always will be a confederation, a sacred set of ideas and ideals built on practical foundations. That we know we're not always perfect, but we always strive to be good. We do things because they're right, not because they're easy. That we see kindness as a virtue, not as a weakness. Most importantly, we know that our strength lies in our resolve to work together as a country. It relies on our unity. You know, on the second day of this campaign, I went to Gander, where on 9/11, they welcomed thousands of passengers into their homes without question or hesitation. I sat down with two of the many heroes of the time, Diane Davis and Beulah Cooper. And during our conversation, they showed me a thank you card that they'd received from a young girl called Ellie, who wrote, "Your kindness motivates me to use my kindness." That touching phrase captures what Canadians instinctively know, that virtue is like a muscle that grows with its exercise. We become just by doing just acts, brave by doing brave acts. When we are kind, kindness grows. When we seek unity, unity grows. When we are Canadian, Canada grows. And united over our history, we have done hard, seemingly impossible things. United, we have built one nation in harsh conditions despite a sometimes hostile neighbor. Yes, they have form on this, the Americans. United, we have confronted our own past with Indigenous peoples. Unis, nous avons bâti un pays qui rassemble des langues, des cultures,
a country that unites despite different cultures. United, we build cultural institutions that are essential, such as CBC, Radio-Canada.
United, we have created universal public health care. And now, in the face of this crisis, united, we are buying Canadian. We are exploring everything this country has to offer. We are supporting our friends and neighbors in the crosshairs of President Trump through a crisis that we did not create. Unite and build the strongest economy in the G7, an economy that works for everyone. Au cours des derniers mois,
Over
les
the past
Canadiens et
few
Canadiennes
months,
ont fait leur part.
Canadians did
Se
their
sont
part.
rassemblés pour défendre notre pays.
They defended our country together and our way of being. I promise that when we are threatened,
Nous allons nous battre.
we will
We will
fight.
fight back with everything we have to get the best deal for Canada. We will protect our workers and businesses, and above all, we will build an independent future for our great country. A future that makes the greatest country on the earth even better. Together, we will build a Canada worthy of our values. We will build Canada strong, Canada free, Canada forever. Vive le Canada. Thank you very much.
Long live Canada.
Well, there's the victory speech for the man who will lead Canada in the next government, the former Governor of the Bank of Canada, the Governor of Bank of England, the only person to head two central banks in two different countries. He only got elected for the first time when he was 60 years old. He never run for office before. And in fact, back in 2012, when he was asked if he would ever run for office, he said, "Why don't I become a circus clown?" Things have changed, and he is back.
Well, and he's been Prime Minister for 45 days. Had he lost, he would have taken over the prize for being the shortest term Prime Minister. Now he just needs to be in office till May 22nd, and then Charles Tupper goes back to being.
Now he's going to get a little time, but he doesn't have that much time. I hate to rain on everybody's parade, but the government of Canada needs parliamentary permission to keep spending money. He is going to have to call Parliament back relatively soon. A throne speech will prompt a confidence vote, and then he'll have to table a budget and some spending bills very soon, like really soon. So those will be confidence votes. Now, the most important position I think Carney is going to appoint next is probably his government House leader. He did appoint Ariel Kayabega to that job in the last cabinet shuffle, but the government House leader is going to have to steer through a really weird minority parliament, and we don't know. Remember, Global News has not projected a minority or a majority yet. We don't know which way it's going to be. Statistically, there's still a lot of potential outcomes. It's a weird thing. But my point is Carney's new at the whole parliamentary thing. It's not like when Stephen Harper became leader in the minority government and he had lots of years negotiating parliamentary ins and outs. Carney has none of that experience. So he'll need some experienced people. Yep. Dominic LeBlanc, Marco Mendicino, Karina Gould in there.
He will have those people around him, right? A number of people. Chrystia Freeland got reelected.
Very important.
Today.
Well, but Freeland's not really been involved with the day-to-day workings of the House. LeBlanc has. Karina Gould has, his rival in the leadership. She was good. Steve McKinnon was a very effective government House leader. But on the other side, it was Peter Julian for the New Democrats making things work in those supply. He's not there anymore. Who are negotiating with leader-wise? Blanchette, Yves-Francois Blanchette lost his government House leader. Hélène Therrien is out. So the people who make Parliament work are not there anymore. On the Conservative side, it's Andrew Scheer. That's the guy who is going to be negotiating how to get stuff done or how to block stuff. And he's pretty good at that. So we turn our attention now to how Parliament's going to work. It's going to be really interesting.
So I thought his speech was quite magnanimous, right? I mean,
yes,
he acknowledged, I can't remember hearing a political leader say, I've made mistakes and I'm committed to correcting them quickly and learning from them. I mean, maybe those are turned out to be hollow words in the future, but that sounded refreshing to hear. He also said he was committed to working with the provinces, and he acknowledged that millions of Canadians preferred a different outcome tonight.
Well, and the other part that struck me about this, because this should be a celebratory moment, and there was reason to celebrate, and he sort of touched on that, but there was a long period in that speech in which it was kind of somber, and I think he sees what Canada faces in Donald Trump, and a lot of us see it. But you have the feeling that one of the reasons Canadians opted for Mark Carney is because he is a man of the world, he understands global finance, and he is not pretending that there isn't going to be some really tough slogging ahead dealing with the U.S. president, that the relationship with the United States for us and for the world, but particularly for our country, has changed. And it's not going to change back anytime soon.
Okay, it's almost.
Mark Carney still sounds surprised that he's the Prime Minister. Pierre Poilievre sounds like a politician. One's a feature, one's a bug. You tell me which is which. I'm not sure which, but very different tones to both those speeches.
It's 1:46 a.m. Eastern.
Oh, sure.
I want to throw to our panel one last time. Are you still awake over there?
Oh yeah.
We're still awake, listening to all of it, Dawna.
Go for it, Mercedes. What's your panel thinking about what they heard?
I mean, we've all been talking about what kind of a crazy night this has been. It's been all over the place. It's been a roller coaster. Really exciting election to watch. Seamus, well, we don't know if this is a majority or a minority yet, but Pierre Poilievre has conceded. Mark Carney has come out and made his victory speech. 2 questions for you.
Sure.
How stable is this government, and what does Mark Carney need to do tomorrow?
Well, I think he hit the right tone. He had 3 great words there at the beginning of his speech where he talked about humility, he talked about ambition, and he talked about unity. I think I counted the word humility about 7, and that's good. We talked about that earlier. I think that's the right tone to set. There are still so many close races that we've all been keeping an eye on. This is far from over, and we know, the Liberal Party know, we've done very well in advanced polls. Our voters showed up more than any other party. That could hold the balance for a number of seats. This is far from over.
Lisa, I thought it was interesting that we saw Pierre come out, perhaps, sooner than was expected. He made that concession speech, which gets him around any allegations that he's Trump-like and not acknowledging the will of the people. He was implying, it sounds like he's going to stay on as leader, but we still don't know whether he's going to hold his seat. And we heard one of his MPs already coming out, Mr. Giovanni, openly saying, we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow because the seats aren't in. Does Pierre Poilievre stay on as leader in this? Does he make the argument that, in fact, his approach was successful because he's done a lot better than they were expected to, although still not as well as they would have a few months ago?
I think he can make the case, certainly. I mean, definitely we see an increase in the number of seats. We had 120 at dissolution. We're at 146 today. But it comes down to whether or not he wins his riding. And like Seamus said, the numbers are all over the place. And the advance polls are dropping. They're coming in now, and we're going to get a flavor as to what's in them. So it could be a majority for the Liberals by the time we all get home or the time we wake up tomorrow morning. It could be. So there's a lot of water to go under the bridge, but it's going to be Pierre's choice as to what he wants to do. And it's an odd time on election night to not answer the question that about whether or not you're interested in leadership with anything but, no, we have a leader.
Yeah, it's signs there perhaps that
it's odd.
There might be some dissent, and we'll see what that means. The NDP did lose their leader tonight through his own choice, Jagmeet Singh stepping down. Was that inevitable, and what is next for the NDP?
Well, not inevitable. It was, I thought it was a very heartfelt speech. Oh, it was obvious. Jagmeet was very much feeling it. He's dedicated himself, as he said, over the last 8 years to this cause. Incredibly disappointing, and I think one of the personal disappointments, we talked about this a little bit before, we've all been through elections where we've lost colleagues, we've gained some new ones. The losing one is tough because we know how hard those MPs work. I'm looking at a bunch of ridings in British Columbia. I'm looking at Brian Massey and Alistair McGregor, Laurel Collins, some folks that were outstanding MPs. And I don't really think through any fault of their own that they may have lost their seats, and still some still too close. So I think we should put on another pot of coffee. We don't have the
We're not
results.
at all over-caffeinated
But
yet.
as we look at the bottom of the screen and do those numbers, it's not just the single column. It's the combination of numbers that may matter dramatically over what happens in the days, weeks, and potentially years to come. As we've just seen, Canada keeps producing minority parliaments. We have to get better, or as good as we've been, I suppose, at being able to govern with that. What happens with the NDP in terms of leadership, if the Liberals and the NDP are able to do something together, I think that'll be really interesting and fascinating. Never mind Pierre maybe not getting his seat back. This is a bit unprecedented. There is some precedence for it, maybe, but it'd be unusual because he would have to either push somebody else out of their seat and all sorts of wacky scenarios.
Could be interesting scenarios. The Bloc has a lot of power right now, Jill. Well, I know you're talking to the war room. What do you
The Bloc was
anticipate?
expecting to have something like 25 members. It's 23 now. There's quite a few recountings. We don't know. It'd be around 23, 24, 25 or so. And Mark Carney now will have to obtain a mandate on what to negotiate.
With the U.S.?
Not only with the other provinces, but also with the other leaders. And there's 2 important dates coming in the next 2 years. The mid-mandate election in the United States, and Trump is not that popular nowadays, and an election in Quebec in 2 years. So if the negotiation with Mexico and the United States is not what Quebec's asking for, then the election in Quebec could mean a lot.
Yeah.
And Parti Québécois elected, because we know we'll never take power in Ottawa, that's for sure. But when you go to Edinburgh or Barcelona, they don't have as much members in the Spain Parliament or the Scottish Parliament that the Bloc has in Ottawa.
And whatever happens, it has to be strong. Like whatever formation of government happens, because to go to the negotiating table with the U.S. and Mexico, Canada can't have a wobbly position within our parliament at home.
Is that a risk right now? If Donald Trump looks at this and says it's another minority government, maybe I can manipulate this. Do you really have a mandate? And Canadians weren't willing to hand you the keys all the way.
Whoever tries to explain the British parliamentary system to Donald Trump successfully so that he understands. Oh, God, no. But he doesn't know, he doesn't care. What he's going to want to see is an ability to negotiate with a clear mandate. Mr. Carney's talked about it. And within the election, there was quite a bit of agreement, even amongst Conservatives and Liberals, about what the context would be. Gilles is right. How we negotiate with the provinces, what is on the table, and as important, Mercedes, what is not on the table. That has to be confirmed and resolved
within. That's something that Mr. Carney really hasn't spelled out, Seamus. He hasn't been willing to tell us. We've tried to push him on this and say, what's on the table, what are the cards? He won't reveal it. I get it. You want to keep your cards close to your chest. But he's not going to be able to continue down that path in the way that he could.
But you have to have a mandate, a real mandate.
He's got to explain what this is now. And that's a lot harder than convincing Canadians, give me the chance, I'm the guy. Now it's going to be, what's the plan? How long does he have to figure that out?
Oh, I don't think he's very long. I think he's expressed that. I think, he said, look, we got to get working right away. And I think humility, brings that forward as well. Look, a bit of perspective, too. 3 months ago, the chances of the Liberals winning a government here were about 1%. Here we are with 166 within breathing room of a majority government. This is really unprecedented in every respect. Again, this night is far from over. There are so many close races that we've all been watching.
That's it.
That's true.
And I think he should tell Trump to practice himself before the negotiation and have the mirror in front of him and negotiating with the mirror. Maybe it would help Trump understand something.
Correct. So, Lisa, I want to ask you about the Conservative strategy. I mean, you saw a softer version of Pierre Poilievre, and it changed throughout the campaign. Is the lesson of tonight for Conservatives what we did worked because we did better than we thought we were going to once this Trump menace emerged on the stage, and they doubled down with sort of that aggressive tone and tactic? Or is the message it's time to change tones and people start to question the leader?
I think we're going to have to run the numbers and see what worked where. It's really strange how in some places Conservatives are winning with 60% of the vote in Ontario, but in other places where you think they were going to win, they didn't win at all. So, targeting the message, why it happened, how it happened, there's going to be some time to figure all that out, but the leader said he's staying on. He's going to fight for the people that he's pulled together in a very interesting coalition, and we will see what ends up happening.
Well, without a seat.
If he doesn't have a seat, and we won't know that tonight in our broadcast, but Dawna, if there's one clear message here, it's perhaps that Canadians are sending a message to their politicians, don't expect the same old, same old. Yeah. Lots of change here tonight.
Yep.
All right. Mercedes and the panel, thank you all so much. Appreciate your insight, your wisdom. Thanks so much. Okay, we're going to look at more closely at those close races, and how many of them there are, and how long we might have to wait.
There are, by my count, 14 races that are closer than 1%. That is remarkable. The Liberals are involved in virtually every one of them. And so when you look at the scoreboard, 166 for the Liberals, they're far enough ahead of the Conservatives, the Conservatives cannot catch them. But where can the Liberals end up? The Liberals right now could end up around as high as 173, maybe as low as the high 150s. So if you go 159 to 173, you can see the range, but are they going to run the table and win all of those? They're going to end up losing all of those? They're probably going to end up not too far, perhaps, from where they are, but you don't know, and it's why we can't call it, because some of these races are so close, and you can see the numbers there. Some people will see it. They're in ridings all over the country, and in some of them, Conservatives are leading. The Liberals are leading in about half of these very close races, and they're in second place in just about half of them.
I'm with Nathan Cullen. Who's up for putting another pot of coffee on? Let's stay up all night and watch this.
But if it ends up being
crazy.
something like this, I mean, the Liberals, the NDP, those numbers add up to 173. The majority number is 172. I mean, at a certain point, if these numbers solidify, and we may not know for days and days and days, especially if there are recounts.
If there are recounts, it's going to take some time.
But if it's something like this, then, you know, the BQ may not end up being a party to the conversation about forming government. And the Liberals may be able to find...
But the Democrats need a leader, though. Again, who do you talk to? Who's going to lead that caucus? I have some of the people I have in my mind. Don Davies, if he succeeds, does Don? Well, I don't know about Don's French. So there's got to be, leaders want to be bilingual. It's tricky. It's going to be tricky to figure this out. It's going to be delightfully tricky. Hey, I'm a political reporter. I love delightfully tricky. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch this. We've not really been in this situation.
Yeah, it's interesting. The Conservatives, you know, ran on change. They didn't get change. The Liberals ran on give us a majority government. They didn't get that.
Nope.
The NDP ran on basically don't forget us. We played a big role in the minority government, and now they're reduced and don't have official party status, and the leader has resigned.
Every party really could say, you know, there's some disappointment in there for them.
Except for the Bloc Québécois.
Yeah, well, they lost a lot of seats.
They lost a quarter of their seats.
And
still,
a key guy, Alain Therrien, is an important player in their caucus. So.
I mean, I guess...
But they hold the balance of power, right?
For now, yes. Okay, we'll see what happens when we all wake up. For now, that concludes our live Decision Canada coverage here on Global. You can check out a full breakdown of all the results on our website, globalnews.ca. I'm Dawna Friesen.
I'm Eric Sorensen.
I'm David Akin, way over here. Hello.
There he is. It's been a pleasure, you guys. Thanks so much. Yeah.
See you in 8 months. We'll do it all again.
Oh, my goodness, no. Thank you for following along with our coverage tonight, and thanks to all the people in front and behind of the camera who are out on location for us tonight and who help break down the results and make all this happen. We appreciate it. For now, bye-bye.
It's my great pleasure to introduce my husband, the Prime Minister who will make Canada strong and Canada full.
I have a question. Who's ready? Who's ready? Who's ready to stand up for Canada with me?
The promise that was made to me and to all of you is that anybody from anywhere could achieve anything, that through hard work you could get a great life, you could have a nice affordable home on a safe street. My purpose in politics is and will continue to be to restore that promise.
Thank you. I want to take a moment to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on his victory. He has an important job to do to represent all Canadians. Tonight, I've been informed our party leader that I'll be stepping down as party leader as soon as an interim leader can be appointed. Now, I could not have done this incredible job without, here's a point.